Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐻𝐸110 on AO3. Now, let's start. Oh, what about giant gauntlets on your hero suit? Asked her best friend, Izuku. She smirked. Of course, the villain needs to know their end is near when they face me. She looked at the scribble he was working on. Is that supposed to be my costume? She asked. He smiled and pulled the paper up. Yet gauntlets that looks like 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐽 grenades. Awesome. His smile turned a little prouder. That'll intimidate them. If they have time before I bash their heads in, you'll show all those villains what for. He chirped, the words sounding too grown up for his 4-year-old body. It wasn't like her own way of speaking matched her age either. Yeah. I'll kill them all, and I'll be right at your side. Her face twitched. Yeah. Izuku and Katsumi, the tag team heroes. Her eyes opened softly, staring at the still unfamiliar ceiling of her dorm room. She rubbed her head, could already feel the headache coming. Why did I? She sat up and looked at the poster Izuku had given her on her birthday. Why did I dream about that again? She huffed and got up, shedding her sleepwear, a white tank top and panties. Anything more made her sweat, and she had too many prior sleep explosions for that to be safe. Why am I still stuck up on the past? She scowled while putting on her school uniform. She didn't pay attention to class. Most was just introducing the syllabus anyway. Her eyes landed on his back and she was glaring holes through it. How did we get here? He didn't seem to notice it, nor was she wanting for him to notice. She needed time to think. If only she shook her head. No, I couldn't have known. Older kids were starting to talk about him, her friend, the only guy in the neighborhood. She didn't like their tone of voice. Did you see the boy in the apartment complex? Yeah, he was playing heroes and villains, right? Yeah, it's so cute. He thinks he could be either. Her hand sparked. No, he can. He's smart as hell. Not having a quirk won't stop him. He has too much drive for it to stop him. Her face soured, and the explosions on her fingertips stopped. The next day she managed to see something she shouldn't have. Not when she was. It was a newsreel, talking about the latest murdered hero. Suddenly something clicked in her head. Heroes throw their life on the line, every goddamn day. And even trained pros with impressive quirks died on the field. I can handle that. My quirk is awesome, but she knew about this. She knew about deaths in the field before, but it was never so blunt and in her face before. It made her think about Izuku, her friend. The only friend that seemed to truly believe she could be a great hero. But can he? She was overthinking now, of all the ways something could go wrong. And seeing him die. Her eyebrow twitched when hero art history started. Midnight was a lot more flustered than she was on TV. It didn't fit her hero persona. And the way her gaze was skipping over Izuku was highly suspect. What the F is going on? Izuku seemed to be stiffer than usual too, shoulders hunched and face on the desk, trying to hide his head with his arms. What the F is going on? She breathed, tears on the corner of her eyes. She had done it. Beaten the SHT out of that older kid that was smack-talking Izuku behind his back, calling him mentally challenged for wanting to be a hero, saying that he was a living mistake for existing. Now she wasn't saying anything about him, while down on the ground beaten by Katsumi, who hadn't come out unscathed. That didn't matter however. She had won. Now to make sure this villain would never do something like this again. She started walking towards the downed and teary-eyed girl. Kaken, stop. Izuku was in front of her, arms open in defense of this filth. He was breathing, clearly had run there after hearing the explosions. Get out of the way. Is he? She needs to learn. Why is he here? He should know I wouldn't go that far. He shook his head. She's crying already. A hero wouldn't do this. Kaken, please. The adrenaline in her body made her do something she still regretted, but in the end, she thought it was necessary. She was unsure of it now. And you? How would you know? You'll never be a hero for long. He stilled, hands dropping to his sides. What are you talking about, Kaken? We're going to be heroes together, right? Her hands were shaking. You are too weak to be a hero, Izuku. Now stop standing in my way. She shoved past him. He grabbed onto her wrist. Kaken, you don't think that, do you? She twirled around and nearly smacked him. No, you are the one that doesn't think. How do you think you are going to be a hero without a quirk here? You'll get killed. Please, I don't know, but I'll do it, he responded, voice cracking. I know this was always your dream, but please. The older kid had fled while the children started arguing. Oh yeah. What's going to be your hero name? Deku. The hero that can't do anything to help himself. Anger had started boiling in her, anger towards how stubborn he was. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 that's mean. Does he think I'm just saying these to be mean? Doesn't he think? It's the thing truth, Deku, you need to face it. She was sounding like her mother, hopefully, that made him realize how childish he was being. Her mother always kept her out of trouble, so he would realize she was trying to do the same for him, right? He didn't and started crying. How the hell are you going to be a hero if this little makes you cry? She almost screamed. She hated seeing him like this. I'll do it, I'll be a hero just like you will dash. He was cut off by a blast that was a little too strong. But you can't, you are nothing like him, you don't have powers. It's useless. He fell on his butt and scrambled away from her, but, she was talking to a wall. She clicked her tongue, annoyed out of her mind, and walked away, leaving him on the ground. I thought that would have kept you safe. But you never listened. Katsumi and Izuku were different from other people, that much everyone knew. Inko and Mitsuki were happy how well they got along, especially since they both were too smart for their peers, in addition of Izuku too shy and Katsumi too hot-headed, making them isolated among other kids their age. They were on the same wavelength. Always in sync. But that argument synced them, causing them to start clashing every other day. Their mothers noticed it, of course. How could they not see them drifting apart like that? The only problem was they didn't know why it was happening. Izuku just started showing up with minor bruising that disappeared too fast for it to be an actual concern, and patches of slightly red skin which Inko swore that there were minor burns. Which, again, disappeared before she could question them. It was maddening, but Izuku never told her what was going on. She had suspected his, now distant, friend, but he swore up and down she had nothing to do with it. So Inko stood there boiling with worry and concern, not sure just what to do. Katsumi just felt worse and worse about the whole ordeal. She wasn't going to back down now as his hero talk started to diminish. It was working. She was doing all of this to keep him safe. To keep him from harm's way. She hated every moment of it. He was done with life right now. Katsumi was daydreaming about something behind him, and from her glare, he was fearing she was thinking about ways to kill him. And Professor Kiyoma wasn't helping either, just her flustered expression was reminding him of yesterday, her touch on his body. He slapped his own scalp as he hid his face. His classmates turned to look at him, but then they went back to staring at Midnight, probably guessing this was just his reaction to seeing a woman of her caliber. Okiko was feeling jealous over the reaction Midnight was getting out of him. Why can't he get that bashful with me? She shook her head. Whoa, where did that come from? Midnight nearly dashed out of the room when the bell rung, leaving the class to their own devices. Well, she's definitely in a hurry, Mina huffed and turned to Izu. You can relax now. She left. She laughed when he hissed and fixed his posture. Yeah, it's lunchtime, isn't it? It is. Awesome, let's go, Izuku. She didn't care about his objections as she dragged him out, the rest of the class following the two. When did those two get so close? Was the unanimous question that went through their heads. Not that it mattered. With yesterday's half-day, no one had actually tried the cafeteria food, well, except Izuku, who had admitted to working here, so the whole class 1A was going to ask for his opinion. Who's going to be teaching this one? Kyoka asked, bored out of her mind. Whoever the teacher was running late. If she doesn't show up in 15 minutes, we can leave, right? Doi asked with some hope in her voice. Mina uttered out a yeah, only for it to be shot down by Tomoyo with a solemn shake of her head. The system said it was to be announced, and it still hasn't updated. This reflects badly on the image of the number one hero universe. _IM, someone screamed from outside. Izuku stiffened. It can't be. He booked to the window and slid the panel open, barely before someone burst in from the now open window. Here, the number one hero rose up from her graceful landing, standing proudly. Oh, sorry, thought the window was propped open. You can't be serious. Kyoka's eyes widened. Oi, is All Might our teacher? She's so manly. Eiko cheered. Hannah just looked at her with a what does that even mean look. Isn't that her Silver Age costume? Tsuyu muttered, finger on her chin. Makaira nodded. Its style is so different from the new costumes, it's giving me chills. Sorry for being late, class. Was doing heroics. All Might bellowed with laughter, but now that's over with. It's time for your first heroics course exercise. Combat training. First things first, your hero costumes. The number 1 hero continued, shooting Izuku a look. He didn't react, but understood it. Don't let them know that we know each other. All Might walked up the teacher's podium, opened up a drawer and picked up a remote and a notebook, clicking the device with a whir. The side of the class popped open in 5 rows, revealing 20 compartments with 19 boxes in them. The hero costumes. The students cheered, then noticed something. 19 boxes, 20 students. Midoriya. Why is your box missing? Tomoyo was the one to notice just who was missing their suit, first to get over her excitement and look at the man in question. What? You know how costumes are requested from the government, right? Her eyes widened. Of course, the government probably didn't recognize him. Well, I can't register my quirk. There is a lot of bureaucratic yellow tape from me doing so. He rubbed the back of his head. It's a gift and a curse, really. For long came a modulated voice, as the class door opened, revealing the mechanical copy of All Might, same suit and all. Some dropped into fighting stances, some looked terrified. Well, I can understand that reaction. Izuku's sweat dropped. OHAT, HAVEFARFORIAMEVOYWE or WDA. Makira shuddered. Never mind, I'm getting the chills now. Zendis her Regorodus. The mech responded, bringing his attention to the box it was holding. Mother! Is that an alien reference? Mina thought, turning to the mech, then to Izuku, who looked excited as a puppy about to go on a walk. Oh my god, she made it. He chirped and ran up to the mech, grabbing the box out of his hands. Of course, 𝐂𝐸𝐸𝐲 the machine hummed. Everyone else started staring at the weird conversation going on between the All Might doppelganger and the resident man of the class. All Might coughed. If that's everyone, let's go out for the class, shall we? Mind if I tag Emoto wall dwnai cording oft suis first outng. Sure, I don't see an issue with t. Wait, who is this mother you keep referring to? All Might asked, turning to the machine. Oh, Hatsumai. From the support course, Izuku responded. For the mech, she had, at least I believe she had, express permission from Power Loader and Principal Nozomi to build my suit. I see. All Might hummed. Knowing Nozomi, she would have halted everything already if she didn't give permission. Okay, sure, you can come along. AT would be useful anyhow. The mech gave the number 1 hero a thumbs up. You know those days where you are like, this might as well happen. Kyoka started. I feel like that's going to be our everyday from now on. The rest of the class, except Izuku, who was twisting the box in his hands excitedly, nodded and headed towards the changing rooms. Izuku was glad to see the wall between the rooms was mended with what seemed to be Cementos's help. The new cement wall stood where the previous wall had been, not painted over just yet. Okay, let's see. He popped open the box and looked in. A note from my greeted him. Power Loader told me you buffed up during one of your attacks, tearing off your shirt in the process, so I had to scrap a large bit of the design. This should flex along with your body, so no more topless. Zuku wouldn't want to give the girls a show, right? He blushed. That gammit my. He pulled out the gauntlets and placed them to the side, seeing the actual suit underneath. It was a green and white wetsuit with black highlights. God damn it. I should have specified that I didn't want skin-tight LTX on my costume. Okako whined, shifting from one foot to the other. I say it helps with the astronaut motif you have. Tomoyo hummed, voice muffled by her metal helmet. And I say it brings out your figure, and Midoriya is going to enjoy that, Tsuyu added, causing the gravity-nullifying hero to start blushing. What are you talking about, Tsuyu? The conversation suddenly made Momo self-conscious about how much skin she was showing. He knows I need the exposed skin for my quirk, right? He wouldn't assume I just wore this to get his attention, right? He was the last one to the field. The rest of the girls watched him enter Minerva, and Tsuyu started salivating. His suit hugged his body tightly, the black highlights only exasperating how toned his body was. Thankfully, Mai had added in white cargo breathes with supplies in the pockets to cover his lower body. Under the breathes, he had heavy-duty knee-high steel-tipped red boots. The silver angular tips glinting in the sunlight along with the large iridescent green gauntlets on his forearms. He blushed as the crowd started staring at him, scratching his head with his gauntlet-clad hands in embarrassment. Mecha Might clicked and gave a thumbs up. All Might whistled. The rest of the girls stared. Holy Evis, Kyoka muttered. The rest just nodded along. Hero course is the best, Minerva mumbled, eliciting another nod from Doi and Tsuyu. Well, that's everyone. All Might cleared her throat. They say the clothes make the man, and today, ladies and gentlemen, you are true heroes. The class managed to tear their sight away from Izuku after that, turning to stare at both Mights. Did you download the script yet? All Might turned to her mechanical counterpart. 𝐷𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐴D in class S. The machine hummed. You gotta be kidding me. Izuku almost facepalmed, pushing the speaking roles to the machine. MOST6L and 𝐕HSHPVNOUTSI, THATISWHT is TET by CI6LINS HOWEVER WHEN YOU NUMBS FIN DOUT the EMOST VILANE activity YHAP pins behind CLSED DUS. Mecha Might droned. Yes, in this world full of heroes, the smart villains know that they need to hide in the shadows. All Might added Tioda you will L Harvey YOFST combat test in SUSHSINA will LBS pilot UP into 4 and 5 Pi BY low TT. The bot finished. All Might rubbed her nose proudly. This teaching thing is easy. Isn't that a little reckless random choice? Tomoyo hummed, hand shooting up mechanically. It is Tio. It's probably to STMLT. The random team's heroes need to form out in the field on occasion. Izuku answered. Mecha Might stared at him. YSWE, did he get mad because I interrupted him? Just how much AI does he have in there? My apologies. Tomoyo bowed. No need, no need. It was a smart question. Now it's time for the lottery dish. All Might started pulling out ball from the box. Setup Team A, Uraraka Okiko, Jiru Kyoka, Ashido Mina, Yaozoru Momo, Midoriya Izuku. Team A all stiffened. Izuku slowly turned to see their suits: skin-tight catsuit for Okiko, red leotard for Momo, and a punk jacket for Kyoka. He didn't even know how to describe what Mina was wearing. Yeah, Imadai Momo and Okiko were screaming internally about how he was going to be in close proximity to them in these clothes. Kyoka about where to look on him while talking. Mina just smirked. More chances to have fun. TMB, OILMK, Soto Riku, Kode Kane, Kamenai Duai, ASUI TSU. Team C, Yima, Eiko Kirishima, Fumiko Tokuyami, Minerva Mineta. Hakagya Toru. Team D, Bau Kesamai, Iida Tunyo, Toroki Esiko, Shoji Mai, Sero Hane. All Might swayed boxes. First fight. Team A as heroes versus Team D as villains. Katsumi and Izuku's eyes met. Oh no, it was time for another clash. He took a few deep breaths, his metabolism starting to pick up the pace. He was going to need every bit of it. Izuku, you alright? Mina asked, the only one in the group who wasn't averting her gaze from him. He nodded. Just letting my body prepare for the fight. It's going to be tough. The rest nodded with him. The other team has Kaken, Shoko, and Ida, all powerhouses in their own right. Kaken and Shoko having raw power and Kaken and Ida having high mobility. He scratched his chin. Not to mention with Zero they have a lot of trap potential. Considering her quirk, that tape was hard to get out of. The girls just started staring at him, mumbling up a storm. Can't forget about Shoji with her dupli arms. She is physically strong, and if I remember it right she had said something about copying organs, so she could track us easily by duplicating sensory organs. You are doing it again. Okiko waved her hand in front of him, finally bringing him out of his muttering spree. Oh right, sorry, just trying to process, he said aloud, voice monotone and eyes blank. Well, that's good, Kyoka huffed, trying to look cool and keep her eyes on his face. Did his suit have to be so tight? Means you got a plan, right, Green? That got him out of his trance fully. He looked to either side, face dumbfounded. What? No, Yozu should plan. I'm better at analyzing. Momo shook her head. Your skills in analysis is why you are the best to plan for this. Besides, she fidgeted a bit, if you come up with other ways to use our quirks that we haven't shown in the test yesterday, we would have the upper hand, right? He could hear something in her voice, but his mind was too preoccupied to notice what that was. Okay, she breathed, trying to calm down. I might have 80% of a plan. The girls leaned in. The villain team was a mess. What do you mean I don't have a plan? Shitty two-tone. Katsumi hissed, weren't you trained by Endeavor? Aren't you a Todoroki? She barked, taking a step forward. The hell, I am not using anything that person gave me. Shoko spat, the air of the bomb room chilling with her words. And I do have a plan now, just stand here and freeze them on the spot the moment they barge in through the door. Tomoyo nodded. That is a good plan. We should stand steady and prepare our stronghold for attack. With Tomoyo one over the other two nodded along. I'll try to hear them come close with my dupli ears. And I'll tape the doors down so they can't get in without adding considerable force, making them bigger targets for Hana looked over to Shoko to freeze over Shoko. She nodded in response. That is thing idiotic Katsumi huffed. I'm going out to end all of this before they even get here. Tomoyo was about to retort but stopped when Shoko raised her hand. Just report back when you see them, she said, voice cold and emotionless. And start. All Might's voice resonated from the speakers. Yeah, I'll report back when I kill them all. Kill. The rest, excluding Shoko, thought. All Might chuckled, watching the feed as Izuku pulled out an assortment of pieces from his pockets and assembled a mouthguard, angular and silver, slightly resembling her own smile. 𝐻𝐻 𝐵𝐻𝐻 filtas and several effens insida to keep up 𝐻𝐻 𝐵𝐻𝐻 Mecha Might announced from her side. Oh! All Might turned to the source of the mechanical voice. Anything else you want to tell me? Enjoy the MASSA series. The other 10 students watching along shivered. Can you stop being creepy for 5 minutes? Katsumi's comms came to life. Oh, it's my thought you might want to know that I can hear some shuffling coming from the eastern corner of the ground floor. The heroes have entered the building. She smirked. She jumped down the stairwell, using a large explosion to twist her downward velocity to forward momentum, hitting the ground running and racing to the location to catch them off guard. Her heart was pounding in her ears. They just entered the building. Her pace didn't slow down. Her jog was making her sweat, and that was fueling her quirk. This could be a trap. She shook her head. No, even then, I can turn the tables. Plus, the only planner that could make this count would be him. But knowing him, he'll probably just let someone else plan it. He always chased me even after all I did to him. He isn't a leader. He is a follower. She saw the door of the entry room. It's either the full group. Or just one person. Either way, I need to strike now. Before he gets a chance to scheme. She kicked the door down to the room in the east corner. Shoko and the rest didn't hear back from her again. Yorozu, you can create electronics, right? The calm, calculated tone he used helped the rest of the team to relax somewhat. She nodded. I know enough about tech and the molecular structure of microchips to create basic electronics, nothing more complicated than a laptop. However, why planning on creating a law? He nodded, well, more like a trap. They split apart. Eiko asked, looking at the screen. It would be easier to find the opposing team with scouts in the complex. Fumiko hummed. Yeah, but doesn't that decrease their combat effectiveness? The red-haired girl shot back. While that is true, that would have mattered if the teams split differently. They didn't. They should be equal. Her avian-headed classmate answered. They aren't. All Might breathed, causing them all to stiffen. But it's just Bakugo against Mina 1 vs 1, isn't that equal? Toru asked, shocked. Of course not. Bakugo is better at combat than Mina. Doi said nonchalantly. No one responded. Right. Oh. Katsumi didn't have time to dodge as Mina set loose a torrent of viscous acid, clipping her in the hands, sticking onto the porous fabric like glue. It was not burning through her gloves, thank God. Izuku said that should lock you down for a while. Wanna party? I'll kill you dead. She hissed and dropped to a combat stance. He said you'd say that, too. The pink-skinned girl dropped to her own. Bakugo. Bakugo Mai gave up on the comms. She's not coming in, might have been taken out. No way. Hana huffed. We would have heard at least one explosion, right? Right, you hearing anything, Shoji? Tomoyo said, looking to her ally. Nothing other than the same. Shuffling in the east corner, it's getting a little louder. Maybe they are fighting there. Maybe. Shoko's words died in her throat as someone knocked on the west entrance door. The pizza you ordered is here. They all turned to the source. Okako dropped from the ceiling, grabbing onto Tomoyo and negating her weight, making her legs and quirk useless. The rest of the villain team didn't have time to react to that loss. Pneumatic lance, the south door flew off its frame, slamming into Mai, causing her and the door to crash into Hana, knocking them both out on impact. Knock knock, Okako breathed, smiling. Shoko pivoted on her left leg, lifting her right to turn towards the disturbance. Now. Izuku screamed, and the west door got blown off its hinges by a series of door charges. "Hi," Jiru smirked, next to Momo, who was holding a taser gun. "Bye." Shoko couldn't react before the prongs of the taser struck true on her skin and she fell down, muscles spasming as her body failed her. All Might announced, brow sweating, "Remind me to never let Midoriya and Yorozu be in the same team. I'm in dar set." The number one hero rubbed her forehead. "This kid is going to be the death of me. 7 minutes earlier, split us up why?" Momo asked Izuku, "Wouldn't that just make it harder for us to coordinate our attack?" He turned to her. "Well, yeah, but the other team won't be cohesive enough to make that count. Kaken will definitely splinter, she knows that she is enough for any situation." They didn't like the way he phrased that. But that knowledge clouds her sight. "I doubt that she even knows or cares about her teammates' quirks, let alone ours. We have the perfect counter." They all looked at him. "Eyes not me, she is too agile for me to take down easily." His eyes locked onto Mina's. "It's you, Ashido, your acid can counter her." "We are not dousing our classmate in acid." Momo hissed with fear in her eyes. "I mean, it could work." "No, God no, of course not." He shook his head. "Her sweat is the fuel for her explosions, just coating her hands with viscous and diluted acid would be enough to lock it down." "Sure, I could do that, but then what? Start a slugfest?" Mina mumbled, a hint of doubt in her voice. "She will probably make a fast entrance. That's your only chance to douse her. There should be a beat where she is dumbfounded to see you there instead of us all." Mina breathed a bit easier. "All right, but then what?" "Just keep her busy long enough for us to get into position, about 3 minutes, give or take. You should be fine since both her fighting style and movement are completely based around her quirk." He shifted to look at Okiko. "Uraka, your maximum was 5 tons, right?" She nodded stiffly. "And you get stomach aches when you use it on yourself?" She nodded again. "Yorozu, can you make some car sickness tablets?" I don't think so. I mean, why didn't I try that? I remember you saying you could create anything as long as it's non-living, so that would include complex organic molecules, right? You can create plastic after all." She rubbed her forehead. "He's right, damn it. You wouldn't happen to have the formula on you, would you?" She asked Izuku. His gauntlets blinked to life. "Should have a databank in here." The structure and the chemical formula of dimenhydrinate popped up in the circular screen of the gauntlet. "There it is." Momo looked over the formula and tried creating the complex organic molecule, and again, just like yesterday, it worked. "I need a training session with Izuku at this point," she mumbled, blushing lightly. She passed the tablet to him, who passed it to Okiko. 2 minutes later, "Okay, let's go." Kyuka plugged herself to the building and forced her heartbeat into it. The vibration frequency high enough for normal people to not hear it. But they were still there. "Biosonar," the gauntlet announced, the gloves folding away as Izuku placed his hands on the wall. "Central room of the top floor, 4 people." The gauntlets closed up again. "Plan A is a go." Okiko tapped Kyuka and Momo, and, after a brief hesitation, herself. For the first time, she didn't get the pit in her stomach and enjoyed weightlessness. That enjoyment doubled when Izuku gently grabbed them all by their wrists and jumped. "Let's cause some chaos," Mina giggled and headed to the east corner. With the weightless mass of 3 other people attached to him, Izuku landed soundlessly in the rooftop. "Turn on the noise cancellers," he announced softly. Momo nodded and produced 2 specialized speakers from her shoulders. They were designed to produce the inverse wavelength of sound to anything its internal microphones picked up. In theory, they would muffle any minor sounds they made. He opened the roof access and pulled everyone in. Okiko quickly tapped him too and grabbed a noise canceller, heading to the vents. The others kicked off the walls softly and got into position. Izuku turned off the announcements in his gauntlets for a second to use his sonar again, to see where everyone was standing. "I'm in position," Okiko's hushed voice came through the comms. "The bomb is out of my reach, Ida is the only target I can get to." "That's more than enough, Jiru, cause the distraction." "Pizza time," Kyuka mumbled, Momo turning their noise canceller off. "Seriously. I thought she was joking about using that as the distraction. Katsumi barely ducked back as Mina's foot whizzed past where her head had just been. She took a few hops back and tried to set her hands off to no avail. She couldn't get a spark to ignite the nitroglycerine that was her sweat. Mina, on the other hand, was using her quirk to skate around on the floor with ease, shortening the distance between them in an instant. What's wrong, Blasty can't blow up, she kicked again. Katsumi blocked with her gauntlet. He planned for this. Her eyes hardened. Need a distraction. Just for a second. But he didn't plan for you to talk my head off. Mina's eyes widened. What is she? At the moment she flinched, Katsumi delivered a solid haymaker to her gut. Her slick feet did not give her the grip she needed to counterbalance, and she fell on her butt and tumbled back, the breath knocked out of her. The acid user's smile vanished as she coughed a bit, trying to get air back inside her. Why you punch hard? No more talking. Katsumi grabbed onto the grenades on her belt. The ones Izuku had designed on that page she stole all those months ago. She pressed the top button and the grenades hissed and blew up in her hands. Mina listened in abject horror as something splattered around the room, her vision blocked by the smoke of the explosion. She didn't get to scream before an explosion-powered fist slammed into her stomach, putting her out of commission completely. Katsumi rose back up and shook her gloved hands, still feeling some of the gunk that had previously covered them. Thankfully her grenades had blown off enough of it for her to function properly again. If she is here, Katsumi set her hands loose again, rocketing towards the center of the building. Fuyuyuak. She made it to the center of the building, directly under where she thought the bomb room was, and raised her palm, placing her other thumb in the middle of it. Hope this works, she breathed and screamed out the attack's name. Phew, that was easy, you were exaggerating, Green. Kyoka sighed. Izuku stepped into the room, towards the faux nuke. It's not done, hollow point. Oh no. Both man and bomb got engulfed in a ground-shattering explosion. The rest of the conscious students hid their faces from the ensuing spike in heat and airborne shrapnel. Being at the epicenter of the blast meant he had barely a second to see just what happened. Time seemed to slow down, and the ground around him crackled and bulged slightly, a large U-shaped explosion blowing through around him, kicking up enough dust to hide him from the rest of his team. The ground, not designed to hold up itself with just one corner, gave way under his weight, and he began to free fall down to the ground floor as a secondary blast separated him from the bomb. He righted himself and crash-landed on the ground floor, his gauntlets leaving huge craters as he slammed them down to eat away at the momentum from his massive fall. The bomb landed behind a scowling Katsumi, rocking slightly before coming to rest. Izuku rose back up, his joints cracking into place as his gaze landed on her. She hesitated. Her memories of their childhood came rushing back, giving her emotional whiplash. You really think it was going to be that easy, Izuku, she growled, eyes locked on his. His expression hardened. You should try something other than using my given name to throw me off kilter, Kaken. The blonde raced to him and threw a punch, which he caught easily before it made contact, his eyebrow raised. Are you going easy on me? After all this time? She gritted her teeth and kicked off him, his body not even budging as she wrenched her fist from his grasp. F you, fight back. He looked at her curiously. What is this? Your apology for doing what you did. Features hardening, he dropped to his fighting stance. 'Cause I don't need it. She blasted towards him, aiming to drop-kick him in the chest, only for him to sidestep and grab her outstretched arm. With a twist, he turned her own momentum against the would-be missile, slamming her down on the ground. She coughed, the breath knocked out of her. He was starting to get zest. We both know you are better than this, why are you doing this? Is it to mock me? He spat, eyes flaring. She rose to her feet, not meeting his gaze. Just touch the bomb, be done with it. His eyes widened. Who are you and what did you do with Katsumi? Shut the F up, Deku, just do it. He didn't take a single step. Just do it. She tried hard to hide the slight tremble in her voice. I am not a goddamn charity case, I thought you knew that, he said back, voice heavy with emotion. Now get up and fight me like you did when we were kids. Her eyes hid away from his. No. She looked away. I don't need to hurt you anymore, she mumbled under her breath. I know, he whispered back. his stance failing for a moment, then going back, his emerald greens locking onto her crimson eyes. But we have to fight. We can't learn anything from this if we don't. You knew, her rage flared, all other emotions banished by his words. You knew all this time. She attacked out of nowhere, Izuku barely able to block her explosion in time with a raise of his gauntlet. You knew and you didn't stop. His own anger bubbled to the surface. How could I? It was my only dream to be a hero. He grunted, redirecting another explosion with a flick of his gauntlet, boots skidding on the ground from the force. How could you even ask me to stop wanting to become one? His other fist swung across, impacting the girl's shoulder with enough force to knock her back. She growled and maneuvered midair, slamming a foot into his ribs, making him grunt in pain. How could I? I couldn't just watch you kill yourself. Katsumi aimed to get him while he was knocked prone, but he recovered too fast, backflipping and kicking her in the stomach as he did so. Izuku shot a look at her. You would have preferred me being unhappy to me being a hero. You thought I enjoyed that. She hissed, catching her breath. I hated every moment of it. She hollered, getting back to her feet. Then why did you do it? He shot back, running at her, arm pulled back, ready to maim. 'Cause I preferred that if it meant you lived, dumbass, she screamed over the explosion she fired to keep him at bay. He raised his gauntlets to cover his face from the white-hot wave of death. He gritted his teeth. What do you want me to do then? Thank you for tormenting me, trying your best to keep me away from my dream. Her anger flooded out, leaving her feeling empty as his words registered. She dropped her hands to her sides, clenching and unclenching them, words failing in her throat. Just hate me. Hate me as I hate myself. It's so much easier that way. His caught the look in her eyes, and face scrunched in recognition. You hate yourself, he dropped. His guard. How was I so blind? The last remnants of fight left her, her shoulders slumping in resignation. I muttered that, didn't I? It was in your eyes. The glint I always saw. Couldn't place it until now. He walked towards her. And I don't hate you. I can't hate you. Why? Her voice cracked. Why don't you hate me? I'm just this villain that bullied the only person that believed in her potential, because she did it to protect him. You said it yourself. He shrugged, not stopping his advance. Katsumi noticed how close he had got and was feeling slightly intimidated by how much bigger, for the lack of a better word, he had gotten. She had to crane her neck to see his face. You are an idiot, she muttered softly, not turning away. Maybe so, he mumbled and wrapped his arms around her. She felt as warm as the day he had saved her from that slime villain, leaning into the comforting contact. The hero team wins. Her eyes snapped open as All Might's voice filled the area. Oh right, that wait, who touched the bow? She looked down and saw that Izuku had wrapped the capture tape around her during his hug. But I am an idiot that just won. The grin on his face made her hands involuntarily crackle and face flush. Goddamn. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She started laughing, honest to God, happy laughing. I hate you. There was no bite to her words. Oh man, we already won. Mina whined, stopping her approach towards the bomb. Katsumi's laugh died in her throat and her eyes widened. Wait, how? That punch should have her eyes locked onto Izuku. What did you do? He looked away bashfully. Have you heard about non-Newtonian fluids? You gave her armor. Katsumi just shook her head in exasperation. Yep, Mina reached down her suit, causing Izuku to look away, blushing slightly, and pull out what looked like a large gel plate. Izuku over there thought you would go for the chest. No idea how this works, but those punches still stung like a beach. A course he planned for how I attacked. Her smirk returned. Jesus Christ, I was worried over nothing all these years. She mumbled. Well, to be honest, the non-Newtonian part was Yarozu's idea. I was thinking full-on scale plate, he admitted. And only on the chest. Katsumi asked, eyebrow arching. You always go for the torso. It's a force of habit and it's your fault. I couldn't just punch you in the face. Deku. Okako screamed from the top floor, jumping down with her gravity nullified. Midway through, the tablet she had taken stopped working, and the shock of the sudden motion sickness caused her quirk to fail her fall suddenly accelerating. Izuku lifted Katsumi up, their hug still unbroken since the announcement of his team's victory, and put her to the side. She blushed at the effort he didn't put behind the whole operation, lifting her with ease. Biosona, his gauntlets echoed, the metal gloves over his hands folding away as he let go of Katsumi and grabbed Okiko before she hit the ground. Much like he was used to with Mai. The tablet only worked for 5 minutes, he hummed absent-mindedly, Okiko hugging his neck in part fear and part excitement. We won, she chirped happily, not realizing the position they were in just quite yet. We did, he smiled back. So Blasty, how does it feel to lose? Mina asked, prodding the explosive woman, who was having too good of a day to even mind how close Izuku was with Okiko. Enjoy it while you can, raccoon eyes, 'cause next thing time you are going down. There was no real animosity in her voice, even with the cuss added into it. Mina looked at her, dumbfounded. Whoa, Izuku is scary if he got you like this dash, now that got a reaction out of her. What do you mean by that? Katsumi screamed, struggling against the capture tape binding her arms to her torso. Oh dash, Kyoka hissed, appearing from the sidelines. You sure scream a lot, Bakugo. Mina and Okiko tried hard to keep their laughs to that nickname, failing badly. Izuku's sweat dropped. Guys, don't antagonize her, come on. Also Raka-Kyoka cut in, I know you got jealous and all, but maybe get off of green. The girl in question stopped laughing, finally noticing just how close she was with Izuku, one hand under her knees, the other on her back holding her softly but firmly. His hands are soft. She tried jumping off of him, causing both to nearly fall as she shifted their center of mass rapidly. Thankfully, his weight, a whopping 300 kilograms with his suit on, was too much to shift out of balance, so she remained there in his arms, covering her face with her hands, trying to hide the blush she was sporting now. Getting the message, he slowly let her down, and she took a few steps away from him. Mina had a pit in her stomach about the whole exchange. Everyone in the scene did, but the sheer absurdity of it all caused her to laugh harder, even Kyoka joining in with a soft chuckle, causing Okiko to shoot pouting looks to the both of them. Students, I know this is fun and all, but you should start clearing out, the next teams are going to have their turn now, came All Might's voice from the speakers in the area. Midoriya, since you planned all of this, could you take care of the incapacitated 3? He nodded and crouched down. Green lightning crackled around him, and jumped back up to the bomb room, leaving a crater where he once stood. Oh right, he can do that, too. Kyoka mumbled, watching him shoot through the hole in the floors. Why didn't he do it in the test? Mina asked. Too much damage, plus green lightning isn't very covert now, is it? Katsumi answered them both. You would have lost in an all-out brawl. You are smarter than you look here, Blasty. Mina teased, causing her to grit her teeth. What do you mean by that, raccoon eyes, here? Kyoka chuckled. Lost in an all-out brawl. Bold words coming from someone who just got utterly defeated. I'll kill you all. The trio on the ground floor started laughing. He grabbed the edge of the hole in the floor as he shot past, redirecting his momentum and landing with a heavy thunk on the floor. Seeing Momo trying to lift the door off of Mai and Hana to his side, oh Midoriya, she ceased trying to use the crowbar she'd created to unlodge the door from where it had embedded itself in the floor. Could you help me with this? I can't get a good enough grip. He walked up to the door, rolling his shoulders. I got this dash. His gauntlet started whirring. Jaws of life, the upper plate of his left gauntlet lifted a bit, 2 pincers pushing out from their spots underneath the plate. He stabbed their tips between the floor and the metal door. The device hissed with hydraulic power as the door bent and popped off of the 2 trapped students, still knocked out cold. Ouch, we might have gone a little too HOD on them. Izuku mumbled, looking over them both, aiming his gauntlet at them. Scan initiated, mild concussion on both subjects, none are in critical condition. He gave a sigh of relief and picked them both up under his arm. Good aim with that taser, by the way, he hummed, crouching by Tomoyo and removing the tape around her in one fluid motion. Momo blushed, averting her eyes slightly. It was nothing, I was just following your plan. He clicked his tongue. You are selling yourself short. Without you to cover the gaps in my plan, this little stunt would never have worked. He draped Hana over one shoulder, then moved to pick up Shoko and started walking towards the stairs. She looked away, twiddling her thumbs bashfully. I suppose, following him downstairs. Tomoyo just stared at the two with a mixture of awe and fear. That was a little stunt. All Might leaned into the console, taking out her earpiece. She had no need to listen in anymore. Oh. My. Goodness. The other 10 students stared at the hero team converging on the ground floor, Katsumi still struggling against the bindings and trying to get at the 3 girls she was left with. Not only have they captured or incapacitated all of the villains, with a plan to capture the bomb if the initial sting operation didn't end with its retrieval, they also made sure none of the hero team would get hurt. She rubbed her head. And to top it all off, the damage to the arena was only done by the villains. Not counting the doors. She turned to the ever-watching Mechamite. Is this what you meant by massacre? Beautiful, isn't it? 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐵𝐿𝐴NCNGTOFLN. No, it's goddamn terrifying. 11 heads thought in union. I don't even want to know how that would have gone if Bakugo fought back harder, Eiko thought aloud. Anyone thinking he had a different plan to knock her out? The others softly nodded, using their connection to talk her down. All Might hummed, not something a hero gets to use in the field often, but it's a useful skill for sure. What did he even say though? Minerva hissed. Fing childhood friend subplot. I want to get hugged like that, damn it. All Might turned to her. That's personal and not part of the curriculum. Why are you asking, Mineta? She didn't answer with a human language, instead making a choked-out growl. Anyway, Tsuyu cut in, rib-biting. Imagine if they went after us. They would have much more time to plan. They all shuddered at the thought. I'm just happy I wasn't on the receiving end of it, Riku admitted. If it meant getting hugged like that I would be down, Doi said, casually putting her hands behind her head. They all stared at her. What? I mean, we are all thinking it, but she shouldn't say it, Tsuyu thought. Shoko slowly came to her senses, feeling someone's arm under her stomach, making her panic slightly before realizing what had happened. We lost. She looked up to Izuku, who was carrying her. I underestimated you. Bakugo was right, trying to rush and end it before you came to us. Oh Shoko, you're awake. He noticed her staring at him, feeling slightly intimidated by her steady gaze. Sorry about the taser, we couldn't think of a better way to knock you out before you used your quirk. It's fine, she said simply. It won't work on me next time. Didn't think it would. He stopped, letting her stand on her own. I'll make sober tonight to make it up to you. Her eyes sparkled, a slight smile tugging at her lips. You are spoiling her again. Momo mumbled at his side. I'll also make some mochi. Okiko perked up. Natto or okra, I'll have to check the fridge. Ashido started vibrating. Cinnamon rolls. Jiru looked away to hide her smile. And a cheeseburger. That's. Momo mumbled, her retort dying in her now watering mouth. That's cheating. We still have some leftover ghost peppers for curry, he continued. Katsumi smirked. And beef stew, he finished. Tomoyo just stared. How did you know? His teammate stopped. Wait, they said in union, realizing it. How did you know? Katsumi shrugged, continuing to walk with him towards the observation deck. Don't question it, he just does that sometimes. Scared the F out of me when we were kids. He started laughing awkwardly while rubbing his neck. Educated guess. No, seriously. Kyoka broke the silence in the observation room. Izuku had left to deliver Mai and Hana to Recovery Girl, asking for Momo to give him the play-by-play of the second group's fight when he returned. How did he know our favorite foods? Katsumi scratched her head, trying to remember his explanation in the past. He said that it was something connected to our quirks, our eating habits. She shrugged again. I barely remember him explaining it once when we were 7. Hey Kaken, Izuku chirped, still trying to be her friend even after their clashes started. What is it, Deku? She huffed, really not wanting to fight with him. It was emotionally tiring. Is your favorite food ghost pepper curry? She nodded absent-mindedly. Then stopped. Wait, how did you know that? I didn't start eating it since. Her words died in her mouth. Since after we started fighting. He looked unfazed. I just guessed. Hey. She mumbled, looking away, trying not to show that it scared her slightly. Kaken, you alright? The other 5 stared at her, zoning out, Momo not looking away from the brawl on the screen. Wait, you remember what Izuku said to you when you were 7? Mina asked, stunned. Yeah, why? She mumbled, snapping back to reality. I gotta stop doing that. Yeah, no, they are both scary. The rest thought. Are we not going to talk about the fact that Deku has come up with a way to guess people's favorite foods from, like, our quirk and how we like our meals? From when he was 7. Oh no, he guessed it when we were 5. Scratch that, Katsumi is scary, Izuku is terrifying. All Might started sweating. What kind of a data crunching monster are you? Eiko hissed as she blocked a combo attack from Makira and Riku, skidding to a stop with her hardened limbs. Izuku made this look so easy. We got found out the moment we stepped in. Then again, it might have been that. She turned to Yui, who was spinning around trying to show off her sparkly cape. Could you at least fire your laser or something? Men, we are getting pummeled here. Oh, let me just dash. She fired her laser. The beam hit Toru in the back, causing her to in surprise as it refracted off of her silhouette, a myriad of colors shooting in a large fan in front of her. Holy sh! The building collapsed around both teams. All Might stared at the screen, so did the rest of the girls, 8 sets of eyes widening. How am I supposed to grade that? POY. Mecha Might offered, his modulated voice sounding amused somehow. So her quirk is light refraction, not invisibility, Momo thought. I wonder if Izuku already guessed that. Mina whistled. And I thought Bakugo had destructive force. Katsumi's eyebrow twitched, but she tried not to react, taking in a few breaths to try to keep her anger in check. That doesn't count, that was 2 people. Shuri, Kyoka hummed as she rolled her eyes, voice unimpressed. Why, I oughta, Katsumi hissed, making the rest of the girls chuckle, causing her to glare at them all. Oh, Midoriya, didn't expect to see you here so soon, Chio hummed. Got hurt? Not me, the opposing team, he answered, a little sheepishly, laying down Mai and Hana on the beds of the infirmary. Recovery girl sighed, not even having enough power to get mad at him. What's the damage? Mild concussions, they should be fine with rest. He moved to get out of the room only to almost knock into someone with orange hair, carrying someone with vines growing out of her head. Recovery girl, I don't know what's happening, she got hit by a classmate's quirk and went manic, the orange-haired girl huffed. Izuku, not knowing what else to do, rushed to help, grabbing the vine-headed woman's side. Michael, is that you? The woman mumbled, leaning onto him. He could see some mushrooms coming out of her hair. What? Wait, Michael. Like the archangel. He almost dropped her at that but helped her onto the bed, recovery girl trying to find some antifungal sprays to help her with her condition. Stupid little, who thought it was a good idea to mix plants with fungi. She hissed, pulling out the spray and getting to work, closing the curtains behind her. This is a mess, the other student huffed, looking at the curtain. Hey, thanks for your oh, it's you. Izuku's face scrunched. She recognizes me. Oh sorry, there was this rumor going around about a guy in class 1A-, he mumbled. Guess you know me then, here. And you are? Kendo Itsuka, and no, I don't know you, I just heard about you. What is your name? She asked politely, almost in a sisterly voice. Oh sorry, Midoriya Izuku, at your service, he hummed absent-mindedly. Introducing himself this way had almost become second nature. At my service? Itsuka asked while giggling softly, causing him to get flustered. Sorry, force of habit. You say at your service commonly enough for it to be a habit, she mused, causing him to take an expursorated breath, blushing darker, his reaction making her laugh harder. You are a funny guy, she breathed, extending a hand. Nice meeting you, Midoriya of Class A. He shook his head, dispelling the blush. Biosonar, his gauntlet folded away from his hand. The pleasure is mine, Kendo of Class B. Kendo of Class B. They shook hands. He somehow felt this was significant in some way he couldn't quite understand yet. Also, the pleasure, she smirked. And now he just wanted to die. Itsuka hummed after letting go of his hand, giving him a once-over, seeing just how tense he had gotten over the comments she had made, might have gone a little overboard. I should just compliment him to get him to relax. Causing him to blush a little harder. Also, nice hero suit dash really shows off your figure. Her face froze. He started blushing like a strawberry. He wanted to die, he really did. Good to know Total Command doesn't outright kill me when I think that. In the teacher's lounge, Aizawa Shiko felt a spark of empathy. She looked around, internally questioning what that was about. Itsuka, on the other hand, was screaming internally. And had started blushing madly in embarrassment. Wait, I didn't mean that. His pager beeped. And his trance was broken, the blush on his face fading instantly as his brain stopped thinking about what Itsuka had just said, focusing on finding the pager. He started shuffling in the many pockets of his cargo. Breathes Nozomi. What's going on? Return back to class, they need some help with retrievals. His eyebrow furrowed. Would it kill her to be just a little more specific? Sorry, I gotta go, class. See you later, Kendo. I'm sure we will, she sighed, trying to calm down after her blunder. How did he calm down so fast? See you around, Midoriya. With that he dashed off. His back is really broad, Itsuka thought before she could stop herself. Where is the building? Midoriya, thank you for coming so fast, All Might grunted, tearing off a chunk of the debris, revealing Doi mumbling incoherently and giving her 2 thumbs up. We really need your help with locating 𝐔𝐻𝐾. What happened? He muttered, walking closer to the number 1 hero. The second hero team didn't do a good job keeping the damage to a minimum. She answered, just the slightest hint of amusement in her voice. Biosona, his gauntlets announced, and he placed his palms on the ground. Too much irregularly shaped debris, can't get a read on her. His eyes searched for Jiru. Could we do our scan again? She nodded and started feeding her heartbeat through her jacks. They were already stabbed in the ground so she could listen for other students. He closed his eyes, trying to decipher all the vibration data his somatosensory system was flooding his cerebral cortex with. That was a bad idea. Focusing down on his tactile sensations caused him to almost feel every nook and cranny in the area, including everyone's bodies that were still trapped under the rubble of the test area. Oh God, I need a cold shower. He thanked the heavens that Minerva wasn't in this mess. He did not want her form in his memory. He called out the locations of the trapped students for the rest of the class to find and dig out, then headed to where he had felt Toru at, heaving the debris out of the way to free the invisible girl. Come on, Hatsune, don't fail me now, he pleaded, forearms twitching in sequence to activate the scanners in his gauntlets. Scan initiated. Subject unconscious. Blunt force trauma to the head, damage negligible. I gotta ask how she made that scanner work so well. He leaned down and tried to wake her up by gently tapping what he thought was her shoulder. 𝐔𝐻𝐾, can you hear me? She groaned and sighed, consciousness slowly returning. Here. She looked up to him, the light of the afternoon sky hitting him in such a way that made his emerald eyes shine. The breath was knocked out of her. 𝐔𝐻𝐾? Izuku asked, leaning in a bit closer, still not sure exactly where her face was. He has freckles. Midoriya, did you find her? A voice called from the sidelines, pulling his attention away. Yeah, I got her, he shouted back before returning his attention to the invisible girl. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Scans told me you were fine, but you feeling okay? He asked, reaching a gauntlet-clad hand for her. She watched as it folded open to reveal his actual hand. Oh. She finally came to her senses fully. Why, I'm fine. She grabbed onto his hand and let him pull her up. What happened, anyway? You got hit by Aoyama's laser, and that refracted it all around the place. I believe it was refraction at least. Momo answered, coming up to the two. We got everyone else out already, she said, dusting herself off absent-mindedly, the motion causing her chest to jiggle slightly. Now, with no objective to focus on, the class being finished and the rescue resolved, his mind let itself wander, dropping out of his hyperfocus state, causing him to realize just what was going on. He was standing to a naked, invisible woman, and was looking at another appealing and busty woman, in a leotard with holes cut in it. Normally he would have been prepared and would be not as affected, but the suddenness of his recognition of the situation hit him like a punch in the gut, making him choke on air and start blushing neon red. Midoriya 𝐈𝐴 was what Momo was going for, but his sudden bashfulness broke the calm she had let herself be lulled into, her self-consciousness skyrocketing instantly and making her remember just what she was wearing in front of the man that made her heart throb irregularly. You. Why? She, too, started blushing. It's for my Q quirk, she blustered, trying to justify her appearance, and he nodded feverishly, trying hard not to look directly at her. Why, you would need holes where your lipid stores are, I know. Just, he turned away, blushing even more somehow. It's a good thing I don't have Shoko's quirk, otherwise I might actually be on fire right now. It looks very good on you. The compliment caused her to flinch and look down, blushing wildly. Toru looked between the two blushing messes, dumbfounded. She could see actual steam coming out of Izuku, and Momo looked close to following his lead. What just happened? All of the class went back to the locker rooms, Momo still blushing madly, Uraka joining her when she passed by Izuku and got a similar reaction out of him. I'm glad he likes it, but it's still so embarrassing. So Mina cut in, Izuku's team looking at her suddenly. What was up with him? He kinda acted out of it. She tried to put it into words. No, he was still. He kinda did act differently when you mention it, Kyoka hummed in thought. What do you two think? Both Momo and Okiko flinched and nodded. It could be just him compartmentalizing, Katsumi said from the side, making everyone suddenly turn to her, looking lost and confused. What? He has total control of his brain, too. He could have just turned off SHT he didn't need, like self-consciousness. She asked, looking honestly confused that they hadn't picked up on it yet. Wait, did I make him that way? That explains it. Mina hummed, going back to changing out of her suit. Should ask to add that non-newt stuff into my suit, she added, more to herself, looking at her only slightly bruised stomach. Wow, you really are smart under all that explosive temperament, Kyoka hummed, smirking. Yeah, whatever, the explosive woman mumbled, not really listening, making Kyoka pout slightly. It's no fun if you don't react. All of you are so lucky. Minerva hissed, tearing off a hairball instead of trying and failing to get all the debris off of them. They weren't sticky, not till she pulled them off anyway. But it was just easier to pull them off and let them regrow. Getting to get so close to him, I'm pretty sure he would kick you to the moon if you tried getting that close, even if you were in his team. Tsuyu croaked, rubbing her arms. Being under that much debris had left some bruising. It would be worth it, his gauntlets hissed and clicked one after the other, releasing their grip on the suit underneath. He pulled both off gingerly and placed them back into the box. They came in. Now free of the gauntlets, he quickly shed the wetsuit and threw that in the box as well. I understand Momo and her need for uncovered skin for her quirk. He took a breath, steadying himself, and taking a seat on the bench of the changing room. Whose bright idea was to give Okiko spandex. He slapped his face. Not that she doesn't look good in eye, he started blushing again. Oh, for FS sake. Hey Ashi, Toru shook around in her uniform, trying to get the pink-skinned girl's attention just as they got out of the changing rooms. Did you know Midori has freckles on his face? Oh. The girl in question hummed. She placed a finger on her chin, trying to remember his face fully. Does he? His emerald eyes had pulled hers in too much for her to actually look down on his cheeks. Well, at least not enough to notice such minute details. Even with the hug they had shared yesterday. That just makes him cuter though, doesn't it? She concluded, getting lost in the eyes of the mental image she had generated. Toru blushed at that freely, a perk of being invisible. No one noticed. More like hot, she thought, reminiscing how his eyes had sparkled when he was reaching down to help her up. It didn't help that the gauntlets made him look like a high-tech knight in shining armor. Cute. Eiko chuckled. Mina, his manly, she smirked. You were down on the ground floor when he faced off against Bakugo, weren't you? Talking her down like that was manly as hell. Mina pouted slightly. He can be both, she announced, tearing Toru from her fantasy and getting a chuckle out of her. The hardening girl smiled and nodded. Guess so, here. Toru shook her arms back and forth, something she did when she was thinking. It was useful to give people a visual cue. Being invisible meant she just had to use her body to broadcast expressions. Actually, what did he say to her? Mina shrugged. Not sure, my ears were still ringing from Bakugo's attacks, rubbing her ear for emphasis. Something about him knowing something, she shrugged again. Not that it's my place to share anywhere-pfft. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help herself, grinning widely at the acidic woman. You holding back from gossiping. Bakugu's attack might have affected you more than I thought. Hey, I can keep stuff to myself. Like how you dye your high dash. She stopped herself a little too late. Oops, sorry Kiri. It was bound to happen eventually. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, ruffling her crimson hair. Well, red looks good on you. Toru chirped, bouncing slightly, her words getting a smile from the redhead. Well, even though whatever he said was probably manly as hell, Bakugu hasn't been acting like herself since, she hummed, looking over her shoulder towards the changing room. What are you talking about? Toru asked, looking at the changing room too. Dunno, she just seems happier. Katsumi almost inhaled the curry he had given her back in the dorms, a smile gracing her features. You took tips from your mom, didn't you? She asked, passing the plate back for seconds. He shook his head. Nah, yours? She says hi by the way. He passed a cheeseburger with a side of fries to Momo, who was already, uncharacteristically, salivating and blushing. Then filled Katsumi's plate again. Within minutes, the whole class had joined in on the feeding frenzy, their initial uneasiness of him somehow guessing their favorite foods melting away as soon as the aroma emanating from the kitchen hit them. Diverse or not, he had managed to make even the mixture of scents fit together. He stood in the kitchen, smiling as he watched his classmates go at it in the dining table. Lunch rush was right, this does make me feel like I'm eating katsudon. You alright? Shoko asked, oddly not stuffing her face with soba like she was prone to do. I should be asking you that, did I add too much soy? He asked, taking a step closer to her and her half-finished plate. No, it's good, just dash. She sad because she ate dash. Minerva's words died in her throat as Izuku's eyes landed on her, his shoulders squaring a bit, causing her to feel how tall he actually was, nothing like what his usual posture emanated. She whimpered and went back to her fruit salad. The posture change reminded Shoko of the mere second she'd witnessed him before the taser hit her. She isn't wrong. I do feel bad about that. The room fell silent. Okay, we have a guy with a quirk. Bakugu calmed down, and now Shoko is talking about her feelings. Doi counted off. Are we sure this isn't like the end times? Sparkplug, I swear to God. Katsumi hissed, causing Kyoka to start laughing uncontrollably. Sparkplug, holy SHT. She does speak an ounce of truth, Fumiko said, taking another forkful of her apple pie. All of these events do sound similar to the signs of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. She stabbed her fork to the pie. The end times are nigh, my friends, she finished, voice deep and cold. Please don't encourage Kaminari, Tomoyo huffed, making the group chuckle loudly. Izuku tilted his head to the side thoughtfully before turning back to Shoko, offering the girl a soft smile. I am here if you want to talk. She nodded softly, unwilling to meet his eyes. Morning, class. Shiko's voice broke the silence of homeroom. Sorry for dropping this onto you now, but everyone suddenly felt heavy with a mix of anticipation and mild fear. It's time to select a class representative. They all released the collective breath they'd been holding. Just a normal college thing to do. I don't care how you select it, just get it over before homeroom ends. And don't wake me up. You don't even sleep in there. Izuku's sweat dropped. Izuku should be the representative. Mina announced almost immediately, getting a few years from the class. Whoa there. Wait me. Why? He asked, looking around the room, eyes wide. I mean, it's not like I don't want it. Dude, are you serious? 𝐒𝐿 asked, looking at him in minor disbelief. You are truly the best candidate for it. With your analytical mind and tactical skill, I have no doubt you would represent this class to the fullest, Tomoyo announced, moving her hand in chopping motions. What she said, Doi added, leaning back on her chair, making it balance on its back legs, causing Tomoyo to start lecturing her. You guys, he whimpered ever so softly, grasping his chest. You need a vice representative, too, Aizawa mumbled from beneath the teacher's podium, voice slightly muffled by her sleeping bag. It's between Ida and Yo then. Kyoka hummed, trying to spin her pencil on one of her jacks. Hey Fu, I can be a good vice rep, Katsumi snarled. I am not letting you vice represent this class, you Pomeranian, Kyoka shot back, smirking. I'll hang you by your dash, I wanna be vice rep. Minerva's announcement killed whatever Katsumi was going to say back to Kyoka. Everyone in the class turned and said no in union. Midnight, is it true that UA has all might in its teaching staff? Nemurai pouted internally, third day in and the tabloids have already learned about that. Is it true that a male has enrolled in the hero course? Another reporter asked, her microphone almost poking the R18 hero in the cheek. Her eyebrow twitched in annoyance, face still stuck on a pleasant TV-ready smile. I cannot say anything on the matter. Our students' identities are confidential until the sports festival. Her look turned to one of lust and SDSM with practiced ease. Wouldn't want to end the teasing too soon, would we? The reporters shivered from the aura she had started generating. But it is the public's right to KN-. It is our principal's choice to withhold that information, and it is the student's right to privacy. I am sorry, sweetie, but both your and my hands are tied, she sighed, acting giddy at the thought. Now if you are done, you need to vacate the premises, I have a class to get to. Maybe I could tease you some other time. She winked and took a step backwards. A reporter tired to follow her in, only to activate the motion sensor and trigger the UA barrier. She could have sworn she saw two red eyes in the crowd staring back at her in the last second before the steel shut in front of her. Those looked more unhinged than the usual paparazzi. Oh well. She huffed, deciding to just ignore the normal antics of the media and started her trek back to the main building. Why did I apply to become the public relations head anyway? The class grew rudier with small arguments starting to take place. We should vote, Momo muttered, her voice not quite getting to everyone. That is a great idea. Democracy is the only way to go. Tomoyo announced, everyone that wants to be the vice president, raise your 𝐻-weight-Kyoka cut in. If Green is the rep, shouldn't he just pick the vice rep? She leaned back. We can trust his call on the matter, can't we? I mean, we did pick him for a reason. Tomoyo tapped her chin thoughtfully before nodding. That does make sense, Jiru, good call. Midoriya gulped. No, bad call. Everyone turned to him. Why have you forsaken me like this, Kyoka? His eyes darted between everyone, each having an expectant gaze of their own. This is too much so sudden and I can't even pick with the Wait, I know. He took a deep breath. Yarozu. The girl in question got stuck between swelling her chest with pride and feeling overwhelmed by the news. You just picked her cause you like her, you're a pie. Minerva hissed, loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone in the room swore they heard glass crack, though no one was sure as to where the sound had originated from. Izuku's face was frozen and Momo's was hidden behind her hands against her desk, hoping the floor would open up and swallow her whole. His neck made an unnatural groan as his head swiveled to look at the source of that despicable sentence. Minerva, could you repeat that? The dark tone of his voice sent shivers through the class. They were feeling actual killing intent from the man for the first time. He took a few breaths, trying to calm himself. Killing isn't heroic, maiming isn't heroic, murder isn't heroic. If you need an explanation, Izuku said, his internal chant subsiding as he pulled his eyes away from the miniature woman, Yarozoru proved herself highly intelligent and analytical, more so than me, in the combat training, plus her inputs during the planning phase showed that she could close up any of the gaps left by me. He droned on, the killing aura fading as he continued his explanation. She is the best choice for representative, I can assure you that. The class stared for a second, then nodded, mumbled and grunted, accepting his explanation in their own ways. There was no room to argue with his point. The opposing team had splintered, neither Shoko nor Katsumi establishing a proper leading position or a working plan, and the other two groups didn't even consider a leader and did their own thing. And they knew how that turned out. Izuku's team was the only one to have a proper leader, and from his explanation, a right-hand woman. Momo only sunk lower to her desk at his explanation, blushing even more at the compliments he had built his argument on. You really see me that way? She started worrying that Kyoka or Mai would notice her heart thumping wildly against her ribcage. Such easygoing lives, you heroes. The reporters turned and gave up, With the gate closed, no one was getting in, no matter how much they crowded the structure. No real opposition other than the one society labeled as villains. With all the reporters trying to get their equipment packed up, she walked up to the door, crimson eyes echoing her grin as she touched the heavy steel plating with one hand. Time to turn the tables. The steel oxidized, cracks of rust spreading over the surface like an infection. The gleaming and shiny surface rotting away and crumbling into mere dust in the wind. Time to announce our counterattack. Wonder, dread and war. I'm surprised you're not sad about being selected as Vice Rep, Ida. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 hummed, taking another chunk of her white rice. It's good but not as good as Deku's. You had the whole glasses wearing look going on, too. Some of the girls in the one table nodded along, others didn't look back from their own conversations. Izuku had a "you can't just ask that" look. She smiled back sheepishly. On the contrary, I didn't want the spot, I have my eyes on the presidency of the Student Morals Committee. Tomoyo said, a slight smile tugging at her lips. But thank you for your concern, Uraka. The brunette smiled back. I'm sure you'll be picked for that, you are always prim and proper. An alarm blaring cut her off, causing her to jump slightly in surprise along with the rest of the class. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Izuku's world came to a stop. Level 3. That means we have trespassers. His mind raced, trying to remember what Nozomi had taught him about the UA protocols during his time working here. He didn't have much time to think, however, as the rest of the student body started to stampede out, some knocking over tables as they panicked and screamed. Tomoyo had grabbed onto one of the older students and was trying to figure out what the alarm was about, but was cut short as even more students plowed through, breaking up the clustered groups they were in. He started panicking. With the way things were going, people were going to get hurt, even trampled to death. He looked around and was struck by someone slamming against his chest. 𝐒𝐿. He ignored the pleasant sensation of her body squishing against his, and wrapped his arms around her, trying to get some of the pressure off her back. She mumbled, looking up and blushing furiously. She saw his eyes. It's the same look he had after destroying the 0-pointer. Her breathing stopped for a second, her heart clenching. He had to stop this before somebody actually got hurt. But he needed a way to get their attention. How could I even? He looked down. Kaken is right, I am an idiot. He leaned down, trying to close the distance between them to tell her of his plan, which only caused 𝐒𝐿 to start panicking harder, causing her quirk to activate on its own. How did you know? He mumbled as they started to float above the crowd. Doesn't matter. He pulled her into a hug and let one for all loose, kicking the air. While it wasn't very strong without winding up, it was enough for him to slam above the exit, making a large bang as his back hit it. Oh, he looked at the students that were now paying attention to him. What are you doing? He screamed, more than a little zest about the whole situation. We are UA students, future heroes. We shouldn't be panicking and trampling each other over this. He's right. Momo said from her corner, squished against the window. She had managed to generate a megaphone in the second the student body had stopped moving. It's just the media, no need to panic. Their eyes met. Izuku gave her a smile, which Momo answered with a softer one. After the student body calmed down after their intervention, Izuku tapped 𝐒𝐿 on the shoulder, trying to get her attention. She looked lost in the moment, face flush and eyes closed, gripping onto his blazer for dear life. The stampede is over, you can deactivate your quirk now. She didn't respond for a second, then cracked an eye open, her eye shining like a tourmaline gemstone in the midday glow. His breath died in his throat. She's gorgeous. She blushed harder. Sure, sorry it activated on its own. No problem, I was going to ask you to use it anyway, he smiled. She clapped her hands and he landed gracefully, holding her in a bridal carry. Momo was on them in a second. I checked the rest of the cafeteria, no one was left behind. We should head out, too. Izuku nodded, letting 𝐒𝐿 down. Follow me, I know where the meetup location is. Both the girls nodded and started tailing him. He was the only one that knew where the location was, after all. I keep forgetting how much presence Midoriya can give when the moment calls for it. Tomoyo thought absent-mindedly, trying to get 1A to make an orderly line. He truly was the correct call for class representative. Soon they were joined by Izuku, Okiko, and Momo. He nodded at Tomoyo curtly, asking if anyone else was missing or hurt, and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that everyone was accounted for. 30 minutes later, a horde of ectoplasm clones came by, taking the roster of each class and announcing that the classes that afternoon were postponed due to the press trespassing, and the classes were ordered to head back to homeroom. Nozomi walked out of the main building, Hikaru and Nemurai at her sides, both looking tired as hell after their extended interview by the press. I will make a point to sue every goddamn media outlet that let these reporters think trespassing on UA ground and forcing interviews out of our teachers, on a class day no less, was an acceptable thing to do. Her tail was standing tall, and the whole UA staff knew what that meant. She was on a warpipe midnight, get hound dog and power loader, she ordered, not even pulling out her pager like she would have. She looked at the gaping hole that used to be the UA barrier, taking in the pile of rust occupying its space. We will get to the bottom of this. I grew too complacent playing with Midoriya. This should not have snuck up on me. Man Midoriya, you were so goddamn manly at the stampede. Eiko commented as the class finally made it back to their classroom, Mina nodding profusely next to her, causing the man in question to flinch ever so slightly and rub the back of his head. Sorry, kinda got lost in the moment," he said meekly, falling back to his shy self, earning a few chuckles from the class. They were interrupted by Aizawa entering the room and bringing out the hero costumes. "Grab your hero gear, we have a field trip," Shiko huffed. "Or don't, it's for rescue training, some of the gear might not be of use." Izuku stopped for a second. "Is this really safe? We did just get trespassed." Aizawa's eyes locked onto his, and she knew what he was thinking. She felt the same way. No way, that was just a reporter that did that to the barrier. But she shrugged. No one would be foolish enough to attack the USJ, not this fast anyway. The minute shrug, which was only caught by Izuku, as the rest of the girls already went to their lockers, was enough for him. "It's a little deeper in the campus, so we will be taking a bus there. Don't be late," Aizawa added tiredly, leaving the room in silence. Soon enough he was in front of the bus in his hero suit, his gauntlets in the overhead storage, Momo at his side, matching her costume in face color, which was fading thankfully, doing a head count. With everyone accounted for, they boarded the bus as well, sitting on the empty gap left for them. "Did you actually need to do a head count?" Tsuyu croaked, a finger on her chin. Izuku shrugged and gestured towards Aizawa, who was napping on the front seat. "Someone had to," he said simply. "Fair enough," she hummed before growing silent. "Actually, I had a question." Toru broke through the idle chatter of the bus. "Your quirk is similar to Kaminari's, isn't it? I mean, you both spark up." Her gloved hand tapped where her chin was supposed to be. Everyone fell silent, eyes landing on the man in question. Izuku was trying to put what it was into words. "And not really, the sparks aren't actually electricity. Unlike Kaminari's, it's more like a side effect of my quirk." He let one for all spark in his hand. "Total command just causes that to happen when I think too much about a certain body part. I don't know what it actually is, but I know it's not electricity. Good to know I can still make SHT up on the spot." Momo looked over to the green lightning storm flicking around between his fingertips, somewhat entranced. "Wait, Raka was struck by it once, wasn't she?" Mina added, making Okiko pale. "What do you think it is?" She looked around, seeing surprised and curious expressions. I think it's just his thoughts manifesting a bit." She avoided people's gazes and looked out the window. "That's what it felt like to me, at least." That explanation satisfied the class and they went back to their individual conversations. Thoughts manifesting. He looked down on his hand. Guess one for all can do that too, or maybe it's cause of total command and it's synergizing. He hummed slightly and let the power fade, thinking about how the lightning he generated worked and behaved the whole way there. Hitomu hummed to herself, looking over the rust that was left over at the gate. "I don't know what to call this other than I think decay. It just looks like the door just decided to crumble in on itself, oxidized to the point it couldn't hold its form." She shook her head, looking away from the electron microscope and the spectroscopy results. The composition of steel matches what the door used to be, so I am assuming that whoever did this doesn't have like a transforms metal into rust quirk or something, but I am unsure, could be a number of things. She looked at Nozomi. All I can say that whoever that did this is dangerous. Touching someone might oxidize their skin or rust over their BLD or something. We hold no records of a quirk that does anything like this, might be a new villain, or one that just went under the radar till now. Nozomi hummed. Thank you, Loda. I'll try getting in touch with the Hero Association and see if they have anything on their records or anyone with a registered quirk that's similar to this one. Just who are you? What was your plan? And is this a declaration of war? We are here, 𝐒𝐿 announced, her eyes snapping open, spooking some of the students. The USJ. Universal Studios Japan. Mina asked, a gleam in her midnight eyes. Cool, I always wanted to go there. Doi added. The whole class looked at them both. Did you think Universal Studios Japan is inside UA? Kyoka asked, eyes widening. Well, Aizawa-sensei called it USJ, so? The two of them said simultaneously, making 𝐒𝐿 sigh in exasperation. I did tell them I would help them with academics, didn't I? Izuku huffed to himself, rubbing the bridge of his nose. That's gonna be a challenge. USJ stands for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, 𝐒𝐿 corrected, shaking her head. Those two are going to give me so many headaches, aren't they? Oh. Mina nodded, wait, joint. This just feels like you were trying to fit the acronym, Doi huffed. You know what acronym means, but you thought it was the theme park. Kyoka asked, getting puzzled by how Doi's brain worked. I trust my teachers. She defended herself, crossing her arms and turning up her nose. She lied to us on the first day of class. Eiko countered. Enough, get out. 𝐒𝐿 huffed, already feeling the headache coming from dealing with the antics of the class. They didn't listen for a second but got the move on when Izuku and Momo got up, asking them to depart off the bus. Those two managed to get them to follow their lead already. 𝐒𝐿 smirked. This year's class is something else. He fiddled with his gauntlets as they walked in, feeling the now familiar mass on his arms had put him in a chipper mood. It's like carrying around the support other people gave me. He then remembered something and his eyes searched out 𝐒𝐿. I have to see her face when she makes her appearance. He got his wish when the shutters opened, and a hero in a familiar spacesuit greeted them. 𝐒𝐿's face broke into a childlike smile and she looked giddy, happy to see her favorite hero in their suit. He couldn't help but smile along. There is the flood zone, the figure started, landslide zone, her voice echoed off in an ethereal and alien way out of the puffy spacesuit. The conflagration zone and much more, every disaster you can imagine, it is in here. Welcome students, to the USJ. She finished, raising her arms up for emphasis. It's the space hero, 13. 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed, not being able to hold herself back anymore, all but vibrating with excitement. Aizawa walked up to her co-teacher and whispered, where is All Might? 13 sweat dropped. She said she ran out of time during her commute. 𝐒𝐿 groaned. I thought she moved into the teacher dorms already. Not doing so is the height of irrationality. Aizawa, how did you not know she hasn't moved in? It's been 3 days. Well now, 𝐒𝐿 wasn't going to admit she just slept in the teacher's lounge for the past 3 days. Even if it was the most logical thing to do, she knew people reacted weirdly to that. So she just shrugged. 13 just tilted her head and decided that the grumpy, tired homeroom teacher of 1A was something that no one could decipher. Let's get this started, 𝐒𝐿 mumbled after a bit, around when 𝐒𝐿 started finishing her Izuku-esque muttering spree about 13. Is that thing actually contagious? Before we do, I got some things to say, just like 3, maybe 4. In any case, 13 coughed into her hand. As your friend just said, my quirk, black hole, can 𝐂𝐿 up and tear apart anything. As much as I use it to save people, she clenched her fist, I could just as easily use it to kill. The students flinched, 13's voice suddenly gained a lot more weight. I don't doubt that nearly all your quirks have the same potential, 𝐒𝐿 clenched her fist. With Aizawa's apprehension test, you all saw your limits and hidden potential. And with the combat training with All Might, you learned how to use your gifts in combat. This time, You will learn how to utilize your gifts to save others, to save lives. The space hero bowed. I hope you all leave here learning that you are meant to help people, and thank you for listening. The class clapped, moved by the speech. Now follow me. The first simulation is the crevice rescue. The students followed the two teachers down the steps to the main clearing, and up another flight, towards the fake mountain. Izuku's gauntlets beeped. He looked down on the screen. Signal lost. Mai looked at her tablet groggily. It had just lost signal of Izuku's gauntlets. Mechamite said they had a field trip today, didn't he? He probably went out of range, should boost that when I get the chance. With that she went back to her nap. Power Loader had asked her to leave the workshop for a while, along with the rest of the support class. She just had nothing better to do. Not with Izuku in class anyway. Weird. Deku. Keep up. Okiko called out for him. Oh, SHU right the class. He jogged to catch up, then he sensed the air shift. The teachers seemed to have noticed it too as he, 13, and Aizawa looked at the same spot over the fountain as the air began swirling, a black abyss opening up between the class and the exit. What is that? Eiko muttered, squinting towards the ripple in the air. Is that part of the simulatio? Doi asked, voice curious. Everyone get back. Aizawa ordered, her hair starting to float. 13, Midoriya, you two are in charge of the class. Izuku nodded and looked at the space hero, gazes matching. The swirling black mass pulsed and tore open, a woman covered in hands walking out of it, a black abomination flanking her. There was no other word to describe that thing. Brain exposed, its body a malformed colossus of exposed black musculature, its red tendons giving it an outright abyssal look. The two were then joined by an increasing number of other women, their costumes makeshift and haphazard, yet somehow intimidating and vicious looking. More robots? Mina asked fearfully, taking a step back. No, those are real villains, Aizawa answered, pulling her goggled up over her eyes. The class shivered as the killing intent emanating from the newcomers finally hit them. The portal started shifting as the last of the villains entered, getting vaguely humanoid, two piercing yellow glows appearing on the mass. The staff schedule said All Might was supposed to be here. Aizawa's face turned to a scowl. So you were the ones that broke the barrier. All that trouble, and she isn't even here. The woman, clearly the leader, grunted, hand going up and scratching her neck, and we pulled all the strings we could to get here in time. Hey, she stopped scratching her neck, wonder if a few dead students would summon her here. Shall we see? She hummed as the mass of villains started smirking. Time to shed some BLD. The infiltrator sensors aren't triggering. If my gauntlets lost signal, that means we are cut off from calling for backup, and they attacked while we were in a secluded area, while the rest of the school is trying to figure out what went wrong with the barrier. Izuku started analyzing, each fact filling him with a little more fear. These guys don't seem like idiots. This was a coordinated sneak attack. And if they were here to attack All Might, they have something strong, he finished, eyes focusing on the black abomination. The rest of the class tensed up a little more. Aizawa didn't even flinch. I'll take care of them. Aizawa, you can't, there is just too many. You specialize in quick one-on-one fight. Midoriya, no hero is a one-trick pony, she huffed, taking a step closer as the villains marched towards the staircase. While I understand your worry, don't spend it on me and take care of your class. It's not rational. With that she jumped towards the group at the bottom of the staircase, capture gear swirling around her and eyes glowing red behind the goggles. 13 turned to Izuku, you make sure no one gets left behind, I'll lead us to the back exit. With that, Class 1A started its retreat, leaving Aizawa to deal with the villains. The villains didn't know what hit them as their quirks failed one by one, Aizawa taking out the so-called long-range squadron with ease, capture gear wrapping around 3 of them, and with a flick of her wrist, all 3 crashed headfirst into each other, effectively knocked out of the fight permanently. I know you, a villain with stone skin and 4 arms bellowed, laughter in her voice. You are Eraserhead, aren't you? Your quirk allows you to erase other quirks. Thing Media. You can't erase mutation-type quirks though, can ya? She laughed and dashed towards the erasure hero. Let's see what color you turn when you become paste. Oh. She smirked under the cover of her capture gear. You think I am unprepared for mutation types? She closed the distance between them instantly, her fist contacting the villain's face with force her slender body shouldn't have been able to generate. With a flick of her free hand, the tape was behind the villain's ankle, tipping her further. She took another step forward, flicking another finger, causing another villain to trip forwards onto the path of the airborne villain as the hero grabbed her falling foe's head, slamming it down onto the tripped one. Both villains slammed against the ground with enough force to make the cement crack. "How irrational do you think I am?" she asked the villains that now started surrounding her. 1A had made it to the door. If they could just get out they would be home free. "I won't allow that." The air hissed, rippling and turning black before them. 13 extended an arm out in front of the class protectively. "Stay back, children." "Oh, don't worry," the portal spoke, "they'll stay behind." A portal opened up under 13 and swallowed her whole. Suddenly things got a lot worse. "And now time to scatter the rest." Izuku's eyes widened. "F that. Shoko. Freeze our feet now." She didn't need to be told twice, ice covering their shoes and rooting the class to the ground just before the torrent of shadow passed over them, not being able to transport them to God knows where. "You are going to be difficult, the ghostly voice mumbled, irritated. Izuku looked up with a determined gaze, the panic in the rest of the class starting to subside. With him with us, they all started to drop into fighting stances, the ice holding them down crumbling away. "We can deal with whatever they send at us. Numu, just take care of her." Aizawa could barely register what happened as she was blindsided by the abomination, which grabbed her by the head and slammed her into the ground. "You like the boss monster. I call it the anti-symbol of peace." The villains parted, letting the lanky woman with the hands covering her body to pass through. Biologically engineered to kill All Might, the beast's hand started crushing the hero's skull. "Don't kill her just yet." The villain mumbled, the monster halting. "I want her to watch what happens to the children first." Her voice got sickly sweet. The sick smile she sported was almost audible in her tone. Aizawa weakly struggled against the grip. "I erased its quirk. How strong is this thing?" Izuku was rolling with the punches, trying to come up with plans to defeat everyone that the portal villain was dropping in. Thankfully 𝐒𝐭𝐚 had taken the initiative and was going ham at anyone that seemed susceptible to her quirk, while Momo had taken the role as second-in-command, doling out tactics when he had his hands full with a batch. Pneumatic Lance, his left gauntlet, announced the large blunt tip of the upper guard shooting out with immense power, launching a villain with a mutation quirk that caused her to be overly muscular with spikes coming out of her shoulders, back to her allies, making them all crash into the wall knocked out. "Kaminari, they have some using conductive weapons, use your quirk against them, think of them like they are huge lightning rods." He ordered but was cut short. "I saw enough," the portal villain hummed as suddenly the ground became pitch black. Izuku looked at Shoko, who had just lifted her foot to reposition herself. Oh no. The class now found themselves back in the main clearing, the villains giving them a wide berth. He was instantly aware of the teacher's states. The abomination was holding both 13 and Aizawa up, both looking barely alive, let alone conscious. Aizawa looked like both her arms were turned into jello and 13, her suit had been torn asunder. "Oh, you all?" the light blue-haired villain with hands all over muttered, "Glad to see the main course is here." He looked back at his class for an instant. He wasn't really liking his chances, too many variables, he didn't have time to charge one for all. And if they disposed of the teachers that easily? Dread started to spark in him. "No," he forced a smile, "I am not going to show weakness. I will be just like All Might, a man." "So the rumors were right," the villain hummed. "And he seems to be a capable leader too. We lost half our men to his tactics," the portal villain announced, blinking into reality in her physical form, wearing a tuxedo and metal bracings around her neck, next to what seemed to be the leader. "Is that so?" Aizawa flinched. "No. Numu, kill him first." Izuku barely had time to raise his left gauntlet up to block the punch. The next few seconds happened almost in slow motion to the class and teachers. The punch hit his raised gauntlet, and the metal bent. The sickening sound of metal shearing and bones breaking echoed throughout the USJ. The punch followed through. The bloody mess of meat and shrapnel that used to be his arm slammed against his head, and another sickening creak echoed the expansive space. Izuku ragdolled. His body slammed against the ground and bounced once. His head rolled to the side, neck bending in an unnatural angle. His now hollow and lifeless eyes looked aimlessly towards his class. 𝐷 Deku. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 whimpered, looking at the unmoving body of her classmate. Her hands trembling. The villains started to laugh, watching the class come into terms with what had just happened. Vitals fading, his right gauntlet all but whimpered. Katsumi was the first to start crumbling. She took a few steps forward, not caring about the abomination that was staring down at them, her pupils shrunken and shaky. Just a few steps away lay the body of her fallen childhood friend. No. Momo mumbled, eyes already tearing up. Shoko couldn't breathe. This is a dream, right? Katsumi whimpered, her legs finally failing her, collapsing on her knees. G'd up, the whole class was starting to break down. Mina bawling her eyes out, Minerva whimpering about being too young to die, 𝐒𝐭𝐴's eyes growing dull and manic. Get up, you BSE. Katsumi screamed, voice cracking in the middle of her outburst, punching against the ground. No movement. No breath. Nothing. Why, she sobbed openly, joining the rest of her more emotional classmates. Yo, she hiccupped. Why, you don't deserve this. She weakly punched the ground again. You didn't deserve any of this, Bakugo. Momo stepped forward. We need to get out of here. She tried to place her hand over the now sobbing woman, only for her to jerk her shoulder away. No need to hurry, the leader of the villains taunted, enjoying their suffering. None of us are going to hurt you yet. Aizawa whimpered, looking at the corpse of her student. He hated his body. At that moment he truly did. His cervical vertebra had dislocated, tearing the neural pathways, breaking his brain's connection to the rest of his body. He couldn't move, he couldn't breathe, he knew he was dying. And he could do nothing to avoid it. Total command was useless now, he couldn't control his body, not with his connection severed. He couldn't even die faster. His pacemaker nerve keeping his heart rate high enough to keep him alive. He was stuck there, suffocating inside his own body. He knew that at one point his body would pass on as his cells started to die by the lack of oxygen. But until that moment, he was stuck there, on the ground, trapped in his own body, watching his first true friends suffer and mourn him. His vision started to fluctuate, the color fading, his brain not having enough oxygen to keep it steady. He would have cried if he could. He really hated his body. What are you going to do to us? Mina whimpered, taking a step closer to Eiko. Kill you off one by one when we get bored, the leader chuckled. So keep the tears rolling. It's fun to watch. No. Everyone was surprised to hear 𝐒𝐿 have so much hatred in her voice. She took a few steps forward, looking ready to lunge at them all. Tsuyu grabbed her shoulder. 𝐒𝐿 looked back with so much anger to make the frogwoman flinch. Let me go. She hissed. Tsuyu's grip started to weaken. I need to make them pay. They killed our strongest fighter. With one punch. She croaked. I am not letting you throw away your life. She pulled her shoulder back hard, causing Tsuyu to fumble and let go. He saved it once. If putting my life on the line means I could do something to pay him back, I'm taking my chances. She hissed. Bakugo started to raise up, surprising Momo. She grunted, eyes raising up to look back at the monster that took her Izuku away. The monster that just made her darkest nightmares become a reality. I am going to kill you. No bravado, no scream, no pride. She was stating a fact. Momo didn't know what to do, and started panicking. Stop, don't dash, she grabbed onto Katsumi. Izuku wouldn't have wanted this. Katsumi flinched. What do you know, she grunted, shoving out of the other girl's weak grip. Besides, why would I care what he thought? Because you loved him too, she whimpered, not being able to hold herself back. You are dumber than I thought, Katsumi growled. Why the F would I love the idiot who would stand out in the rain trying to find a cat cause he heard it meow? Her hands clenched, trembling. Why would I ever feel something for the but that just wouldn't give up his dream? Or me chasing after me even when I was making his life miserable? Momo let out a choked-out sob. Why the F would I fall for TBSU that died on me after all of that? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 had managed to walk up next to her, even with the rest of the class trying to hold her back, by the time Katsumi was done with her rant. "Oh, this is priceless." The leader cackled manically. "Love is going to win the day, girls." Her laughter died, edges of a smile showing from around the hand on her face. "Numu, kill them both." Her words hit the students with the force of a truck, and the beast flinched, its eyes locking onto the two. "Make it slow, I want to hear their resolves die first." Izuku was sure his brain was shutting down now. He was having full visual and auditory hallucinations, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 snapping like that, and Katsumi, not to mention the 8 voices screaming inside his head. He wasn't sure if those were just the last firings of neurons that were now truly dying, or society was just incredibly wrong on their idea of afterlife. One sounded familiar. Then, he stopped caring. He just couldn't. His brain simply didn't have the power to. It was a weird sensation. Having the clarity of death envelop him. The 2 heroes in training didn't even stand a chance. Numu had grabbed onto both of 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲's wrists in one hand, and simply tanked Katsumi's explosions, wrapping both of them in a tight hug. The girls squirmed at first, then started screaming when the beast added pressure, their bones groaning and popping under the stress. Nobody could move. Not a single twitch of a muscle. They were all paralyzed by fear and despair as they watched 2 more of their classmates start to die. He heard the scuffle, and in his last moment before his vision fully left him, he saw the beast grabbing onto the 2 women. He heard their screams. His own scream joined the 8. A neuron. A single neuron. A single motor neuron, with the sole function of giving his neck goosebumps. It managed to spark for an instant. Its axons triggered another. That one spark was all he needed. His diaphragm contracted, chest heaving as he took a sharp intake of air, rapidly oxygenating his blood. Numu's crazed look shifted to one of camaraderie, as though hearing its own kind. It started turning to face the source of the sound. His eyes regained their life, and his brain blared to life, the neural pathways of his spine healing rapidly, using nearly all of his stored stem cells. His body burst with 9 different colors of lightning. Suddenly everything was clear, almost in slow motion. "I need to save them." Chain Sword, his one functional gauntlet, screamed. He was on his feet before the rest of the thought processed. Multiple sections of solid titanium alloy burst out from under forearm plating, quickly aligning and collapsing into a large broadsword. Numu, even with its high acceleration quirk, didn't have time to react as its arms were liberated from its body. Both 𝐒𝐻𝐲 and Katsumi fell to the ground gasping for breath, looking at the crippled monster, large black arms bleeding profusely at their sides. His voice sounded demonic, reverberating out of his broken trachea. He stabbed the sword coming out of his gauntlet through the beast's chest laterally. "You!" He heaved with all the power One for All gave him, tossing the Numu to the side, the abomination crashing into the staircase and getting embedded in it. The lightning arcing throughout his slouching body became uniform, fading back into a pure green. Katsumi started crying again, smiling this time. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 finally let her own tears fall. The sword collapsed back into his arm and he grabbed onto his own head, which was hanging slackly against his chest. He pulled it back up and forced his neck muscles to snap the misaligned joints back into place, his head twisting around slowly, his emerald eye glaring over his shoulder to the crowd of villains. An eye, shining a piercing, radioactive green. Even with the broken left arm hanging limply, bleeding onto his white breaths and staining them red, he looked like their nightmares combined. They all shuddered. "Katsumi, you take care of Handmaid's Tale over there. Shoko, on me, we are killing whatever the F that thing is. Hana, Doi, you take care of Portal Beach. Momo, you take point on the rest of the class. Grab the teachers. Let's show these SHT stains why you don't mess with UA." Everyone looked at him. His classmates starting to cry harder, this time with happiness and relief. The leader broke through the sobs of his classmates. "You cheater!" She screamed. "A man with a quirk. That's impossible. You are cheating. You can't have an extra life. You shouldn't be able to get back up." She continued her childish tantrum. "What?" The lightning surrounding him started growing wilder, his trachea creaking as surrounding muscle tissue pulled it to shape, the cartilage healing rapidly. You attacked us and you don't know our motto. His voice slowly returning to normal as he went on. One for all lightning struck Katsumi, eliciting a soft groan, then it hit Okiko, resulting in a similar reaction. When your body is at its limit, force it to take the next step. The villains watched in fear as the green lighting started arcing between the group of students that were just lost in despair. Push beyond your limits, go beyond what you could. They weren't lost anymore. Their eyes had changed, their posture had changed. The scared and hopeless looks vanished, now replaced with one of pure unadulterated determination. Suddenly the villains felt like they were the fish stuck in the barrel. Plus ultra. None of them were ready for the students' retaliation. Ecstatic wasn't an emotion Kyoka felt that often. But after watching Izuku get back up, there was no other way to describe what she was feeling. Then the lightning started. A part of her knew she should have been scared, but her logical side opposed that. No way Izuku would do something to hurt us. And when the lightning struck her, she was bombarded by raw, unfiltered hope, making her heart swell and head clear. We can win this, her brain echoed. It sounded like him. Him whispering encouraging words right at her ear, NTMT and empowering. We will beat them. Katsumi was shooting through the air before the leader could respond to Izuku's war cry, using a shockwave to send the hand-covered form stumbling out of the central field, back up the stairs she was standing in front of. Momo quickly generated a diamond-encrusted, graphene pole, tossing it to Doi. That villain has metal on her neck, get the tip above her and the ground. And let everything loose. Doi's golden eyes sparkled as she smirked, grabbing the pole out of the air. I thought you'd never ask. Hana grabbed onto her waist and used her tape to rapidly pull both of them towards the portal villain, who was staring in shock at the spot where the leader had disappeared to. Okiko was right next to Izuku by the time Shoko had joined his side. I'm joining in. He looked at her, focused eyes piercing her down to her soul. Okiko, she shuddered a bit. She never knew how much she needed to hear him say her given name until now. Your power is better at taking down groups, he stated. But she tried to argue. I don't want to lose. Why, don't worry. They had their chance. His voice grew softer as his head snapped, looking at the Numu. Its arms had regenerated, and was pulling itself out of the hole it was in. They already lost. With that, he lunged towards the beast, Shoko ice surfing after him. The group of villains started shivering hearing that last sentence. What is he talking about? One whimpered. They were never the type to go against stronger opponents. This was not part of their agreement. Why are you getting so scared? One of the younger, less experienced villain mocked. She didn't know the feeling of defeat yet. Just a bunch of students, let's just kill them all. The villains, against their better judgment, rallied a charge at the group of students just as the Numu roared and pounced towards Izuku and Shoko. Izuku, still covered in lightning, countered the Numu's punch with relative ease this time, redirecting the unstoppable force behind its hand towards the ground without a second thought. He didn't know what was going on. Everything was happening so suddenly, but at the same time, moving in slow motion. Then again, he didn't have time to think about that. Shoko, he said quietly, the woman in question freezing the limb at the spot it had struck the ground. As the Numu was trapped, he axe-kicked its exposed brain. But the beast didn't even budge under the weight of the blow. Just what is your quirk? He hissed, jumping back, Shoko sliding next to him as the Numu broke out of the ice, keeping it trapped, and roared. You'll figure it out if we beat it enough, Shoko said simply. Yeah, but it would be so much easier if it just told us. Katsumi was keeping her distance from the villain, only using medium-range blasts to knock the effer around. The leader breathed. Why are you keeping your distance? Scared after I killed your boyfriend once? Katsumi smirked. You see, that doesn't work when you are breathing and need to specify once. The villain grunted and dashed at her, Katsumi dodging with an explosion to the side, both damaging her assailant and avoiding her grip. You are really SHT at your job, aren't you? The villain's eyes started to glow red with rage. Slippery brats. The portal villain hissed as Hana pulled Doi away from yet another gateway. Doi was laughing her butt off the whole time. You thought we would just stand around and let you warp us? Hana was smiling widely underneath her helmet. Guess she did. Uraraka. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 called. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 ducked under another villain's attack, touching her chest. Bye, she muttered before 𝐼𝐻𝐼 kicked her with all her power, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 releasing her quirk just before the villain slammed against her other allies. That's another 3, 𝐼𝐻𝐼 breathed, raising back up. How many left? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 huffed. Not enough to keep us down. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 announced, voice determined. You got a little of the Deku mindset in YA. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 giggled, but I guess we all do now. Both heroes in training turned to face the remaining villains. Let's show 'em, shall we, Ida? The gravity-breaking girl dropped to stance. Right. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 said, grinning under her faceplate. Aizawa was not sure what, the actual F, was going on as of this moment. 1 second, she was staring at her dead student, the student she had failed so miserably. The next, he was standing back up, all of 1A screaming in a war cry, taking on the villains like well-oiled machine. Now she was getting carried by Riku, with my carrying 13 beside them. What? We got you, sensei, don't worry. I wouldn't move if I were you, a villain threatened, holding up Minerva in one hand. One false move and Grapehead over here becomes grape juice. Momo's eyes locked onto the villain, one of the 13 left after their failed counterattack. F it. A gunshot echoed through the USJ. The rest of the students, as well as some of the villains, stopped and looked at the source, Momo, standing there with a shotgun in her hands. Then their eyes drifted to the villain holding the miniature woman. She coughed and fell to her knees. A beanbag dropped from her chest, and her hand went to the location, gripping onto the bruised flesh, letting the shortest of the class go in the process. Minerva dashed behind Momo the moment she was freed from the grip. The creation quirk user ped the weapon, the used shell ejecting and clattering on the floor as a fresh round was chambered. Anyone else with bright ideas? 5 villains surrendered at that moment. Shoko noticed it first. Izuku was slowing down and breathing hard. The lightning was starting to fluctuate. You can't keep this up, she simply said, and he groaned in response. I know, but the bestiary keeps regenerating. He huffed, dodging another attack from the now delirious beast. So your quirk is decay, here. Katsumi's voice echoed from the side. Izuku turned to Shoko, eyes widening as a grin curled on his lips. I have a plan, he said, reaching into one of his pockets with his right hand. He better have heard that. Katsumi huffed, dodging another swipe from the woman with one of her gauntlets reduced to dust. Shoko, Plan 15M. His voice echoed. Katsumi remembered the times they played villains and heroes as kids. 15M. Lead them to each other. You madman, she smirked. She started dodging towards the Numu, the villain taking the bait, hook, line, and sinker. Izuku's eyes and hers met for a second. Just die already, the villain screamed and lunged. Grenade launcher, smoke round. The area was covered in white smoke. The villain's eyes widened as the Numu, not the explosion heroine, appeared in front of her. No. Suddenly 2 hands grabbed her own from behind and pushed them onto the Numu's exposed brain. No. I told you I would kill you, Katsumi said to the now dying abomination, limbs anchored by ice, its inhuman shrieks filling the USJ. Izuku was by her side holding the leader's other hand. The villain looked at the 2 of them with hatred. Using friendly fire. You are the lowest of the low. Izuku looked down, face devoid of any emotion. I told you. You lost the moment you messed up your chance. What, killing you? She seethed, too angry to even scream. No, his grip tightened around her hand, the chance to leave when you got here. You lost this fight the moment you started it. Katsumi looked at him. Guess I did rub off on him. She wasn't sure if her heart was beating faster cause of the adrenaline or him. The Numu stopped screaming and went limp. Signal re-established here. Hatsume's tablet screeched with a torrent of notifications. She woke back up, rubbing her eyes, looking at the messages. He got back in rang dash left gauntlet, no signal, her stomach dropped right gauntlet, user log, user health critical, user vitals falling, her grip tightened around the instrument, hands and breath shaking. BLD oxygenation 6%, brain death imminent. A single tear landed on the screen. She couldn't read further than that. 𝐼𝐻, where did they go? She screamed, dashing out of her room. Please be alive. Oh God, please be alive. 𝐻 burst into the support workshop, shocking both Nozomi and 𝐺𝐻𝐿𝐿. CLSS1A-NSSSICATUSJNOW. We are going ahead, my added, hanging behind the being of steel and wire, with that the two dashed off. What 𝐻𝐻𝐺𝐻𝐿𝐿 was cut off by the principal slamming her paw on the table. It was a declaration of war. Nozomi grabbed a hold of the teacher P's system. Midnight looked to the gaunt frame of All Might, an eyebrow raised. Is that really your true dash? Converged to USJ. Now. They both looked at their pagas. Isn't that where one dash? They both looked at each other, realization setting in. All Might buffed up. The gateway villain hesitated for a second as she heard the Numu start screaming in pain. That was the second Doi. And Hana needed. Suddenly Doi, with her baton, was above the villain's head, a wicked glint in her electrified eyes. Checkmate, her body started to crackle, electricity traveling through the superconductive graphene core of the baton and out the exposed tip. Guided discharge, 1,300,000 volts. The arcs of electricity instantly sought out the path of least resistance, which just so happened to be through the villain's body. Physics is awesome like that. The gaseous villain collapsed on the floor, smoking slightly. The ceiling of the USJ burst open, so did the main gates. Have no fear. The dust cleared, 𝐻 was falling down to the ground, All Might was scowling at the gates. For I am here. FORIAM The leader looked at the All Mights. No. No. Not now. Not when I lost my trump card. Kurogiri, the gateway villain, twitched, and as Hana and Doi watched the two new arrivals, she disappeared into the ground. Katsumi's grip slacked, and Izuku noticed it. No wait dash before the villain could capitalize on it. 𝐻 landed behind them. Izuku. Hearing Mai's voice so distressed caused his own grip to falter. Mai. Got you now, heroes. The leader broke free of their grip, reaching towards the two students. Why are you going? 𝐻 hissed, stepping onto the would-be attacker, knocking the wind out of her and trapping her hands under her body. Why you? She choked, looking up to the machine with pure contempt. You are just like that fraud. ANDYOUAREDFED. I'll kill dash. A portal opened underneath the leader. Izuku's brain finally clicked into gear. You. Watch out. He tackled 𝐻 away from the portal as the leader was swallowed by it, the portal fading immediately. The mech righted itself in order to avoid crushing Mai under its weight. Izuku, still going cause of the momentum, rolled on his back next to it, left arm still bleeding. Mai was sobbing uncontrollably. 𝐻 kneeled next to the man, Mai all but crawling off its shoulders towards him. Izuku. ARU. He started laughing. We actually did it. His eyes opened, and he smiled at Mai, who just dropped onto him, hugging him for dear life, as if her grip was the only thing keeping him alive. Biosona, his gauntlet opened up and he gently placed his hand on top of her head, leading it towards the center of his chest, fingers gently combing her hair, letting her hear his steady heartbeat. It's fine, Mai. I'm here. I am not going anywhere. Although she still shook, her sobs quieted down. He looked towards Katsumi, who was looking away slightly ashamed. Mai, I need to ask everyone something, don't be startled. He gently patted her head. Status report. He was answered a few seconds later when the rest of the class ran up the stairs, half of the girls basically falling on top of him and joining into the hug, avoiding the mangled mess that was his left arm. Their voices mixed together like an angelic chorus to his ears. I was so scared. Never do that again. You're such an idiot. I can't believe you're alive. Mate with me, Ribbit. That was so manly. That was the coolest thing ever. 60 villains defeated, 2 escaped. Both teachers were injured, but are currently stable. And 1 student injured, Tomoyo said, removing her helmet and tucking it under her arm, a relieved smile on her face. They're safe. They're all safe. He couldn't help but laugh harder. She had expected the worst while she was dashing towards the USJ, at speeds she could barely keep up in her deteriorating body. She didn't even think about forcing herself that far. Her students needed her successor needed her. No matter how much her body protested she was going to get to the USJ, she would make whoever decided attacking there was a good idea pay. When she burst through the gates she was expecting mayhem. Hurt students, villains almost winning. What she didn't expect was to see the central clearing with 15 students tying up various villains, or using Minerva's quirk to stick them together. Each villain sported a wide range of injuries: bruising, acid burns, bleeding ears, and so much more. Some even appeared to be unconscious. She almost swore out in English seeing that. All her years of being the #1 hero hadn't prepared All Might for this, seeing villains almost relieved to see her. Her eyes scanned and saw Mai and Riku placing Aizawa and 13 down a ways away from the crowd of Jesus, 60. The students relaxed as she walked up, glaring at the villains. "Students, are you all right?" she bellowed, her voice sounding colder than usual, making the villains flinch slightly from the power behind her voice. Momo was the one to respond, looking up from her spot. She had been producing Kevlar rope from her back, along with a few medical supplies to give first aid to the two teachers. "Oh, thank God, she mumbled, rising up. We are all fine," she answered, still some worry in her voice over Izuku's condition. The rest of the students nodded along. "Status report." Izuku's voice echoed from the other side of USJ. The class jumped, turning immediately towards the source. All Might crouched down near the teachers, giving a sideways glance to the class. "I am here, you can go ahead." The class didn't need to be told twice as they dashed off. Aizawa smirked softly from her spot, almost chuckling. They just broke their dash records from the first day. The #1 hero looked at the homeroom teacher. "You should try to preserve your energy, those wounds look stable, but debilitating. There's no need to strain your body more." "Faye," she huffed. "Plus Ultra." All Might shook her head. "What happened anyway?" The villains answered, "All Might, you've got to get us out of here. Please just take us to Tartarus, those kids are insane." "Let me rephrase that, what did you do?" she asked, voice even harsher than before. "We followed this villain to attack you." The villain replied, sweating, "and she commanded this was it called Numu?" The rest of the conscious ones nodded. "She told it to she gulped, kill some of the students." All Might cracked her knuckles absent-mindedly, making them flinch again. But it failed," she blustered, trying to scoot away from the #1 hero, failing miserably. The younger one that had just tasted defeat huffed, "It killed that guy, but he got back up." All Might loomed over the villain, her blue eyes shining with the promise to maim them more than they could imagine their bodies surviving. They all remember the looks 1A gave them, with that man standing at the forefront, and shivered. "Oh, God. It's the same, they are all the same, why did I even become a villain? Heroes are goddamn terrifying," they thought in unison. "Sorry everyone," the teachers of UA announced, dashing in from the gates All Might had torn open. "We are " They saw the lack of chaos, villains tied up and whimpering in the central plaza, the students grouped across the other side of the USJ, some seemingly hugging the ground in a pile. "A little late." "What?" Shiori blustered, looking at the villains, the group going down the stairs, Recovery Girl rushing to the side of Aizawa, Hitomu to 13s trying to repair her suit. It looked like it was already patched up. Snipe whistled. "DMN, you work fast, Might." "They were like this when I got here," the #1 admitted, taking a few steps back from the villains. "Wait, so Aizawa," they looked at the teacher in question. "It was 1A, I took down only 10, she huffed, wincing as Recovery Girl berated her for talking. Nozomi started cackling. Okay, I just got her." Hikaru looked up to the ceiling. "What the F? This year is really promising," Cementos rumbled, shaking her head. The scream pulled the class's attention. Mai, being the tallest, saw them first. "The teachers are here," she said matter-of-factly from a mouth on the tip of one of her tentacles. Minerva, who was being held back by Shoko from joining into the hug pile, huffed and muttered finally under her breath. Kyoka shot up from the pile, dusting herself and straightening her hero costume. She did not want to be seen hugging Izuku by the teachers of all people. Then she noticed it. The dead body of the beast that had almost killed Izuku. What are we gonna do about that, she muttered, turning her head away from the stump that used to be its head. Thankfully, there was no gore, she wasn't the best at handling that. And it wasn't regenerating anymore, so that was a plus. Instinct even 𝐴𝐶𝐾𝐼TUP as a humain, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 grumbled, walking away and leaving the rest of the class to continue hugging the boy. 𝐿𝐿𝐷𝐴𝐶𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 Nozomi mumbled, from her spot on Midnight's shoulder, whose eyes looked worried. As she made it up the stairs, recovery girl in tow. Any students hurt? The elderly hero muttered, looking over the group of young adults. Tsu, Eiko, Mina, Toru, and Doi all got off of Izuku. Okiko and Momo flinched, then scrambled off of him, realizing just what they were doing, blushing wildly. The action let recovery girl see the damage done to his arm, and she rushed to his side. "I told you it wasn't a challenge," she screamed, making him wince and Hatsune to grip onto him tighter. He chuckled weakly. Hearing him laugh put Midnight in ease. She gave a breath of relief and turned her focus to the dead Numu. "Sorry, it turns out an all-might killer hits harder than a steamroller." Chio huffed, "Fine, you get a pass this time." She looked at Mai, who was still hugging onto him tightly, ear against his sternum, eyes squeezed shut as she listened to his heartbeat. "You need to get off him, young Yuen. I can't see if there is more damage with you there," she hummed. Mai didn't budge. I sighed as Shizuku shook his head, his gaze causing the youthful heroine to stop. "Mecha might, if you could," he hummed. "What are you?" Recovery girl questioned as the machine walked forward and hummed, scanning him. "BOTHTLEFTUND ISIPULVIZED, HMSFEDND TWIST TSSOMI damage TTNDSND TSIONI CTIVITISSOFTSPNE BUTIT ELOKESILIDOVIA. Recovery girl grew paler with each sentence. Mai was shaking against his side. "HOW are you even CONNESSEURSNTNW?" the machine sputtered, its modulated voice getting meek. "Oh, it's nothing really, I don't even feel it," he muttered, internally wincing. "Yeah, I'm feeling all of that," and yet still patting Mai's head. She would have moved off, but couldn't give up on the contact just yet. "Do you have any of those gummies? I kinda ran out of platelets, and I don't think bleeding out more is gonna help my health." Recovery girl seriously needed to talk to him about playing his injuries little mind after this. But, her eyes glanced over Class 1A, "You are toughing it out to not worry them, aren't you?" She sighed, producing a handful of gummies from her coat. "You are gonna be a pain in my neck, aren't you?" Toshiko really picked a hell of a successor, didn't she? The class shuddered a bit at the memory of seeing Izuku's neck bending in ways it shouldn't have. Recovery girl flinched at their reaction. "Wait, healed damage to the spine? Oh. Sorry, that was not tactful of me, I meant pain in the butt of force of habit." Katsumi started to chuckle. He chuckled softly as well, the reverberation feeling like purring to Mai. "It's all right, guys." He grabbed onto the gummies handed over by the nurse. "Sorry for making you all worry." He tossed the gummies down his throat, swallowing them with ease. "I'll make sure it'll never happen again," he mumbled, increasing his metabolic rate. His increased body temperature engulfing Mai in a soft warmth, putting her at ease as the rest watched the BLD clots rapidly forming on his arm. "You better not," Some said softly, his light-hearted and easygoing tone making them feel relief. Mai finally let go after the cops arrived, still not leaving his side. The rest of the class had left to give their testimonies. She looked lost and scared, sitting next to him as he remained laying down. He requested that no one move him as he forced his body to heal up a little bit. "Did the gauntlet tell you what happened?" he asked, looking up to the ceiling. "Yeah, I was so scared." Izuku, she admitted, looking down on him. It was weird, suddenly becoming the lead inventor on a high-end support company didn't matter as much as seeing him again, hearing his voice again, holding him close again. Izuku's eyes drifted towards Hess. They looked ready to burst with tears, and he felt his heart break seeing her like that. He groaned and sat up slowly, causing her to panic slightly. "I am not going anywhere, Hatsune." He pulled her into a one-armed hug, letting her head rest against his shoulder. "They'll need a lot more than an all-might killer to keep me from coming back to you." She whimpered, hugging him back. "Promise me." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Swear to me that you will always come back," He kissed the top of her head, hand combing through her hair. I swear. They hadn't noticed it yet, but Mai's heartbeat had synced with Izuku's after listening to it for so long. They are wanting your testimony now. Okuko's voice trailed off as she saw them. Izuku sitting upright, Mai still at his side. So she is the one he was talking about, the one Katsumi needed to apologize to. Hatsune was it? She gulped. They seem close. She didn't know why she wasn't feeling jealous this time. Hey. Maybe it was just her brain being thrown for a loop after seeing him die then come back to life, her outright joy of just seeing him move again overpowering other negative emotions. Maybe it was because of the hug they all had just shared. In any case, she wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Oh, Urara she pouted softly. I called her by her given name in the heat of the moment, didn't I, oh Okuko? She smiled a dazzling smile in response. Izuku looked lost for a second before continuing. See, could you activate your quirk on just my left gauntlet? She walked up and examined it. I should be able to, give me a second. She gently tapped the mangled mess of metal, stealing its weight. Izuku let out a sigh as the 50-kilogram mass stopped weighing down on his broken arm. The weight of his flesh and BLD arm kept it from floating upwards. Thank you, you literal goddess, he hummed absent-mindedly, walking towards the police. Okuko started steaming, face flushed neon. I don't think we've met yet, Mai said. If Izuku was still in earshot he would have been worried over how calm she sounded. Hatsune Mai, support course. Oh, Okuko's blush started fading. Uraka Okuko, hero course A. Hatsune hummed, her golden eyes focusing on hers and doing a once-over of the brunette heroine. Her signature smile returned full force. You like him, too, don't you? Okuko sputtered out some disingenuous rejections of the idea, her blushing face betraying her words and causing Hatsune to giggle. Come to the workshop sometime, I'll build some gear for you. Okuko's blush evaporated, being replaced by a look of confusion. Hatsune started looking away and scratching her cheek, smile faltering slightly. I'm not the best fighter. I could never hope to keep up with him in something like this. But you can, so I need to ask you, please keep him safe out there. Okuko didn't know Hatsune, but at that moment the pink-haired woman sounded so vulnerable, it caused the inner hero in the brunette to bubble up to the surface. You can rest easy, Hatsune, she smiled, trying to imitate an Izuku smile. I'll keep him safe. Midnight was at his side instantly, guiding him towards the police. You feeling okay? You don't need to do this now, they would understand, she muttered so only he could hear. They know you had the worst experience here. He shook his head. That would be Aizawa, or anyone else. I didn't have to watch a friend die. Midoriya, you almost died. How are you? She huffed. You need to stop acting strong. It's not healthy for you, neither mentally nor physically. He chuckled bitterly. If there is one thing Total Command gives me above all else, it's tenacity, Kiyama-sensei, he said softly. Even before I knew about it I just kinda tanked the hits and kept going, living my life dreaming no matter the opposition, you know. He looked at her, and she saw some unknown emotion just behind his eyes. Determination. Sadness. Pure tenacity. Whatever it was captivating. If I can just keep this long enough to not make them suffer any longer, he sighed. If I gave up on it now, I'm sure it would hurt me more than whatever just keeping it bottled would do to me. Midnight was at a loss for words. It was the second time he had made her mind blank so hard that just walking was disorienting. I am going to, honest to God, fall for him if he keeps this up. Fine, she huffed, looking away, hiding her blush. Just. If you need someone to talk to, I can listen anytime, all right? I will keep that in mind, thank you, he hummed, parting from her and heading towards the policewomen, who, even with all the other student testimonies, were shocked to see a man in the hero course. He was back at the main campus before he knew it, heading to the support workshop, where Power Loader was going to attempt to cut the crushed gauntlet off of his arm. Mai was still at his side, refusing to let him out of her sight. Not that he could blame her, he would be doing the same in her situation. He was just content to see her going back to the norm, happy and hyper, just the way he grew to enjoy. So Recovery Girl wants to see you after this, she hummed. Yeah. She wants to try healing as much as she can after the gauntlet is off, called me a lucky BSc for not needing the hospital, with the clots keeping my body stable so far and all. I guess you are, Mr. You need more than an all-might killer. She grinned, poking his shoulder. He chuckled back, I really am. For meeting you all. So you are telling me, he huffed, eyeing the ungodly-looking machine. You are going to use a high-power laser to cut this off. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿oader shrugged. I mean, we could use the drill if you want. Yeah, okay, sure, we are doing this. Hatsum, you know how to use that thing? He asked, looking at his companion. The woman in question perked up. Do I? Of course I do. She sputtered a bit. You want me to cut it off? Well, your quirk is zoom, and you have impeccable hand-eye coordination. He shrugged. I wouldn't trust anyone else with this. 𝐼𝐺𝐿oader looked at the two with a smile under her helmet. I will try to not take offense to that, she hummed humorously. He rubbed the back of his head slightly. Sorry. Didn't mean to, you know. Yeah, I know the trust between a hero and their gear technician. Now take a seat before this bad girl overheats. He took a seat and laid his left arm on the workbench, watching me take the controls of the large laser. Whenever you are ready, Izuku, she said, folding her goggles down, the ones he made, voice resolute. I can do this. Go for it. The laser hissed and shot down to the surface of the table, inching towards his arm. Then it finally passed over the iridescent green of the gauntlet, the metal hissing and growing redder with the heat. Thankfully the alloy I had created was quite resistant to heat transfer, so the red patches did not spread out and burn his skin. The laser made a U around his arm, close but not dangerously so, the two sides of mangled gauntlet clunking off immediately after the laser passed over them. The laser stopped humming. Mai gave a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Is it still stuck? Izuku grabbed onto the pieces still on his arm and pulled them off, reopening some wounds, but the gauges clotting over faster than BLD escaped. Nope, you did great. 𝐼𝐺𝐿oader looked away from the man tearing chunks of metal out of his arm. The sound of kissing echoed through the hallways, the voice of recovery girl telling him to rest following soon after. With that, Izuku and Mai exited the nurse's office, his left arm in a sling, bandaged heavily. Most of the damage was healed, his humerus twisted back and the shrapnel of his ulna and radius fused into manageable chunks. She would have done more, but was scared for his body running out of energy, possibly becoming comatose. He yawned. Mai chuckled next to him. You finally tired out. I was running on fumes already, he admitted. Mai, after little deliberation, pushed her shoulder under his, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, supporting some of his weight. Come on, you can sleep all you want after you get to your room. Izuku smiled tiredly, giving her an unspoken thanks. He finally crashed just outside the entrance of the dorms, Mai struggling to keep him from falling face-first to the floor. Jesus, how heavy are you? She breathed, stumbling in surprise as his weight disappeared. Well, he is that muscular. Okako hummed from his other side, hand outstretched. Uraraka. Mai smiled. So that's your quirk. She let go of Izuku, only holding him by the hand as she walked closer to the hero in training. That's so cool, so many uses for it. Can you turn yourself weightless? What's your upper limit? Does the whole object become weightless? Is it really massless, or do you just remove the effect of gravity on it? What's the difference on that last one? The gravity heroine asked, getting lost at the rapid-fire questions. Inertia, Momo answered, walking up to the two, eyeing the floating Izuku. See, she gets it, Mai whooped. Wait, who are you though? Rozu Momo, she bowed politely. And you are Hatsum, Mai, right? In the flesh, Mai chirped. I see the stories of my babies have spread to the hero course. Well, it's more like Izuku kept talking about you at times, she smiled, a pleasure to finally meet the person that made him his gauntlets. Mai blushed slightly. Whoa, she is appealing and high class. Wonder if she enjoyed the rest of Izuku's costume though. Follow me, I know where his room is, Momo hummed, taking point in the small group. He woke up with a knock on the door. Groaning, he sat up, slightly wincing as the pain flooded back from his still broken left arm and some soreness from his aching muscles. That's new. He noticed a lump on his bed that wasn't usually there. That's also new. He shifted the covers slightly to see Mai under there, wearing one of his shirts and boxers. She looks peaceful like that. Deciding that the issue about not sneaking into his bedroom could wait, he got out of bed to open the door. He was more than a little surprised to see Momo standing there in her sleepwear, a velvety red sleeping robe. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, she said, looking away. He shook his head. It's fine, Yorozu. He leaned on the door frame, yawning. What time is it anyway? 1 after midnight, she said shyly, a hint of red dusting her cheeks. He looked back up with wide eyes. What are you doing awake? You need rest after what we went through, he asked, still half asleep honestly. She twiddled her thumbs bashfully. I know, but I couldn't sleep. I just keep seeing you, on the floor. Oh? He rubbed his head, thinking a little in his groggy state. Want to sleep with me? She blushed a crimson red, matching her robe. Midoriya. Not like that, just next to me, he shrugged. Might help having me close by to let you remember that he got back up, you know. She looked meekly at him. I came here to see that he was fine already, didn't I? Being close to him would probably do better. If you think it would help, she said, following his lead back to his bed. Katsumi shot up, sweating and breathing. A nightmare. She rubbed her face, unwilling to close her eyes again. She had dreamt herself dying right after Izuku, seeing him for one last time at the gates of heaven, only to get sent down to hell. Never to see him again. She cursed under her breath and walked out of her room. She needed to see him one more time. Even if it meant breaking into his room. After wiping herself down from the sweat, she set out in the darkened halls of the dorm. She hesitated at his door. Thankfully Eiko had blustered about having him as a room neighbor, so she didn't have to guess. Against her better judgment, she knocked at his door. What am I doing, knocking at his door at 4 a.m.? To her shock, muffled shuffling reverberated from the other side of the door. He opened it, standing tall in front of her, wearing his stupid button-up t-shirt with pajamas written on it. She hugged him immediately, unable to stop herself. He hugged back without question. I'm here, Kaken. She hugged a little tighter. This is why I didn't want you to be a hero, she breathed. I never wanted to lose you. You won't, he hummed back, pulling her close. Come on, we all need rest, he mumbled groggily after a moment. Katsumi didn't object to it, even after seeing the bed. Momo, Mai, Okako, and Kyoka were all sprawled on it. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow again, the rest of the girls rolling towards his heat, smiling softly in their sleep. Katsumi smiled softly as well, the fear from her nightmare having vanished as she found a spot on the large bed, curling close to him. None of us want to lose him, do we? Kyoka stirred in her sleep, yawning in the morning light. Slowly sitting up and rubbing her eyes, feeling more rested than she had the past 6 nights in the dorms, even the covers on her felt different. Wait. Her vision cleared up, and her eyes were assaulted by posters of heroes all over the walls. All Might being a predominant one. W8. She started feeling lightheaded with the sudden rush of BLD to her face. She knew she was blushing neon red right about now. And she knew whose bedroom she was in. Her eyes landed on the pile of bodies on the bed. Momo with her robe had somehow managed to curl up against Izuku's left shoulder, Mai over his torso, her ear against his heart, Okako on top of Mai, her cheek against Izuku's in a weird position that shouldn't have been comfortable to sustain, let alone fall asleep in. Katsumi, wait, when did she get here? Was on the bed laterally, curled up on his legs. And Mina was there, sleeping on his waist. What? Just what happened last night? Her brain started to pull itself out of its morning haze, starting to rethread the last moments before she had drifted off to sleep. She had a nightmare about just what the villains would have done to them after they were done killing Okako and Katsumi, those dark and manic eyes of the Numu looking forward even as it crushed the 2 hero trainees in its grasp. Looking straight at the class with uncontrollable bloodlust. She shivered remembering it, hugging herself close. Just think of something else. Anything else. Kyoka took a few breaths, trying to clear her head. Her eyes gravitating towards Izuku, remembering what he had done, the fuzzy sensation of the lightning he generated buzzing against her skin, imparting to her ideas and inspiration. His eyes, glowing with both mirth and righteous anger, the same neon green the lightning he was producing en masse. She knew she was blushing even harder now, but had calmed down somewhat. Well, at least it's not fear that's making my heart beat faster. Her Jack moved over his face, prodding his nose gently, enough to make him scrunch his face cutely. Wait, what am I doing? Her train of thought was cut short as Izuku shifted slightly, wrapping an arm around Okiko, pushing her head under his chin in what looked like an act of intimacy, which in turn moved his left shoulder, making Momo stir and start to wake. She yawned softly, stretching out like a cat, her silky black hair cascading down her shoulders. In the morning light, it looked like a waterfall of liquid obsidian. Then she noticed where she was. Oh, she started blushing, not even registering Jiru next to her just quite yet. He was right, again. Shut the F up, Katsumi swore before turning a little and falling back asleep, scaring them both. Momo's onyx eyes widened, looking down on Katsumi, then to Mina, up to Mai and Okiko, then to her side, seeing Kyoka stare back at her. When did you? The vice rep whispered, trying to not wake everyone up yet. I think it was 3 a.m. I'm not so sure, it's still kinda fuzzy, the punk girl whispered back. Even her sleeping gear was a band shirt coupled with what looked like some torn shorts. Nightmare? Momo asked, already knowing the answer. Kyoka just nodded in response. Would you two just shut the F up? Katsumi whisper shouted, shooting up from her spot. Then she noticed where she was, and what she had been doing and with whom. Oh, for F's sake, she grumbled under her breath, a light dusting of red on her cheeks. Dragging a hand over her face, when the hell did Pinky get here? How should we know that, dumbass? Kyoka shot back, voice barely over a whisper. We were asleep. Katsumi raised her hand to silence her. Don't wake him up. Momo and Kyoka were shocked silent by the gentleness behind her voice, nothing like her usual tone. Even her eyes held a certain compassion that was just rising to the surface now. Whoa! Izuku shifted back, releasing Okiko from his hug. His hand moving from her head to on top of Mai's, who almost purred with the contact. What are we watching right now? Kyoka asked, baffled and silent. I mean, it's cute, but something we should not be. Momo mumbled, her hand cupping her own cheek, almost cooing internally at the sight. Katsumi didn't respond, just watched on. Okiko was the next to wake up, stretching in the bed slowly, then raising up, almost sitting on Mai on the process and waking her up, too. Both yawned simultaneously. Morn. It's morning. They both blinked, looking around them. When did you all get here? Mai groggily muttered, scratching her messy pink curls. I think it was like 2. Okiko answered with a yawn, still not fully awake yet. Then blinked again. Her quirk activated on its own, making her float in the air, off the bed. Kyoka watched her lift off. And up she goes, that caused Mina to stir, starting to wake up herself. She yawned, rubbing her even messier pink hair. Morning, gals. God, what time is it? 8, she groaned, sitting up. Good thing classes for today were cancelled. Something sprung up along with her. What? Mina looked down. They all did. Is that? Momo's eyes widened. Kyoka looked petrified with fear. Katsumi looked like she was still trying to process what she was seeing, her face growing redder with each passing second. Okiko quickly covered her eyes with her hands, peeking out between her fingers. Mai wasn't even awake enough to register the implications. What's that supposed to be? Mina slurred groggily, flicking the alien object, causing Izuku to sigh in his sleep. Silly Izuku, April Fool's was a month ago. Too late to make a fake chest-burster joke, another flick. It's too low on your body anyway. Mina, that's. Momo tried to explain what it was, getting too flustered to finish her thought. Mai had gotten curious now and poked it, too. Wobbles like a spring, a piece of the gauntlet. You had springs that thick in those. How'd YA fit em? Mina slurred, looking at the fellow pinkette. Izuku shifted a little more and started to wake up. Determination. Mai shrugged. What? His eyes opened and he saw Katsumi, Kyoka and Momo looking at him, faces red as Momo's sleeping robe. Well, not at him, lower on his body. He followed their gaze and saw the issue. He had an 𝐒𝐿. Here. Mai and Mina were poring at it curiously. Here. Mina flicked it again. It really is springy. Pleasure spiked through him, sobering him from the morning grogginess instantly. Wait, what the F? He screamed, scrambling away from the contact, face flushing a deep red on the way, waking everyone up from their fluster-induced trances. F, put that thing away, Deku. Katsumi yelled, covering her eyes with her hands. Oh Izuku, you are awake, what is that thing? Mai asked, getting closer to it again, causing him to grow even redder in the face. Wait, total command. He stopped the BLD flow to the traitorous organ, causing it to go limp almost instantly. Mina thought for a second, still looking slightly drunk on sleep. Oh yeah, that's his PP, isn't it? Mai tilted her head to the side. Oh, that's a PP. Then the realization hit her, her face freezing and starting to blush harder than she ever had before in her life. His eyes locked onto the two for a second. How did you not realize what it was until now? Thanks for comforting me after my night, Midoriya-kun. Momo sputtered out, dashing out of the room. Iedabai. Kyoka added, unable to face him, her whole upper body looking red, dashing out of the door Momo had opened. Sorry for disturbing 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 night, Okiko stammered, managing to deactivate her quirk and scramble her way out after the two. Wait, don't leave me behind with this bullshit. Katsumi screamed, dashing after them all. Izuku watched with a slight sense of betrayal as they all ran out, leaving him there with a catatonic Mai and Mina, who was looking unfazed. Why? Just why? After pushing Mina out of his room, he slid down the door, groaning as he did so. It touched it, Mai's whisper echoed in his room. He wanted to slap his face with both hands, but his left arm was still broken to hell and back. Good thing I didn't jostle it around too much. He slowly rose back up from his spot against the door, wincing at his aching muscles. Wait a minute. He had heard that morning wood was a common thing in men, but he had never had it happen to himself before. He hadn't questioned it until now. It was probably total command blocking its subconscious. Wait, if that was the case, why did I get it this time? And why am I aching all over? I usually heal by no, oh no. His face twisted in a mixture of emotions. It's just cause I used up all the stored stem cells I had, right? Wait, that doesn't explain the sudden unconscious reaction my body gave. He was honestly panicking now, his heart rate increasing rapidly. Okay, calm down, it was just physical contact with the girls, it's only natural for me to. No, that can't be it. If that was the reason, I would have had the same reaction when Mina hugged me after the combat training. I didn't even think about stopping it that time, it was subconscious. He flinched with the realization. I need to see Recovery Girl. Mai, I'm feeling better. Imma go get Recovery Girl to heal the rest of my arm, I'll be back, he said too robotically. Mai nodded absent-mindedly in return, not even registering his words properly. He didn't even change out of his pajamas, dashing out his room to the infirmary. Recovery Girl, he shouted, slamming open the door to the clinic, making the old nurse jump. Jesus, you almost gave me a heart attack, Midoriya, she huffed, looking at him tiredly. Want me to heal the rest of Dash? I had morning wood. He announced, panic still in his face, breathing slightly as he slammed the door behind him. Come again. I woke up with an 𝐒𝐿. Her eyebrow twitched. You come into my clinic with that obscenity sputtering out of your mouth. As she went to smack him with her cane, he grabbed the makeshift weapon before it hit him in the head. It happened out of my control, he clarified, keeping the cane in place. Why does that matter? She stopped trying to hit him with the cane, realizing why he was panicking. MRI scan, you need an MRI scan right now. Mai was still staring at one of the All Might posters in Izuku's room, still not moved from her spot. I touched it, she mumbled again. She didn't notice the bedding shift, nor the soft footsteps leaving the room, opening the door slowly and softly closing it. Whoa, that was something incredible to see. Toru walked away, naked and slightly dazed. I guess his size fits his size. How dash, she hissed, looking at the screen in the viewing room, showing a picture of his brain. How are you even alive? He didn't even twitch inside the scanner. She slumped back to her chair. It's neural atrophy, probably caused when your brain was deprived of oxygen, a large chunk of your cerebellum and brainstem looks to be dead. She pushed the button, causing the table he was laying on to pull out from the large tube. I have no idea how you are alive, let alone how we haven't noticed it till now. How did you even run here? Your cerebellum is basically dead, how are you functioning? He sat up and looked down on his hands, moving them around experimentally. Maybe parts of my cerebrum were repurposed to take its roles, too. I have no clue. His voice was muffled by the glass separating the MRI scanner from the viewing room. That explains why so much of the stuff I usually do without thinking isn't happening anymore. Recovery girl looked at him sadly. So the parts that survived adapted to take the roles of the most essential functions. That's my theory, repurposing the connective tissue of my brain to sustain life. Total Command could do that, right? He dryly laughed. Recovery girl sighed in resignation. If that's the case, your nervous system behaves too abnormally for my quirk to work. God knows what would happen if I tried using it now, your brain might just implode. I agree, he hummed, starting to sit up weakly. But hey, it'll heal with time, I am still generating stem cells. He stopped, eyes widening. I think. Oh God, that wasn't a conscious effort. Relax, from what the scan shows me there is some new growth in the area, but nothing major, the youthful heroine huffed, zooming in on one of the stills of the scan, marking the recent growths between the dead neurons. Either just thinking about it is causing your body to generate some, or there is enough surviving gray matter to force the creation of stem cells. Oh thank God, he huffed leaning down, rubbing his head in relief. You sound relieved to hear that you have goddamn brain damage, she rebuked, getting angry. We could have noticed it sooner if you just let me take you to a hospital. And then what? The damage was already done, and you just said the only way for it to heal is with me regenerating. He shook his head. The only thing bringing me to the hospital would have done would be to make the rest of my class worry. There would have been professionals to take care of you. Recovery girl almost spat, face full of frustration. That kind of mentality is going to get you killed. A hero's job is to protect others, even their feelings, he countered softly. The urge to save was the only reason I was able to force life back into me from the brink of death. The only reason you survived is due to your quirk, Recovery girl scolded. Don't come at me with that suicidal rhetoric, I've had my fill with Toshiko always babbling it. Sorry, he muttered, getting up. Can you heal the rest of my arm now? They are waiting for me at the dorms. He stopped. And please keep this between us. I don't want anyone to worry. Her face soured. I should tie you to the bed and wait till you heal properly, but knowing you, you would just break yourself more trying to get out, won't you? She sighed. Fine, but I will log you as clinically insane. Won't that cause problems? All top heroes get that diagnosis one day, don't worry. Okay, so, Momo whispered to the small group that had congregated to her room, Kyoka, Okako, Mina, and Katsumi. We didn't see anything. They all nodded. If anyone asks, Ashido slept in Bakugu's room, Jiru, Uraraka, and I shared mine. They nodded again. Under no circumstances are we to even mention what actually happened. They nodded a third time. Especially his reaction. Momo blushed too hard to finish the sentence, the rest of the girls blushing too, all except Mina. He has definitely grown since I last saw. Katsumi thought, unable to help herself. Aren't you making a big deal out of this? Mina asked, causing everyone's attention to snap to her. It's not like it's, unnatural for it to happen, right? I suppose, Momo almost squeaked, blushing harder. Plus I would have been madder if it didn't get a reaction. The pink-skinned girl huffed, pouting slightly to make her point. Momo couldn't finish the thought. I'm still having trouble coming into terms with its presence, don't throw this at me, too. Was its size the byproduct of his 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲? Not thinking about that. Bad Momo. The rest of the girls seemed to be having the same line of thoughts, going by their almost steaming faces. Don't give me that. We're all hot, it was bound to happen, Mina insisted, crossing her arms under her chest. Could you stop, raccoon eyes? Katsumi hissed, her voice meeker than it should have been, but with anger still present. I don't want to think about it. Or you're all flustered Mina cooed. Why aren't you? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked, blushing face betraying her deadpan tone. Oh Mina shrugged. Dunno, maybe my lust is overpowering everything else. You're what? They all shot back. Did I say that out loud? I touched the sounds of arguing coming from the other wall broke my trance, shaking her out of her loop. Oh, he left. She gave a sigh. Without Izuku there to anchor her in the moment, her thoughts were quickly drawn to the critical failure the gauntlet had suffered. He tried blocking an attack with it, and it just crumpled up like wet paper. He trusted that it would have protected him, but a single tear fell unheeded. He trusted my baby. And it failed him. I failed him. She hugged herself tightly, and after failing him I just forced myself onto him all day. He must hate me right now. She sniffed and rubbed her eyes, trying to ignore the lump forming in her throat. I should just go build something. That's all that I am good for anyway. She quickly changed back to the clothes she was wearing yesterday, and walked off to the support workshop, face downcast. Shuzenji, I am here for my checkup. All Might announced, walking in through the main door to the clinic in her true form. Meekly looking around the main room of the infirmary. Shuzenji. She walked deeper into the office, following the humming of machinery. I keep forgetting UA got the funds to have almost a miniature hospital in here. Can't really complain, she winced, gently rubbing the area of her scarring. All Might stopped at the entrance to the MRI lab. Toshi, the old nurse, questioned, looking to the source of the footsteps. Oh right, your checkup, give me a second till I heal up. She closed her eyes, sighing, Midoriya. It was evident she wanted to say something else but bit her tongue. Young Midoriya is here. All Might is there, both patients asked simultaneously. Give me a second, you suicidal. She bit her tongue again. Patients. Suicidal patients. After a quick kiss from Recovery Girl, Izuku marched back to his room, his left arm still bandaged but healed fully. He had quickly asked to meet All Might after her own checkup in the teacher's lounge. No way he was going to talk about the whole 8 voices thing in his pajamas. He didn't notice the weird look Hana gave him when he re-entered the dorms. Hey Midoriya, why were you out in your pajamas? He skidded to a halt. Oh He stared blankly at her for a second, trying to come up with something. Oh wow, the damage even affected that. He probably went to get his arm fully healed, right? Tomoyo answered for him. The resident guy nodded immediately. Yeah, I got kinda excited and went before I dressed up properly. They both looked at him weirdly. Are you feeling alright? Tomoyo asked, tilting her head. Maybe I should dress up and get her to check again, haha. He announced, panicking and running off. What is up with him? Hana asked, turning to the speedster next to her. Maybe facing death head-on affected him a little. Tomoyo pondered, scratching her chin. I guess. Hana shrugged. Want some freshly squeezed orange juice? I'd love some, thank you. I came to change, he announced as he opened his door, only to find his room empty. Oh, she left. Well, I did kinda. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind of all the nonsense of the morning, put on some casual clothing and walked off to the teacher's lounge. All Might was waiting there for him. Alone and in her true form. What was your question, Midoriya? She asked, voice heavier than usual, like she already knew what he was going to ask. He paused and tried to find the words. I heard voices, 8 of them during my close call. I was just going to ask if that was connected to One for All. 8 voices. All Might mused, rubbing her chin. It might be, she confessed, her sunken eyes growing resolute. I should tell you the story of how One for All came to be. You might be able to understand what those voices were if you know the origin of the power that now resides in you. Izuku wasn't expecting the weight of the words, but leaned in, nodding slowly. All right, One for All story is intertwined with another. It's the story of a brother and a sister. That cheetah! Tsukiko screamed, tossing one of the bar stools, the furniture starting to decay where her fingers had made contact. He ruined it all, the plan, the Numu. She hissed and kicked the stool, causing another one of the bar tables to get knocked over, seething with anger. Him and his stupid F quirk. The static of the nearby TV on the counter cleared up, a silhouette clad in shadows fading into reality. "Shigaraki, calm down," came a voice from the speakers, warbled and robotic from the age of the device. "No need to cry over spilled milk, sorry Emerson," Tsukiko muttered, her outburst slowly coming to a close. "Kurogiri, is she correct about the male with a quirk?" "Yes, he seemed to have something like lightning, but I am not entirely sure," the gaseous villain answered, voice reserved and level. "I am sure that he walked off getting his neck broken." "I see," the voice from the TV seemed almost pensive. "One for All has changed hands yet again, so, my brother's legacy." She smiled, her scarred skin stretching over the psychotic grin that formed, almost tearing at the seams. "Can't wait to meet him again." It was during the first time of the first quirk's emergence 200 years ago. All Might began, voice slightly somber. "Oh God, not again. I am sure you heard most of the pleasant stuff regarding the time. It's all society wants to remember," All Might huffed, not noticing the zoned-out look Izuku had gained. "But it couldn't be farther from the truth." Izuku perked up immediately. When quirks first emerged, the meaning of being human changed, laws became meaningless, progress halted. The number one hero was looking older with each sentence. Anarchy took over. A sad smile tugged at the corners of her gaunt lips. "It's funny, in hindsight, they didn't even notice only women got quirks for the first 30 years or so." Izuku would have chuckled if he wasn't so invested in the story. During that time of chaos and uncertainty, someone took hold. A fire of utter hatred filled Toshiko's eyes as her voice grew strained. A woman with a quirk that let her steal other quirks, and to give them to others as she saw fit. Electric blue eyes flared. "We call her All for One. She took what she wanted, and gave to whoever pledged allegiance to her. Before long she had enough people under her command for the government of Japan to mean nothing." Her shoulders were shaking now, almost as if she was trying to keep her body from shifting to muscle form. She ruled Japan, she was ruthless in her rule. The absolute epitome of evil. I never heard any of this, not online, not in textbooks, how?" Izuku muttered, shocked to the core. After her fall, society did everything in its power to erase her existence from history. In an act of revenge, maybe even fear. Her shoulders stopped shaking, easing up a little. "Where was I?" Toshiko rubbed her forehead. Izuku looked Mika. "I shouldn't have interrupted." "Oh right. During her rule she did something I still have trouble believing." She tensed up briefly before continuing. "You see, her power to give quirks. It sometimes overwhelmed the target, making them mindless puppets. Other times it blended with the person's original quirk and caused it to mutate. There is one instance of the latter happening I know of through and through. The tyrant had an older brother. One that she loved dearly. Too dearly." Izuku didn't know what to feel about the connotations. He hated his sister for what she had done and was doing. His sense of justice fueling his contempt for her, so in order to get him to like her back, or maybe to force the emotions onto him, she gave him a quirk. Izuku felt like he was punched by the Numu again. What no one could have guessed, that giving him a quirk activated something inside him. The power given to him was stockpile, it melded with a power already inside of him. Something similar to his sister, the power to transfer quirks. One for All was born inside of a man. And now, 7 inheritors after the fact, it is back inside one. They both just stared for a moment, the silence growing awkward. Wait, so All for One's brother had a quirk before she forced another onto him. Does that mean there might be other men with quirks? No. All Might shook her head, then shrugged. Maybe. I mean, you have a quirk, odds are another might have one too. Odds are slim, however in the 200 years, there hasn't been another case with a man with a quirk. He devolved into thinking mode. Wait. I thought I only had total command cause of genetic variation, some mutation that occurred by accident, but if the brother had a quirk too, does that mean all men have quirks? Don't come to that conclusion just yet, we can't detect the genes for it in any men. Yes, including you. All things considered, you and the first might be the only one to have a part of a quirk gene, you having one that managed to manifest before being given 1 inch. All Might admitted. Izuku cringed, mumbled again, damn it. But why? Why am I the only one to have this? Maybe you are related to the first, maybe it is destiny, or evolution finally catching up. I don't have the answer for that one, she started chuckling, thinking about it. One for all and total command are just things that are impossible in the eyes of society, right? Maybe you have a third quirk that attracts things that shouldn't be happening to you. Do not even joke about that, I legitimately might have that. All Might simply laughed harder. Wait, that explains it. He let green lightning crackle between his fingertips as he exited the teacher's lounge. All Might had a meeting to get to and thus kicked him out. It's not one for all synergizing with total command. It's the bases that formed one for all working with total command, the power to transfer quirks mutating, gaining the ability to transfer intent. Or, it was never the power to just transfer quirks, it was the power to transfer will, intent. Everything. Maybe that was what I heard, the wills of the previous holders. He let the lightning fade, wonder if that means they are still in me. His pager pinged, derailing his train of thought. He looked at the screen dumbly for a moment before registering the source. Power loader. Hatsune, calm down. Power loader screamed, trying to decouple the pneumatic hammer she was using to beat the metal into shape. You are rushing it, it's gonna break the machine. Or worse, you'll hurt yourself, Mecha Might added, trying to unplug the metallurgy furnace before it burnt the workshop to the ground. Izuku slammed the door open to the support studio, breathing from his marathon to the place. I came as soon as I could. Mai stopped her catatonic crafting, looking up towards the intruder. Midoriya. The distraction gave Mecha Might an opportunity to tackle her away from the machines. Get off me, she struggled in vain against her creation's grip. Power loader sighed, finally unplugging the equipment before they had a critical failure. Hatsune, you are banned from the shop for today. Midoriya, take her back to her dorm or something. I need this cleaned up, then I need a stiff drink. Izuku nodded grimly, kneeling next to Mai. Come on, you need some time off. And no, I need to finish the piece. Her voice wavered, she was slightly tearing. I need to show that I can build something for you. That's why we are friends, right? Izuku looked dumbfounded. No, why will I said get out. Power loader screeched, and Mecha Might tossed Mai out, pushing Izuku out along with her. 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐿, the Goliath whispered before the door closed behind them. Mai sat down on the floor of the hallway, gazing blankly at the closed door of the support workshop. I guess I am not good for anything. Izuku's face fell at the sheer depression she had in her voice. Mai, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Her eyes were full of tears now. I failed you, my baby turned against me. And now I am banned from even building stuff cause I am so bad at it. Mai, you didn't fail me. Mecha Might only did that cause he is worried for you, and you were banned cause you need a day off. He crouched next to her, gripping her shoulders gently. Why would you even think that you failed me? The gauntlet. It broke when you tried defending yourself with it. He didn't respond, just pulled her into a hug, forcing her ear against his chest again. You hear that? She was blushing, tears slowing down, the steady beat of his heart filling her with warmth. Why your heart? Why is it making mine beat faster? Do you know why it's still going? She pushed her head off his chest, looking into his eyes. Why? Because someone I care for gave me this amazing support gear. It soaked up most of the impact, letting me get away with only a dislocated neck, instead of decapitation. His voice was barely more than a whisper. I am alive because of your gauntlet. Her heart clenched. I'm proud, happy, relieved. She didn't know how to describe what she was feeling. Words couldn't do it justice. So she acted, letting her body take the reins. Izuku didn't get a chance to react as Mai pushed forward and pressed her lips to his. His body sparked with one for all in his panic, green lightning crossing the gap between them. She felt his admiration, appreciation, and feelings for her. It was transferred to her with the arc between them, in ways words simply couldn't convey. The mix of sensations made her feel lightheaded. She pulled away from the kiss, eyes still closed, resting her forehead against his shoulder. Izuku, I love you, she murmured, finally knowing what words to use to describe what she was feeling. He didn't know what to say. He never thought someone would actually love him. Familial, sure, friendship, yes. But not this type of love. He was overthinking, his tongue felt like lead in his mouth. But the question was simple. Do I feel that way towards her? His fingers ran through her pink hair as he pushed her back slightly. The confusion on her face lasted only a moment as his lips met hers again, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her into his lap. Of course I do, how could I not? Mai could feel his heart beating against her chest, increasing in pace as he pulled her deeper into the passionate kiss. She could also feel hers matching his beat for beat. After what felt like an eternity, he pulled back. The look of happiness in her eyes made his chest feel like it would burst. I love you too, Mai. Her heart soared. The villains coughed up most of everything they knew, Detective 𝐒𝐻𝐻 announced in the teachers' meeting, holding up the testimonies of all the 60 villains they captured, along with the testimonies from the students. From what they said, they had been approached by this Shigaraki, the villain covered in hands. The students state that she was apparently the leader of the operation, with the quirk of decay, according to Bakugo Katsumi from Class 1A. Nozomi scratched under her muzzle, remembering the state of the barrier. She'd summoned them with the promise of killing All Might, continued the detective, flipping through the pages. Their main method of transport was the warp gate quirk user, Kurogiri. There is no record of either in the quirk registry, so they are presumed to be from the underworld of society. So what you are saying is that we know next to nothing, Snipe huffed under her mask. What I am saying is, even this League of Villains didn't know much about themselves. Weird. Midnight leaned on her palms. Usually even villains don't blindly follow one another. They didn't, they probably followed Shigaraki due to her control over the Numu, the beast that crippled both Eraserhead and 13, and almost killed Midoriya Izuku. The detective turned to Recovery Girl whose eyebrow was twitching remembering what he had requested of her. The police did their own autopsy of it, and we found that it had multiple quirks, too. Oh, All Might cut in, her voice grim, rubbing the scar on her torso through her clothing. We all know what that means. A cold realization spread through the room. She is back. Izuku never imagined this happening, neither getting confessed to nor the moment followed. Mai was at his side as they left the main building, clinging to his arm yet unable to look at his face. And to be fair, he couldn't quite look at her either. The sparkle in her eyes made it hard for him to keep his heart steady. Plus, with my subconscious is gone, God knows what would happen if I looked at her for too long. I might literally get a heart attack. Again. Mai, on the other hand, was having the same dilemma. Now what do we do? Kiss more. That felt nice. She was fidgeting slightly as they made it back to the 1A dorms. Mai froze mid-stride. With her grip on his arm he noticed it too, stopping too. Izuku she bit her thumb, looking away from him. Where do we go from here? He looked lost as well. His response to her confession, although honest and heartfelt, was said in the heat of the moment. He hadn't even thought about how the future would pan out after that, not how it would have affected his interactions with the rest of the class. Nor how he should act towards her now. He huffed, scratching his own scalp. I don't know where to go from here. Then he remembered. Yorozu. She might know. He knew her father was married to her mother. She must know what they should act like. Right. Do you know where Midoriya is? He has not been around since the morning. I am getting worried, Tomoyo admitted to Momo. Both were in the common room watching a documentary about rescue heroes. Oh, she blushed remembering the morning's debacle. He should be fine. Probably still with Recovery Girl. But he came back from that this morning. They both stopped and turned as the door to the dorm opened, Mai and Izuku walking side by side. Oh, guess he was with you? Hatsune was it? Tomoyo bowed in introduction. A pleasure to meet you. I am Ida Tomoyo. Oh, hello Ida, Mai muttered softly, eyes locking onto Momo's. Can we borrow Yorozu for a second? It's kinda important, Izuku added, rubbing the back of his neck. Both Tomoyo and Momo looked at each other. I don't mind. Why, you confessed to each other? Momo asked, shocked out of her mind. She tried to ignore the lump forming in her throat as she said those words. Of course she did. Izuku is amazing. Yeah, and we don't know what to do from here, Mai said, twiddling her thumbs nervously. Izuku said you would know. That's just. Her shoulders slumped. I honestly don't know that much. My parents aren't really around, you see. Oh, Izuku suddenly felt much more awkward about the exchange. Sorry, I didn't know. You love her, right? Momo asked, hoping against all hope that her own feelings wouldn't be for nothing. It's a useless endeavor, of course, he loves her, he wouldn't just lie about something like that. I do, he answered, starting to feel something off about Momo's voice. Wait. Both hero class students looked at Mai, whose amber eyes were focusing on Momo's onyx ones. She knew that emotion. She just felt that emotion. You love him too, don't you? Izuku's brain just stopped processing for a second. Then resumed in denial mode. What, of course not. Why would someone like Yorozu love me? Hey, you are a good person. Why wouldn't she love you? Mai countered, a little louder than intended. Neither noticed Momo starting to blush madly. What if I do? She meekly said, feeling some weight shift from her shoulders from her partial confession. Now, I can move on. Oh cool, we can both figure out what to do together then, Mai said, her trademark smile shining through as she grabbed the other girl's hands. Ay. Momo eyes widened. She can't seriously mean. Izuku looked like he had run out of CPU. We both love him, right? We can both learn how this relationship thing works from each other. Mai exclaimed, happy to have another girl to help her through this. Plus she looks like she is smart enough to figure it out. Are you offering to share Izuku with me? Why your boyfriend? Momo said slowly, still trying to process what the actual F was going on. Our boyfriend, Mai said, loving the ring to it. But that's not, Momo muttered, trying to make sense of it. None of the novels I read went like this. Not what? Mai asked, tilting her head like a confused puppy, looking far more adorable than she had any right to be after that bombshell. Relationships are supposed to be between two people, not three. Momo exclaimed, trying to get some sense into the situation at hand, ignoring the multiple HMS the world had nowadays, still going with what those old romance books as gospel. But, won't that make you sad? Mai asked, already knowing the answer. It would, Momo admitted, her voice getting softer by the end, her onyx eyes swimming with emotion. I couldn't be happy if someone was sad because of it, Mai announced with a huff. I am willing to share him. But won't it be weird, sharing him with other people? Did you sleep uncomfortably in his bed last night? Momo's mouth snapped closed. No, that was the best sleep I had. Momo's denial was fading. Only one last problem remained. It was all her brain could give before simply giving into Mai's logic. Shouldn't Izuku decide if he wants to be shared? Does he even love me? You heard her, what do you think, Zuku? Mai asked, gently nudging him. Izuku fell forward, onto Momo. Unconscious. Toganita. Nejaya pounded the much taller Hiroko student's muscular shoulder, trying to get her attention. Have you heard? Have ya? Heard what? Tamai, the gloomy and lanky member of the top three, huffed, the motion causing her dark hair covering her left eye to shift. There is a male in class 1A. Isn't that exciting? Nejaya announced, smiling broadly. Her curvy body almost vibrating with excitement. I heard he was strong enough to break the robots in the exam with a punch. Tamai flinched. Whoa, he sounds strong, he has power, eh? Myra, the muscular and tall one of the three, said aloofly. She looked like a miniature All Might. The only thing that gave her away was her rather simplistic face. Yeah. I heard he was a government experiment that escaped. Heido, that sounds a little far-fetched, Tamai mumbled, looking away. She is gonna be at this for a while. And remember that vigilante from a while back? The guy. Knuckle duster. Myra hummed, remembering something Mam had mumbled about the mountain of a man. Yeah. They say he is his father. Nejaya beamed, and All Might his mom. What dash? How? All Might hasn't been off duty, ever. Tamai mumbled, only to get ignored by the other two. What's his name though? Nejiya poked her chin, trying to remember the name of the current center of gossip. I think it's something with a M.I. Was it me dash Doria? Momo managed to exclaim just before all 150 kilos of muscle and tempered bone that was Izuku collapsed onto her. Mai watched as her man collapsed onto Momo. Wait. She looked at them both, laying on the ground, Izuku on top of Momo. Is this what sek is? Am I help me dash Momo grunted, blushing feverishly trying to push the unconscious male off. God, I can feel each muscle fiber when I push against him. Wait. Oh God, is he alive? Momo was truly panicking now, and if she didn't calm down she would soon join Izuku in unconsciousness. Then again, she wasn't overburdening her cerebrum with the tasks of all other parts of the brain. 𝐂𝐸𝐽. Mai shook her head, coming out of her trance and pulling her unconscious boyfriend off of the raven-haired hero. With what looked like little effort. Wait, what? Momo looked at Mai dumbfounded. She had managed to pull Izuku into a sitting position, head lolled down seemingly asleep. Then she noticed her arms. Arms that looked lanky and wiry at first glance, but as they were gripping onto the back of Izuku's shirt, they bulged. Arms of someone that gained upper body strength over the years pounding steel into shape. Oh right. Support course. You alright? The Pinkette asked, crouching down, still holding onto their weight. Yeah, he never answered. Wait. Right, Momo scrambled up, grabbing his wrist, trying to find a pulse. She sighed with relief when she finally felt it. Strong and steady. Oh thank goodness, Mai laughed silently. Don't worry, he isn't, you know. He promised he wouldn't. Momo let her shoulders slump, relieved and a little embarrassment. I'm just worried, especially after yesterday. I am, too, Mai looked away, scratching her cheek. But his chest was moving, so Izuku grunted, slowly coming to. Aiku, are you alright? Momo asked, getting a little too close by accident. He reacted before the rest of his brain knew what was going on and scrambled back a little. Onto Mai. Melons. He was blushing feverishly now. Mai gently hugged him from behind reflexively, pushing him against the soft point of contact. F that. He shut off his tactile sensations, letting himself calm down. What were we doing? He coughed, trying to remember what was going on before his blackout. You were having sek. With Momo, Mai mumbled. She was stroking his hair, but he wasn't feeling it. His neck almost snapped again when he turned back to look at the Pinkette. What? Momo was steaming. What? Then, it came back to him. Momo's admittance. She loved him. He would have honestly passed out again if shutting off the somatosensory sections of his brain hadn't taken some of the burden off of his cerebrum. He slowly looked back at Momo, who quickly averted her gaze, still flustered by Mai's comment. No way. She can't be in love with me. She is just too intelligent. Appealing. Amazing. Perfect. She is too Yorozu to fall for someone like me. Momo was blushing even harder now, and her eyes were darting all over the place. God. Thing. Damn it. Stop muttering. Mai huffed, nuzzling his shoulder blade absently. You didn't reject mine, why are you rejecting her feelings? And no I didn't. Izuku stammered, trying to find the proper words. I just can't see why either one of you fell for me. Momo's blush started to fade. Mai was looking sad and annoyed. Zuku. Maybe I was looking for something like this, but... Momo looked at her hands, opening and closing them slowly. She clenched her fists. You understand how I feel, and try to help me out without pity or bias. You've helped me better myself, in both quirk and state of mind. She let her hands unclench, relaxing as the thoughts finally flowed freely. Even knowing how I feel about myself, you looked at me like I was this appealing, intelligent, unstoppable hero already. Her breathing shook ever so slightly. How could I not fall for someone like that? Mai and Izuku looked at Momo, who was still looking at her hands. Mai with understanding and sympathy, Izuku slack-jawed and flabbergasted. But that's what you are. Zuku, Mai hissed, pushing him off her lap, towards Momo. Take responsibility. Momo looked up at him, smiling and eyes slightly teary. This is what I am talking about. Why you said it so easily, so earnestly. She palmed her eyes, rubbing the tears away. Sorry. Izuku re-engaged his tactile sensations as he scooted over to Momo, gently enfolding her hands in his. And no need to apologize. Momo gave out a soft, happy whimper. Izuku. She leaned forward. I love you. Their lips made contact. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 shivered again, the second time that day, but didn't pay any mind to it. I want to hear his voice. She was busy watching the news. About the attack on USJ. I need to hear his voice. Momo knew this was selfish. She only hoped Izuku could forgive her as she pushed in for the kiss, feeling a spark when her lips met his. She decided that this would be worth it even if he didn't. Izuku didn't react for the first couple of seconds, then slowly moved his hand behind her head, pulling her deeper into the kiss. Momo felt rapture as she pressed into him, causing them to fall back onto the grass. The movement made Izuku's hand tug at her hair tie, freeing the black locks of her signature ponytail. She pulled away, now straddling his lap, hair spilling around her face. A light blush had formed on her cheeks as though she was intoxicated. I want more. Izuku was again gazing up at her like she was a goddess, his fingers combing through her hair. All of this, combined with the turmoil of her mind, was goading her to go further, to rush things. Izuku, want to come to my road? Her sentence died in her mouth when something started to ring. Izuku's eyes widened. That's Mom's ringtone. That sobered up the young Yorozu instantly, causing her blush to shift from intoxicated to embarrassed, quickly scrambling off of Izuku. Sorry, Midoriya. You can call him Izuku, Mai said, looking curiously to the two of them. So that's what sek is? Maybe. Izuku blinked for a couple of seconds, trying to come into terms with the fact that he had just been kissed on the lips for the third time that day and in his life. I think I might never get used to that. His phone ringed again. OHSHT right. He answered the call. Morning, Mom. Izuku, the device screamed, causing him to wince and pull the phone away. He placed his ear on it again when he heard the other side grow quiet, both girls watching the interaction curiously. Izuku. Izuku, is it you? The other side was quieter. Yes, Mom. Sorry for not calling sooner, it's been hectic lately. Hectic? You were attacked. Are you alright? He looked at the two girls. Momo was asking something to Mai about meeting his mom, to which the Pinkette responded with a curt shake of her head. Yeah, don't worry, Mom. I am in good hands, he laughed awkwardly, rubbing his neck absently. And hey, we defeated even more villains this time. The other side sighed in relief. All those months ago, I did say I wouldn't get used to this easily, didn't I? Mai, unable to be stopped by Momo, grabbed onto the phone, pulling it out of Izuku's hands. Don't worry, Miss Midoriya, he isn't going anywhere. He promised. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, but who is this? Hatsume Mai. Izuku clamped a hand over Mai's mouth, stopping her from finishing that sentence. Oh. Hatsume. Izuku's best friend. He kept talking about you. Glad to hear you made it into UA, too. There was a brief silence. Could you take care of my son, please? Mai looked at Izuku and, after a moment of thinking, he let go of her mouth. Sure thing, I'll make sure he is safe. Thanks, Hatsume. Could you put Izuku back on? Mai complied, giving the phone back to its owner. Honestly, if you don't marry both her and that Uraraka girl, I will ground you, young man. Izuku's face became a shade of red never before seen by mankind. I'm 18. And that is the legal age to marry, now proposed to them already. Mom. His mind started placing wedding dresses on Mai, Okiko, Momo, Katsumi. Oh, you have enough processing power for that. You useless sack of, they love you already, Izuku. Go and pop the question. He sighed, trying to shift the focus of his mind. How are you so sure? A mother always knows, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 giggled from the other end. Now go get them, I want some cute grandchildren. Have a nice day, Mom. Call me sometimes. I miss talking to my baby boy, I'll try to. With that, He hung up the phone. Mai was beaming at him. Momo had a soft smile gracing her features. "I like your mother," Mai announced, grabbing onto his arm and resting her head against his shoulder. "Seems like she likes you, too," he huffed, gently petting her head with his other hand. "What was that last part about?" she asked. Neither she nor Momo had heard his mother's side, as she had almost whispered the last parts. Nothing major, she was just telling me to dash men, lying is harder than I remember it being. To not do anything reckless again," he breathed, "or she would ground me. It's still easier than the time I had to do it in the morning." Mai accepted the answer and nuzzled into him a little more. "Wanna go see if the documentary is still on?" Izuku nodded as the two of them moved forward back to the dorms. He stopped about halfway, realizing that Momo wasn't following them. "Oh yeah." Giving a look to Mai, who let go of his arm, he walked over to the raven-haired girl, who was still rooted at her spot, looking slightly like she had done something villainous and was not regretting it. "I'm sorry. I forced myself onto you," she mumbled, her tone not matching her words. "Momo." She looked up to him, still having that same giddy smile. "Sorry, I just can't stop smiling right now." He smiled back, extending a hand. "You apologize too much." Mai chortled in the background. "Hypocrite." Momo's face twitched for a second. "That stings, Izuku." Taking his offer and allowing him to help her to her feet, "Let me make it feel better." He leaned down and kissed her briefly on the lips again. She sighed happily after he pulled back. "That does make me feel better." He intertwined his fingers with hers, pulling her forward. "Good enough to join us in watching that documentary?" "I'd love to." "Oh, and Momo." "Yes. I love you too." She stopped for a second, finally feeling what all those books were talking about when the character's heart skipped a beat. She leaned onto his shoulder, sighing contently. "Thank you." Mai glomped onto his other one, smiling happily. He hummed in response, "For what?" "Being you." To their chagrin, the documentary was rolling the credits when they got back and rejoined Tomoyo, who didn't question why Mai was lingering closer to Izuku, nor did she ask about why they needed to talk to Momo so urgently, or why the vice president of the class had her hair out of her ponytail. She did, however, look relieved after seeing Izuku behave normally, idly petting Mai's head as she took a nap on his lap. "You look better than this morning, Midoriya," she commented, looking at the two. He smiled in response. "Got my fill of gummies, those things help a lot. I'm getting back to the swing of things." That got Momo thinking. "I wonder if I can create those with my quirk." Mai's eyes snapped open, scaring Izuku. "Momo, what is your quirk?" she asked instantly. "Wait. Momo's quirk?" "Oh no," before he could protest, Momo answered her question. "Oh, my quirk is creation. I can use lipids to create anything I know the molecular composition of." Izuku suddenly felt the fear of God. It was an unwelcome feeling. "Any limits?" Mai asked, slowly getting out of his lap. Momo was now getting slightly worried. "Nothing living. Other than that, nothing I found out so far." Mai's eyes were sparkling. "Did you hear that, Izuku? So many possibilities for new babies." Tomoyo choked on air. "Speaking of offspring is dash, hey, if anyone is mating with him, it's me. I called dibs." Everyone looked at the new person to join in on the group, Tsuyu. "Wait, did she?" Tomoyo asked to Izuku, who just looked back blankly. Mai didn't even register either interruption, crawling over Izuku towards Momo, who was seated on his other side. "Can you create diamonds? I have this idea for Izuku's new costume." Izuku's eyes snapped at the two. "Could you get rid of the skin-tight wetsuit?" Momo, Mai, and Tsuyu looked at him. "No. Figured as much." He sighed. Before Mai could drag Momo to the support workshop, Izuku grabbed onto the scruff of her neck, halting her progress. "Remember, you are still banned until tomorrow." She pouted at that, but finally gave in, sitting back down with a fine. He looked at Momo in a take-care-of-her look, which the obsidian-haired woman responded with a nod. "Tsuyu, can you help me with making lunch?" She nodded with a rib bit, joining him in the kitchen. "Sorry about that. she mumbled, shaking her head slightly as they settled down in the space, Izuku starting to wash his hands. It's fine, I am used to it by now, he muttered, flicking his hands towards the sink twice, then grabbing the towel. Plus, it's just your quirk, right? Mating season and all. Tsuyu nodded and started washing her own hands. Wait, you weren't there when I told the class about it, I mean. Your quirk is being a frog. She looked at him blankly, then started rib-biting, lightly. It sounded like laughter to his ears. I guess it's not hard to figure out, at least for you, she breathed, smiling faintly. But it should pass soon. How soon is that? He asked as he was looking through the fridge. Maybe some mac and cheese. They would like some good old American food, won't they? By the end of May, she admitted, drying her hands, but it has its highs and lows, and being around you is not helping. Oh, sorry, he said, hanging his head slightly as he got back up from his crouched position. It's not your fault, it's my quirk's fault. I honestly should have been more prepared for it, but it's not this bad usually, she shrugged. I'm guessing it's 'cause I'm near you, a source of TSN. Either that or it's 'cause I am edging out of PBOY. He scratched his cheek. Yeah, that'd do it. Enough about that, what's on the menu? I'm blanking on that, honestly. Frog legs, she muttered without thinking about it. Tsuyu, no, he huffed, hiding a chuckle. She didn't even blink at the rejection. Oh right, sorry. Soba. Both. Chefs turned to Shoko, who had just stepped into the kitchen. Shoko, no. Momo yelled from the common room. Shoko didn't budge. You heard the mom friend, Tsuyu croaked, making Izuku look at her like she just grew a second head. Shoko still did not move. We are out of noodles anyway, Izuku said, looking towards the pantry. Shoko hung her head, walking into the common room. Are we really? Tsuyu whispered, looking over his shoulder. Nah. Tsuyu started rib-biting rapidly again in apparent laughter. Beef fried rice? Mina asked, looking at the contents of the large wok Izuku was stirring. Yeah, he hummed, tossing the ingredients in the air. Where did you even learn to cook? The Pinkette asked, a whiff of the delicious aroma of the food halting her question. It smells so good, he smiled at the compliment. Lunch rush. Could you help the others set the table? It'll be done soon. Mina nodded and rushed off. You know you would make the perfect husband, right? Tsuyu said absent-mindedly. She was making a smaller portion of tofu fried rice for Koda. He started blushing. Unlike the rather lewd comments he was used to from her, this was more romantic. I guess. She ribbited absent-mindedly, then stopped with a croak. Oh. I remember, she turned to him, I was wondering if my siblings could come to the dorms next weekend. Izuku looked at her shocked for a second. Oh right, class president. I'll talk to Aizawa about it, should be fine. Thanks, Midoriya. 1A was in the USJ after it was reopened, Izuku and Momo guiding the rest of the class as they walked towards the city replica for training. The goal was to hide in the wreckage of the city, while a group of 5 heroes tried to find the rest. So she hid in an abandoned classroom. The only source of light in the room was a bare lamp. It was the perfect spot to hide in. But then the light went out without warning. The world was plunged in darkness. She shivered, but stood still. If anything, this made it a better place to hide. Then she felt it. Something wrong inside the darkness. Something vile. As if reacting to her awareness of it, the darkness pulsed around her in retaliation as she watched in horror, tendrils of pure inky black fading in and out of existence in her vision, hidden by the shadows. She struggled to move, to get away from the source of it all. But her body did not comply. She was rooted on the spot as the tendrils stitched together, coalescing into a gargantuan beast. It was too large for her to comprehend. Inhuman yet bipedal. It moved towards her, its leg bending in a way it shouldn't, its weight making the ground creak. She could see the detail now, its black body highlighted by red tendons across its frame, looking necrotic and rotten. Finally, her body accepted her command, and she started to run. The beast roaring as it followed her. But the roar never got further away, remaining right at her ear, easily keeping pace with her. It was toying with her, its guttural breaths going from one ear to the other, making her body reflexively run the other direction. In her panic, she didn't even realize that she was being herded somewhere. She arrived at a doorway, neon green lightning blinding her as she stumbled into what looked like an alcove. "Gh𝐬𝐽, get back!" 𝐼𝐾𝐻𝐲 couldn't get to finish his sentence as another beast manifested behind him, grabbing him by the arm and snapping it like a dry twig. Kyoka heard him scream in pain, the sound paralyzing her. His emerald eyes looked scared as the beast started to chuckle and cackle, another spawning from the inky black and grabbing onto his other arm and ripping it free of its socket with ease. She stared at the BLD spurting from the stump as Izuku howled in pain hoarsely like a dying animal, falling to his knees. "And no," she whimpered as another grabbed onto his head. He managed to gasp out a weak run dash before the lightning cut off entirely, followed up by the crunch of bone and a sickening pop. The inhuman cackling grew in volume, and with her superhuman hearing, she could hear the maddening cacophony of beastly and corrupted laughter spread around her. Her eyes adjusted to the dark and she saw his corpse on the floor. Her feet moved on their own, even as she wanted just get away. Run away like how he had begged her to do. But she couldn't. Her feet had guided her over him, her eyes seeing the result of that crackle and pop. His head was crushed, stomped on. The only thing making it recognizable was his bushy iridescent green hair, stained in red. And no, she fell to her knees, the pungent smell of BLD making her stomach churn inside of her. "YOUSHLDHYAN." Multiple voices bellowed around her in sync. It was the abominations. Even in the darkness she could make out the multiple eyes staring down at her behind the carcass. Each pupil glowing in the darkness, shivering with rage too primal and corrupted to be fathomable. Before she could pull back, away from the approaching eyes, Izuku's broken and mangled arm moved and grabbed onto her. She shivered and tried to step away, but the ruined limb was deceptively strong, anchoring her on the spot. The eyes around her grew closer as she tried to get out of its grip, to turn away from the eyes, and the thing he had become. Unable to move, she looked away, back to the place she had come from. Now with her eyes adjusted, she could see the walls. Black and bulbous, covered in more eyes. It wasn't walls that had surrounded her, it was Numu, dozens of them, shoulder to shoulder creating a wall of necrotic tissue. And now they were growing closer to her. She was afraid of the Numu but was more scared of the still-moving carcass of Izuku. His grip on her shoulder keeping her in place tightened, starting to draw BLD. It wasn't him that was moving again, something else had blossomed in his body, and was using it like a puppet. She kept her gaze away from his reanimated body as long as she could as the Numu approached her, their rotten breath tickling her face. She shut her eyes. They were tearing from the sickly sweet smell of rotting flesh. She only hoped they would make it quick. They didn't. A large hand gripped her head, twisting it, forcing her to look down. Another forced her eyelids open. She was staring down at the corpse of Izuku again. It twitched. The mangled piece of flesh that used to be his head rose back up like a sick marionette. "JIROUNO!" Kyoka screamed, jolting awake. The memories of what she had seen making her heave slightly as her stomach decided it would be a good idea to eject everything now. After a few seconds of almost hurling, she managed to override the impulse, her stomach calming down. She rubbed her eyes, feeling the tears on her cheeks, shivering from more than just the sweat coating her form. "Get a hold of yourself. He's alive," she breathed, trying to bury the nightmare, only for it to spread back to the front of her mind like an infection. She hugged herself tightly, trying to overcome the fear buzzing throughout her brain. What time is it? She checked the clock, 1 p.m. Must have taken a nap. She discarded her sweaty sleepwear, putting on some ripped jeans and a cotton t-shirt, sitting back down on her bed. I should go downstairs and eat something. She shivered remembering what she had seen in her nightmare. I don't think I can handle food right now. A knock came from the door, making her jump. "Gh𝐬𝐽, are you in there? Lunch is ready." It was Izuku. His voice reminded her of the nightmare, but she quickly opened the door staring at the man. He looked down at her curiously. "gh𝐬𝐽." She clung onto him instantly, sobbing lightly. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. He was shell-shocked, to say the least, but hugged her back after a brief moment. "Esho, you all right?" Just a nightmare, she mumbled into his shirt, pushing her head against his chest and nuzzling onto him, finding comfort in the living warmth of his body. Her breathing was still shaky, but at least her heart rate was evening out. "Kyoka, do you want to talk about it?" he asked, honestly not knowing how to respond to the situation. "Just shut up and hug me, Green," the punk girl whispered, poking his nose with one of her jacks. "Alright." Not knowing what else to do, Izuku settled on simply rubbing her back in soothing circles in what he hoped was a comforting gesture. "Saw that tea thing again," she admitted, leaning into him more, gripping his shirt. The pieces clicked for him. The way she hugged tightly, just like my had. She had seen him die. And if her shaky voice was any indication, it wasn't a clean death. "It's fine, Kyoka, it didn't happen. I am still here," he breathed, leaning down a little, resting his chin on her head. "Why you came back after that?" And her voice cracked, she was trembling again. But it wasn't you." He hugged her a little tighter, combing his fingers through her hair. "And oh God, your face when you dash," she whimpered, sobs racking her thin frame. After a few seconds of letting her cry against him, he spoke up. "Hey, look up for me," he mumbled into her head, causing her to shift slowly and look back up. She stared up to his face, taking in the small freckles he had on his cheeks, the enticing green of his eyes. The image from her dream was overridden in just a second, her brain burning his face onto her memory in its place. "I'll come back every time, and it'll always be me," he announced in a voice that was too resolute to argue against. His resolute voice and her hastening heartbeat reminded her of what had happened before their counterattack in USJ. "See, could you do the lightning thing again?" she asked, not even having time to register what she was saying. Izuku blinked for a few seconds, trying to understand what she had asked for him to do. Kyoka started blushing harshly, slightly wishing she could turn into Toru for a bit. "Really? I just asked him to use his quirk over something so stupid." Sure," he nodded, starting to channel one for all. Kyoka was startled by his acceptance. "Wait. Seriously?" She didn't get to question it more as green lightning arced between them, the familiar sensation of buzzing spreading throughout her skin where the lightning made contact. But the sensory stimuli that followed was different. She had a hard time holding back a as heat spread from the point of contact, easing her muscles and nerves. Sweet nothings echoing in her head as the sensation enveloped her fully. She sighed contently, letting herself fully relax against him. "I thought it would just put words in my head again. Guess it changes with what he wants." She then noticed Izuku looking at her more intensely than before, pulling her out of her high. "Is something wrong?" she asked, nightmare now forgotten. "Oh sorry," he mumbled, blinking and looking away as one for all continued crackling between them. She heard the ever-so-faint whisper inside her head, "She looks cute when she blushes and hope she feels better. It hurts to see her so scared." She blinked for a couple of seconds trying to comprehend where those thoughts came from. Then a few more to understand the connotations. Her face burst with red, pulling away from the hug. "I'm cute," she accused, taking a step back from him. He grabbed onto his mouth, the lightning stopping instantly. Did I mutter that?" he asked, sounding slightly betrayed. "And she stopped for a second. "I heard it in my head." "Which means?" He thought about it. Her blush became darker, her jacks moving around erratically. "I'll be in my room," she announced, slamming the door on his face. Should I bring food?" he asked from the other side. She thought about it for a second. She still wasn't that hungry, but maybe some leftovers. "What do we have?" With the door between them, she had an easier time conversing with him. "I just made some beef fried rice." Sure, can you bring some in like an hour? I should be hungry by then." She heard some awkward laughter from the other side of the door. "Sure thing, Kyoka." She hated how much hearing him say her name was making her blush. Weirdly enough, Katsumi was the one to notice him coming back, missing a certain punk. "Jack's not joining us?" she asked, leaning back on her chair, placing her bowl of fried rice down. "She said she wasn't feeling so well, so no. You want some hot sauce on yours?" Izuku asked, taking the empty seat next to Mai, who was chowing down with abandon, much to Tomoyo's displeasure. "Grab my own batch, wanna try some?" Katsumi offered with a challenging smirk. He thought about it for a second. I can just force my brain to ignore the spice, right? Sure. Katsumi's smirk widened. Is this a challenge to prove manliness? 𝐒𝐿 joined in getting closer to the two. Somehow the whole class ended up roped into a spice-off, as Doi called it. So we are going to add more sauce to it every time you guys take a bite, and the last one able to eat wins. Hana laid the rules, eyes shifting between the contestants. Katsumi looked at Izuku with rivalry in her eyes. You are going down, Deku. Then her eyes shifted to 𝐒𝐿. You, too, shitty hair. Izuku looked at 𝐒𝐿, holding back a grin. I think she likes your hair, Kirishima. You think so? Katsumi's hands were crackling. But she didn't deny the allegation. Anyone gonna bet? Mina mumbled, looking at the three. Why? Izuku's gonna win, my muttered, balancing a chopstick on top of another, bored already. Watcha say, Pinky? Katsumi snarled. Mai and Mina looked at each other. Which one? They asked in sync. The rest of the class started laughing. Katsumi blushed. Let's just get this started. 𝐒𝐿 needed to tap out during the sixth turn, chugging nearly a liter of water after the fact. Breathing slightly. What is in that thing? She chugged more water. Hardening my tongue didn't even help, Katsumi simply smirked. Family secret. She was flushed and breathing slightly, sweat dripping down her brow. Ready to give in, Deku. Izuku had learned that in his current state he couldn't both turn off his perception of pain and keep track of metabolism. He was currently looking like a ripe tomato as his metabolism had been sped up by the spice of the hot sauce entering his system, making him sweat profusely. Not yet. You. No. I don't think they'll survive if they go any longer, Tsuyu croaked. Okiko was still watching in awe. At this point, there was more hot sauce than fried rice in the bowls. Katsumi was looking like she had run a marathon already too. She couldn't finish the sentence, breathing to a stop. Izuku wasn't faring any better, wiping his forehead and combing a hand to remove the hair sticking to his head from all the sweat. No. Momo and Tomoyo looked at each other. Time to end this. No, I need to beat Katsumi couldn't finish the sentence as the spice overtook her, causing her to clamp her mouth shut and whine. Izuku tried his best to stand steady, but he too succumbed to it. Heh, guess it's a tie. Doi mumbled, looking at her two suffering classmates. You two okay? Katsumi's eyes snapped open and she glared back at the resident electric generator. Doi shivered from the pure anger inside those crimson eyes of her. Here, Shoko was the first to act, passing pitchers of milk to the two. Milk? Mina asked, raising an eyebrow to the action. Milk helps get rid of the sensation of burning faster than water, Momo explained, and why didn't anyone tell me? 𝐒𝐿 said, rubbing her tongue gingerly. You didn't give us time to, Tomoyo said sheepishly. Izuku thanked her with his eyes before chugging the whole thing. Thanks, Shoko. Katsumi just nodded at her after chugging her pitcher. Good thing no one bet, eh? Mina huffed, pouting slightly. Betting is unbecoming of a hero candidate, Tomoyo lectured, adjusting her glasses. Katsumi looked unsatisfied with the results. That's it, you extras, I challenge you all to smash. Mai's eyes sparkled. Smash, secretary. Izuku panicked. Mai, no, not that way. What way? Tomoyo asked, eyes landing on him, causing him to sweat even more. With that, he dashed off, grabbing a full plate he had set up for her previously. When did they get on first-name basis? Doi asked absent-mindedly, watching the spot he had left her field of vision. Pretty sure she just asked for it, like Tsuyu, Hana answered. Man, I would love to be smashed by Izu, Minerva muttered lewdly, then paled as she noticed she had said that out loud. The focal point of the class shifted from the spot Izuku fled from to Minerva. Minerva started sweating, trying to find the words to describe how sorry she was. Izuku ignored the sounds of the scuffle from downstairs and knocked the door to Kyoka's room. Kaken got a little too into the game again. Here. Green. Kyoka's voice came from the other side of the door. You can come in. When he opened the door, he was greeted by Kyoka sitting on her bed, strumming a guitar idly. Sorry making you come all this way, she muttered, placing the guitar on her bed and walking up to him, taking the plate from his hands. "No worries. I needed some reason to escape the common room anyway," he smiled, trying to force his body to calm down in the back of his head. "Mitsuki's hot sauce is more potent than I remember it being." "Oh, neat," 𝐂𝐽𝐽 said, trying to say something. "Anything else? Wanna hang out here till the ruckus downstairs dies off?" "Oh god, yes." 𝐂𝐽𝐽 never thought hanging out with someone could be so tense, but with Izuku it was. Just the sheer knowledge the lightning he generated had imparted to her was getting her stomach to coil tightly. But after the nightmare she'd had, this twisting was a welcome change. After a few more minutes of tension, it started to melt away. It started slowly at first. Getting bored of the uncomfortable silence, the punk woman clicked on one of her playlists, flooding the room with one of her favorite pieces, after skipping a couple of times at least. And Izuku hummed along to the tune, clearly enjoying it. That led to them discussing the types of songs they liked, and 𝐂𝐽𝐽 was surprised to find that the overlap was massive. After finishing her rice, she played along to some of the songs she knew, making his eyes sparkle with awe at her display of skill. Upon noticing this, she blushed wildly, tossing the instrument like it was on fire towards him, which he grabbed out of the air before it dropped to the ground. After a few seconds of staring at the instrument, he started to chuckle. Sorry for startling you. No, I just got lost in the moment." She looked at the way he was holding the instrument. "Wanna learn how to play?" "So, like this?" Izuku asked, turning so the punk girl could see his hand. Stifling a giggle, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 reached over and gently pushed his pinky up one fret to complete the chord. "You missed it again," she said with a grin. "Don't worry, it may feel uncomfortable now, but you'll get there." He sighed, willing his tendons to relax so his hand wouldn't cramp from the unnatural position. "Okay, just like before, but try suching to see this time." Biting his cheek in concentration, Izuku slowly dragged the pick over the strings and back 4 times. But upon suching chords, he panicked. His fingers landed randomly on the fretboard, and his 5th strum let out a discordant noise that caused 𝐂𝐽𝐽 to feel physical pain. "Goddammit," he grimaced, flopping back onto the bed. "This is gonna take years." No, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 said softly, rubbing her ears after that painful screech from her guitars. She smirked, causing him to laugh dryly. "Jokes aside, you were doing good." Her jacks prodded each other bashfully. "I can teach you more if you want me to," he smiled softly, trying to get his fingers back to the chord only to fail. "Maybe sometime later. Probably would help if Total Command was back full force." "Oh. So that's a yes. Cool. How about next weekend?" she said, trying to not sound so excited over the prospect. "Maybe next Friday after class. Only if you help me with present MIC's homework." He smirked. "Deal." By the time he went downstairs, the commotion had died down and the rest of the class was gathered around the TV playing Super Smash Bros. Except for Minerva, who was taped, singed, and frozen onto the ceiling, smiling pervertedly even in her unconscious state. It never ceased to amaze him that Nintendo, the pre-Quirk gaming company, was still around. Even with the rise of quirks, it had managed to survive and flourish. And now, knowing what he did about the reign of All for One, it was even more impressive. Guess some things are just eternal. As he arrived at the kitchen, away from the crowd watching Doi get pummeled by Katsumi in the game, chuckling inwardly. "Hey, Deku," 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐽 greeted him, grabbing another dish to wash. Her face stiffened, a small pout forming on it as she looked back. "𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐽," he mandated, raising his one free hand up defensively. "You're doing the dishes." "Someone had to," she sighed, scrubbing the grime off another plate. "Plus, I am not that good at that game anyway. Or any game, in fact." He took a step, placing the dish in his hand on the pile, then taking her side. "Mind if I help out?" She started blushing at how close he was, almost making the plate in her hands float away, but calmed herself just before her quirk activated on its own. If you want to," she mumbled, passing the wet plate to him. He smiled in return, grabbing the plate and drying it with a towel. The crowd left them alone for the most part, slowly diffusing back to their dorms after Doi's 5th defeat. Mai and Momo remained in the couch, the former clicking through science shows trying to find something she could pay attention to for longer than 20 seconds. Momo didn't seem to mind. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 fidgeted as she passed the last plate to him. looking around like she was planning something shameful. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳, can we meet on the roof after this? His eyebrows rose in shock. Well, that came out of nowhere. He looked at the two still on the couch, Momo's eyes catching his as she nodded to him. Mai, noticing the hero in training's gaze, looked towards Izuku too, then shifted her look to Okiko. And gave him a thumbs up. We really need to start figuring out how to communicate with our eyes. Okiko noticed the gazes and looked slightly crestfallen, deflating like a balloon. Sure, Izuku answered, turning back to her, getting stunned at the state she was in. Actually, never mind, Okiko mumbled, walking away. Izuku didn't know what to do, so he placed the last plate in its spot on the cupboard. Taking a few seconds to comprehend the interaction. The sound of skin slapping skin brought him back. What are you doing? Go talk to her. Mai screeched from her post, lying backward on the couch, hand on her forehead. Momo just made shooing motions with her hand to indicate that, yes, he needed to follow the other girl. He blinked for a few seconds, then blushed, mumbled, "God, I am an idiot," and dashed off. Yeah, but he is our idiot, isn't he, Momo? The elegant woman chuckled, I suppose he is. Now about your quirk. He dashed after where Okiko had gone, outside of the dorms. He hadn't even noticed it was night time. Okiko, he called out, trying to track the clearly distressed woman. With no luck. Total command, don't fail me now. He forced his hearing to overdrive, straining his brain a little more than he probably should have, causing his vision to darken momentarily. He grabbed onto a wall to stabilize himself as a wave of nausea hit him, causing him to drop his heightened hearing. Wheezing a little bit, that was a bad idea, he whimpered, another hand holding onto his head. But he turned to face the dorm, then looked up the side of the building. I heard her. He took a few steadying breaths, trying to get his body to readjust before he did another stupid mistake. Recovery girl might be correct about me. After he felt like he could, he crouched down, let one for all flow through his lower body and jumped. There was a little more power to his leap than he intended to have, overshooting the roof by a large margin. Thankfully his legs could handle the impact as he landed down. Right next to a puffy-eyed Okiko. She looked at him for a while, almost not believing his appearance. Then she looked down ashamed of him seeing her like this. What are we doing here? She asked, not taking her eyes away from the ground. His heart ached seeing her like this. And took a seat where he stood, mulling over what he was gonna say carefully. It bothered him how much longer it took. You wanted to meet here, right? He mumbled, looking off to her side, to the city in the distance. I did, she whimpered, sniffling a bit. But I wanted to be alone for a while. He flinched, not knowing what to do with that piece of information. Do you want me to go? It was her turn to flinch, looking like she was mulling over some stuff. No. She finally answered, silently turning and facing the city as well. And they stood there, watching the lights of the city, a mostly comfortable silence settling between them. Do you know why I wanted to be a hero? She asked after sniffling and wiping her eyes again. To help people, he guessed. She laughed sadly at that. I'm not that noble, Deku, she breathed, looking higher into the sky, trying to make out some of the stars in the warm May night. I wanted to do it for the money. She waited, expecting him to say something, maybe call her a mean name and then leaving. Whatever she thought he would do, he didn't. She risked a look at his face, expecting to find his face scrunched up in disgust. He was just standing there, patiently listening for her to finish the thought. She looked even more ashamed. My family was never rich, and I just wanted to. She lost her nerve before she got to finish her sentence. Why aren't you mad at me? Why would I be? He asked honestly, scooting a little closer, into hugging range. You almost died and here I'm just, trying to be a hero for the money. She rubbed her face tenderly. Even now I'm bawling my eyes out, I don't even know why. He didn't understand how to help with that last part, so he didn't focus on it for now. What are you wanting to do with the money? He asked simply. Baby steps. She stopped for a second. I want to spend it all on my mother, she admitted, curling into a ball. That way she could have an easy life like she always deserved. See, he interrupted. Helping people. She flinched, looking back up to him. She started blushing when she saw the smile he was giving her. No, I said I wasn't so, he shook his head. Out of all the jobs you could have chosen to get money, you chose to be a hero. A job where you have to help people. He looked to the sky. And you're doing it to give your mother a leisurely life. If that's not being selfless, I don't know what is, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. How can I be as selfless as why say I am when I ran up here to cry making why worry? She stopped herself, her voice heavy with suppressed emotion. Why did I even get up here after seeing that? The pieces connected and he realized why she was so sad after seeing him interact with Mai and Momo. Didn't mean it was any easier to get his head around. You like me, he mumbled. The world seemed to stop for him, his broken brain resorting to ignoring outside stimuli as it worked to comprehend just what he realized, based on her reactions. No way 𝐒𝐿 could be feeling that way about me, is there? No, that's impossible, right? No way she could have feelings like that for someone like me, but Momo and Mai did. No, they're outliers, no way this many people would be romantically attracted to me. Right. Tsuyu's words came to the forefront of his mind. You know you would make the perfect husband, right? She said that just to be nice, right? No way she really thinks of me that way. Does that mean Tsuyu is attracted to me more than what her mating season is doing to her? Does that mean the same for Kyoka? Mina? Keikaken? And 𝐒𝐿 was coming to a realization on her own. No, it can't be. I can't have a crush on him. But try as she might to deny it, it clicked in her head. She liked him. No, that was wrong. She loved him. That's why seeing him ask permission from Mai hurt her so much. That's why she saw red in USJ when she thought he had died. It all made sense. She looked at him. He was sweating, looking like he had a fever. Izuku's rant inside his own head continued. No way. No way they could see me that way. His train of thought skidded to a halt as he noticed he was being shaken violently by a worried 𝐒𝐿. She was crying harder than before. I am so sorry, I shouldn't have she sniffled, stopping herself from shaking him more as he finally came to. She took a breath to steady herself. Are you alright? He blinked a couple of times, fully coming back from his bout in the mental scape. I'm fine. She sniffled a bit. It hurt him to see her like this. Crying so close to him. He couldn't help it, he pulled her into a hug. She stiffened at the contact, eyes opening wide. Then she slowly hugged back, uncertain on what to feel. On one hand, he was so close. On the other, she now knew her heart wanted so much more, yet he couldn't reciprocate those feelings. Or could he? Her heart begged, now aware of her feelings, she couldn't help but yearn for him to reciprocate them. She needed to say it. She knew that he knew what she was feeling. But she needed to say it. 𝐒𝐿 pushed against him, causing him to let go of her as she pulled back to meet his eyes. And spoke what was in her heart. Why, you're right. I like you, Deku. I might even love you. I know you might not share my feelings, but his lips met hers abruptly, shutting her up and causing her mind to go blank. He pulled back slowly as she stood there stiff, blinking slowly. Then she pushed forward, chasing the lip contact. For a moment she forgot all about his previous arrangements and let herself be selfish. By the time either noticed what they were doing, 𝐒𝐿's tongue was mingling with Izuku's, her hand under his shirt, feeling his toned body, one pinky shying away from the contact to avoid activating her quirk on him. She pulled back, blushing and breathing a bit. She gulped. Why did you? We shouldn't have. He looked at her dumbfounded, trying to make sure the taste of her tongue got burned into his memory. Why not? I love you. She looked at him incredulously, feeling slightly betrayed. Why have a girlfriend? This is 𝐒𝐿. Girlfriends, he corrected, voice still monotone due to the shock of the kiss. I wonder what Mai's tongue tastes like. Bad Izuku. 𝐒𝐿 just stared at him. Excuse me, what? Finally. Mai cheered as Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 entered the common room, hands intertwined. What took you so long? She didn't know what she was feeling. Izuku said simply, a blank expression still on his face. Oh good, welcome to the Mai stopped. What is this? 𝐴HM. Izuku started falling forward, then he rebooted before he slammed face first onto the floor, stupor gone. Don't call it that, he hissed, blushing furiously. Something both Okiko and Momo mirrored. Fine, then how about, before the inventor could come up with something worse, Momo cut in. Polyamorous, she announced, blushing slightly. A polyamorous relationship. It's what this is. She looked at Okiko with a soft smile. We all love him, and he loves us, that's polyamory. Can we actually do something like this? Okiko asked, looking slightly guilty. Dunno, hummed. It all just kinda happened today, really. Cute accent by the way. Okiko blushed at the sudden compliment. Izuku froze. It hasn't even been a day, he turned up the stairs robotically. It hasn't even been a day, the three girls looked at him leave. Is he alright? Okiko asked, honestly worried about the mental state of her b-boyfriend. The thought alone made her blush heavily. He's fine, should have seen him in the morning. Mai made a falling gesture with her hands. Went out like a light. We did see him in the morning, Momo mumbled. All three started to blush brightly, remembering what they saw in his bedroom. I meant later in the morning, Mai said, poking her hands together awkwardly. Okiko rubbed her own head. This was a long day, maybe we should just get some sleep. Right, the other two girls nodded. Mai didn't move to leave the dorm. You're gonna sleep with him? Momo asked, confused. Are you not? The pinkette asked, tilting her head. Just what did I sign up for? Okiko asked herself. Izuku looked down on the shy girl in front of her, her two long blonde bangs flowing in the wind as she tried to collect her thoughts, muttering sheepishly. Come on, spit it out. She teased, acting like he had other places to be, trying to give the little push she needed to say what's on her mind. I think the girl gulped. She was barely 18 but her body looked rugged from all the training she probably had gone through. I think Japan doesn't need another top hero, it needs an ideal, she said shyly, as if talking heresy. Something that can't be killed, something that everyone knows is there even if it really isn't visible. Her icy blue eyes met his. It needs a symbol of peace. She smiled. She is what we need. Then everything fell away. Izuku's brain slowly regained consciousness. He felt like he was forgetting something, but he didn't get to think much about it as his groggy mind let his tactile sensations flood back in. There was a mass on his torso breathing in and out rhythmically, and just a hint of it on each shoulder. He didn't need to open his eyes to know who was on top of him. It's his girlfriends. Plural. His brain seemed to have healed just a bit since the thought alone didn't send him back to the land of unconsciousness instantly. He didn't know if he was more worried about his sanity or fearing whether he would disappoint them. Oh, God, what will Toshiko think? Toshiko. As he is having his bout of confusion, the rest of his bedmates woke up slowly. Momo is the first to wake, shifting subtly, nuzzling the nape of his neck like a cat that didn't want to wake up from its nap on top of a laptop. But she did, and he was blessed to see her open her eyes and look at him first thing in the morning. He honestly felt himself fall in love with her again, just seeing the pure adoration that filled her eyes as they focused into his. Her cheeks tinted with color looking at him, a shy smile spreading across her lips. Oh, how much he wanted to kiss them again at that moment. But he didn't want to wake the other two just yet. What time is it? She asked, softly. She shared his want to not wake everyone up just yet. I love you, he says even before realizing just what his mouth was doing. Her eyes widened at the words, and her blush growing stronger. She responded by intertwining her fingers with his under the covers and nestling into his shoulder again. That's unfair, saying it while I'm still waking up, she mumbled softly, a smile in her face. It's going to make me think I am still dreaming. If it is a dream, I done wanna wake up, Okiko groaned from his other side. Izuku started to chuckle, fingers running through the brunette's hair, me neither. Mai's eyes snap open, a smile filling her features. I can invent again. Izuku knew that sentence should scare him a little, but in the moment, he only felt happy for her. The girls darted off to their own rooms to change, while Okiko and Momo did. Mai ran off to the support studio. Maybe. He can't be sure, but he is pretty sure he heard her scream, I need to make more babies, out in the courtyard. He smiled to himself. With the shock of it from yesterday now gone, he couldn't help but feel giddy about the whole arrangement. By the time he got down to the lower level, he was greeted by Tomoyo, who looked like she just watched someone set fire to her personal Bible, and Riku making cinnamon rolls for the whole dorm. He took a seat and nodded gratefully when Riku passed him a plate, digging in with haste. Momo and Okiko soon joined them, followed by Eiko, who after 3 days of Izuku waking her, was getting used to waking up earlier. Is there a problem?" he asked after swallowing his bite. Catching Eiko's uncomfortable look. "It just feels wrong watching you eat that, I guess." Eiko answered, rejecting the plate offered to her. Okiko burst out into a fit of giggles. "So who do you think is gonna sub in?" Doi asked Mina, leaning back on her chair. "I doubt." Aizawa-sen. The door slid open and revealed what looked like a mummy, who then proceeded to enter the room, shutting the door behind her. Are you sure you need to be walking around like that?" Izuku asked Aizawa, wincing at the amount of bandaging on the teacher. "I'm fine, Midoriya, you should be the one taking a rest," Aizawa stated simply as she walked to the podium. Izuku just shrugged in response. "As you all know, UA hosts a sports festival every year." She started, skipping the formalities as always. And with the recent villain attack on USJ, she huffed, failing to hide her annoyance. Principal Nozomi decided that it will be a show of power. It will be held in the 21st just as scheduled. The class filled with excitement. In 2 weeks' time, the UA Sports Festival will occur, where you will get a chance to make your splashes. Izuku couldn't really focus on the classes after that. His broken mind could only process so much information currently. Hopefully, Momo can share her notes. But he finally got snapped out of his daze as the last bell rang. It's Friday, no afternoon classes. Oh right, I gotta talk to Aizawa about Tsuyu's siblings visiting. He took a few steps towards the door, causing some eyes to shift towards him. "Where are you going, Deku?" Okiko called from the side, still packing her bag. "Gonna ask Aizawa-sensei about something before she leaves the teacher lounge," he announced, rubbing the back of his head. "Some student rep stuff." He heard Tomoyo's approval in the background as he turned around and slid the door open, and was greeted by a horde of students crowding the hallway. The first years of UA had heard a lot of stuff in the 4 days they had been enrolled in the college. They had heard about the weird teaching style UA let the teachers have on the first day when all of Class 1A was missing during orientation. The second day, they heard rumors of a male in the hero course and seen him eating with a class, giving them pointers on what's good on the menu. He was intimidating to look at, to say the least, towering over the rest of his classmates. The third day, they heard him chastise them over the exit of the cafeteria, gripping onto a woman as he floated above them. Later, they'd heard there was an attack on USJ. They'd heard that the villains were the ones that needed the teachers to rush to their aid. And now, with some sick curiosity that egged them on, they needed to scope out the competition. To see what 1A was really about. So they crowded the hall right as their class ended, waiting for 1A to open its doors. And suddenly, the crowd felt scared as the door slid open. 195 centimeters of pure muscle stared down at them, face apathetic. They had seen him in the cafeteria, heard about him in the gossip. But nothing compared to seeing him simply tower over them up close. "Can I help you?" he asked, tilting his head to the side, slightly confusion in his face. And with that, the world crashed around the crowd. The intimidating aura was broken. "Wow," came the voice between the other students as a tall, lanky woman made her way up to the front, kiting her fingers through her messy mop of lilac hair. "Honestly, I thought the rumors were exaggerating your features." Her tired eyes squinted. "Turns out they were just exaggerating your mental state. They are probably here to scope out the competition, Deku." A blonde from the classroom yelled. "Competitio. Right. The sports festival." He rubbed the back of his head. "That's nice, could I get through then? I have to speak with our teacher about some things." "You think this is a joke?" the lanky woman spat. "There were many that didn't make it into the hero program and were forced into other courses." Her souring face quickly dispelled, turning back into the lazy poker face she'd worn when she first spoke up. "Our instructors told us that there was a chance of us transferring over to the hero course based on our results in the sports festival." She smirked. "I'm sure the reverse could be said for you, couldn't it?" For a general studies student like me, this isn't just scoping out competition, her face hardened. It's a declaration of war. Some ohs and ahs were murmured in the crowd, some started to back away fearing that maybe the man was going to get violent in return. "Oh, sorry you didn't make it to the hero course. I hope they do transfer you over," he said, finishing with a genuine smile. Clearly, that wasn't the reaction the woman was expecting, so she froze on the spot. "Stop hogging the way," the same blonde from before protested, trying to shove the man out of the way. Only to fail gloriously as he didn't even budge. "Damn it, Deku, move." "Oh, right," he mumbled, taking a step to the right to let the woman through. Who then proceeded to shove through the horde. "Was that all?" he asked, turning back to the lanky woman, still staring blankly at him. She shook her head and walked off. He looked to the rest of the crowd. "You guys want anything?" "Lose the shirt," echoed from the classroom, followed up by the sound of slapping. "Thanks, Tsuyu," he called back as he left the classroom, with the crowd watching him leave in shock. He wasn't what they expected to see. And as he passed through the crowd, he came face to face with a woman with silver hair with a muscle complexion similar to 𝐒𝐻𝐽, with what looked like flashes of metal surrounding her eyes, almost as if her face was cast in iron, with the only imperfection on the mold being around the eyes. "Good to see 1A is representing the hero course well," she said with mirth, slapping him on the back causing him to stop in his tracks. "Heard you took down some villains, good job." She gave him a thumbs up and a sharp toothy grin. "Ah, thanks. Hope to see you at the festival," he answered, smiling as he went on in his merry way. He didn't notice the vine-haired girl tilting her head, trying to figure out where she had seen him before. And a light lavender blue-haired woman wearing a monocle, her eyes locked onto his hair, sipping tea as she attempted to remember where she saw that same color previously. Well, that was awkward, he thought as he made it to the teacher's lounge. Hope I didn't miss Aizawa dealing with that. Izuku knocked on the door and waited for someone to respond. "Come on in," came a gruff voice from inside the room. "Shiori-sensei." He opened the door to the teacher's lounge, shaking his head a little bit. It had been a long time since he was there, and even in the time he spent working there the current homeroom teacher of 1B wasn't a common face to see in the lounge. "Guess 1B is better this year." He scanned the room for a familiar yellow caterpillar on the floor, only to see Kendo, he asked, seeing the student representative of Class 1B, causing the woman in question to smile in return. "Midoriya, good to see you," the redhead answered, turning away from her homeroom teacher. "Heard about USJ, you alright?" He chuckled. "You should ask the villains that." That got a huff from Shiori, who looked like she was having trouble not smiling. "Sorry we hogged all the glory." She places a hand on her hip, shifting her weight. "Are you apologizing about getting attacked?" "I guess I am." He smiled awkwardly. "I have done weirder stuff." "I can confirm that," Shiko huffed from her spot under the coffee table. Kendo looked at the source. Is that -1 as homeroom teacher?" Izuku finished her sentence. "Yep." "That explains so much, yet so little," Itsuka murmured, looking at the coffee table which hid the teacher from sight. "Midoriya, what do you want?" The teacher huffed, slightly annoyed. "I was going to ask if we could have visitors over in the dorms," he said, scratching his head slightly. "Like that girl from the support department." She responded, sounding bored with the conversation. "Sure, Nozomi gave the go-ahead ages ago." His face turned crimson at that. "And no, I meant family members. Tsuyu wants to have her sisters over." Itsuka stifled a laugh at his response. "He's just too fun to tease, isn't he?" "Oh, sure. Khan, where are the lanyards?" Aizawa asked as she rolled out from under the table. "Why don't you know where they are?" Shiko asked, clearly confused about the mess of a woman Aizawa was. "Third drawer on the right." "Midoriya," Aizawa said simply. I got it," he huffed, grabbing the lanyards. "When should I return these?" "Whenever they leave," she sighed in response, rolling back to her spot. The two Class B members just watched the interaction with confusion. Is that normal?" Itsuka asked her teacher. "For Aizawa." "Sure. First time seeing someone play along with her though." Shiori whispered back. Katsumi grunted as she made her way towards the support department. She really didn't want to go there. But her suit needed to be rebuilt. And she had an idea to be implemented into the design. And if Izuku's suit was anything to go by, she was the only one that had the capabilities to pull it off. The explosive woman stared down the steel door of the department. God damn it. She knocked at the door. Is Hatsune still there? The door slid open, Mechamite standing and staring down on the new arrival. 𝐂𝐲𝐵𝐴𝐾𝐲𝐼𝑇𝑠𝑗𝑑𝑇𝑜𝐆𝑒𝑖𝑒𝑔𝐬𝑒𝐚. CME, the machine shifted out of the way, letting her in. I gotta give it to her, she knows how to build intimidating things. The only one other than Mechamite in the workshop, didn't turn away from the project she was working on as Katsumi walked in. What do you want? She paused. Her pride was screaming at her to act patronizingly at the inventor. But her logical side was at the helm, contrary to popular belief and even her own efforts to be seen as such. Bakugo Katsumi was more than 30 liters of anger stuffed in a 20-liter bottle. I wanted to apologize. Mai's hand stopped, and she turned to face the woman. Katsumi could now see iridescent green panels she was working on. An upgrade to Izuku's gear. Mechamite, please tell me you recorded that, Mai mumbled, pulling her goggles to her forehead. 𝐂𝐲𝐵𝐴𝐾𝐸𝐵. The machine was interrupted by his creator. Okay, shut up, Mai commanded, blushing slightly. Katsumi grumbled softly. Look, I just wanted to apologize. I kinda went overboard when I heard you say you made a baby with him. Mai looked at her quizzically. Honestly, I've known you for less than a week and even I can tell this is breaking character, she huffed, turning back to the project at hand. But if it means anything to you, I had already forgiven you. Katsumi's teeth clenched and her hands forced themselves into fists. Just take the apology. Mai looked over her shoulder at the blonde woman. An apology for blowing up after I said I made a baby with your crush. Katsumi's face grew crimson. Goddamn it, how obvious was I? At first, not at all. You sealed the deal when you snuck into his bed, she hummed, twirling a pencil between her fingertips. So when are you gonna confess? Now Mechamite was looking lost. 𝐿𝐼𝐶𝐿𝐹𝑆𝑒𝑑𝑇𝑜𝐹𝑎�Ｈ. 𝐶NI Nah, he's still coming to terms with it, he probably doesn't want to be outed just yet. Mai's face stiffened and her eyes glanced at Katsumi. Whoops. Katsumi looked like she was shaking with rage, but forced herself to take a seat, breathing in and out for a couple of seconds to try and calm down. You already knew this would have happened sooner or later. You already said it here. I'm guessing Vice Rep did, too. Mai whistled at the explosive heroine training's observation. Izuku wasn't exaggerating when he said you were smart, did he? I can be rash and impulsive, but I am not blind. She sighed sadly, plus, she did kinda say you love him too in USJ, so that confirmed it. She wiped her face, and Mai realized that the blonde hero hadn't been shaking with rage previously. She had been weeping. God. I'm such a f***ing idiot, she hissed, wiping her tears angrily. Why am I crying? I know this was going to happen. Sorry for almost calling you that. Back then, she mumbled. I said it was fine, Mai said softly, turning her head away. If anything she heard about Katsumi was true, she wouldn't want to be seen this vulnerable state. Especially not by her. Mechamite, delete all footage of today, she huffed, her back still turned to the weeping woman. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, the machine announced, followed by a tone that increased in volume until it ended with a ding. I don't want your pity, Katsumi mumbled. Staring at the ground. Forcing the tears to remain inside, it's a courtesy, Kaken. Her smirk was showing in her tone. Now, go tell him how much you like hearing him call you that. That's not what I want. Katsumi admitted, still not looking up. Mai shrugged. What, you don't want to share him? Can't help you there, that's not what I she hesitated. It's not that simple. I made his life a living hell for so long and Mai blew a raspberry. And you think that would make him reject you? No. Damn it, let me finish, she hissed. Then, taking a breath, I don't think I deserve his love. Mai's flippant facade started to tear at the seams. This was not how she wanted the conversation to go, so she decided to try shifting topics. Why are you telling me this? Katsumi looked lost herself. Don't know. Then rubbed her forehead. Maybe it's cause Izuku trusts you. 𝐼TCULDBEBCYOUWNGONTOGCNGSFORYS Mechamite chimed in, taking the center stage of the conversation. ITSNOTHHYYOUSHEULDCOVSS. Katsumi, going on the emotional roller coaster that was her visit, felt anger boiling in her again. Damn it, scrap heap, I told you I don't deserve his love. Team WTYOUFENDGTIGCDD, HAVECLSUIE, the machine shrugged. YOUTNGITINISONYMAKNGD Have you met Deku? She shot back. He wouldn't reject me, even if he didn't feel that way towards me. Cause it would hurt your feelings and he wouldn't want that. Mai asked, turning around and resting her head on her palm. I should have just listened to Aizu and let him remain broken. Now he's dragging conversations to uncomfortable places. Yes. Katsumi screamed, throwing her hands up in the air in anger and relief. That softie couldn't reject anyone. TGSILOGICIL, HMCNGABUTYOUR FNGCYSWSTIFSNGTWRDSYOU Mechamite droned in. NOTTOMNNGTFORYUIFHSWRDSINTCMBTTNGTOGCOBY. The machine was facing her fully now, single red eye staring down at her crimson ones. YOUNGBAKUGOU, HEJUSTMIGHT That's the problem, I am a terrible person. Fresh tears started running down her face as she turned away from the inventor and her invention. Mai looked uncomfortable and stared at her baby. You got me into this mess, get me out. Mechamite straightened up, internal mechanisms shifting audibly. PLYNGRECRANG, and I don't hate you. I can't hate you, Katsumi stiffened hearing the recording. Tears starting to dry. Why don't you hate me? I'm just this villain that bullied the only person that believed in her potential. Mai watched her creation go. Wait, I don't remember adding a recorder inside him, because she did it to protect him. You said it yourself. The machine relaxed as the recording stopped. FAHSLYDSNTBDYOUARE. AREYOUCNGKMALIAR. He added with finality. Katsumi ran a hand through her long hair, the hair she'd grown out just cause he said it looked good on her all that time ago. She slumped in her chair. He's too good for me. Pretty sure he thought the same about all of us, Mai mumbled, looking at her sympathetically. Yeah. That's cause of me. I made him so introverted and insecure, Katsumi admitted. It's cause I bullied him since we were kids. NOTWI, the reason doesn't matter. Katsumi blew up, interrupting the machine's counterargument. It doesn't change what I did. Mai huffed, thinking over the whole argument. Then don't. Don't confess and just hold on to your love for him. Suffer silently for something you did in the past that you can't change. Katsumi shut up hearing that. I'm sure Izuku would want that, she added. Hope this works. Goddamn it, you're right. The hero huffed. That would hurt him more, won't it? Jesus Christ, just kiss him once and see what he does. Mai exploded this time. I've had enough of this emotional bullshit. Maybe I will. Katsumi screamed in return, anger overriding everything else for a second. And quickly dissipated. Wait a minute, Mai laughed. I win, I can't believe that worked. Oh, God, Katsumi mumbled, you are just like Izuku. I mean, great minds think alike. Mai shrugged. Relaxing a bit. Katsumi blinked. Sorry for making it weird. She mumbled, looking away slightly ashamed, no idea where that came from. Mai gestured to Mechamite. I think he had it right, you have been sitting on with those emotions for how long now? 15 years. Katsumi just nodded, then coughed. Anyway, I was here for my gear. I got so DMN sidetracked. What about it? Mai asked, relaxing a bit more as they pulled back into a topic she was comfortable with. I wanted some improvements on it, Katsumi said simply. The change was instant. Mai had jumped off her seat and was in her face in under a second. I'm listening. Mai hummed happily, looking through the notes she took regarding Katsumi's requests for the updates on her suit. It was simple, really. She wanted the right bracer to have multiple firing chambers instead of just one. The single-shot grenadier bracers held massive combat potential in theory, but they took too long to fill up, which had made them useless in the real combat situations like the one she had found herself in at USJ. While I am at it, I can add some bracing on the left arm to deal with the kickback of the single shot. She smiled, starting to sketch up the internals of the new chambers of the bracer. Wonder if she would be fine with Izuku designing the outside. That aside, why did you know so much about this emotional stuff anyway? She asked Mechamite, who was plugging himself to his charging dock. 𝐴HIHADDOWEDSMEPSYCILICIGYAPPICINS TVTITMIDDBCINUSCFULNTCLSSES. The machine responded, taking a seat on his dock, the power conduit clicking onto his back. Hey. Mai nodded and added, remember to check if Mechamite's homicide suppressant protocol is still active, to her notes. Katsumi clicked her tongue halfway back to the dorms. Should have asked her to get Deku's design for the outside. Izuku sneezed on his way back to the dorms. Wonder who is talking about me. Oh, Midoriya, could I have a moment? He knew that voice. Sure thing, Kiyomi-sensei, he said, looking over his shoulder to the teacher. Anything you need. She gestured to an empty classroom, and he followed. Just wanted to check in if you are doing okay, Midnight admitted after she closed the door behind them. He smiled. I'm fine, really, there is no need to worry about me, he said again, keeping eye contact with the shorter teacher. If you say so. She pouted, looking away, clearly not believing him. Oh, right. You heard about the sports festival, right? Yeah, Aizawa announced it this morning. He rubbed the back of his head. Kinda excited for it. You are going to make the opening statement for it, she said, looking back at him, since you were first place in the practical examinations. Can I give my points to Bakugo? He said without missing a beat. I have stage fright. Do you think that would be a good idea? Letting Bakugo do the speech. Midnight huffed. Not to mention, you can't. Then she smiled slightly. And don't worry, I'll be right next to you through the whole process. You can hold my hand if it helps. He took a seat on the desk, idly rolling his thumbs over each other as he looked away. I might take you up on that offer. Midnight was internally screaming, who gave you the right to be so cute, goddammit. So yeah. That. I wanted to tell you that so you had a chance to prepare a speech for it, though honestly the crowd would cheer their heads off even if you just screamed plus ultra, so don't sweat it too much. Don't sweat it too much. For a speech that's going to be televised all over Japan. Izuku gulped. I'll try not to. She patted his shoulder softly. You'll do fine. Okako greeted him from the couch in the common room when he made it to the dorms. So, what did Aizawa say? You were gone for a long while? He took a seat next to her, pulling the lanyards out of his pocket. She gave the go-ahead. Have you seen Tsuyu around? I haven dash before she could finish, she was cut out by a rib bit. Both turned to Tsuyu. Ah, thanks Midoriya, she chirped and grabbed the lanyards, walking away. How did she sneak up on us? Okako whispered, leaning closer to Izuku. Frogs are scary, he mumbled, rubbing his eyes and sinking further into the couch. He didn't notice my dragging Momo to the support workshop behind them. God, I need a break. My froze on the spot, did a quick reckon of the room and then jumped on the couch next to him, leaning into his shoulder. We could go on a date. Izuku jumped at the sudden contact. Am I? That's me, the pinkette answered, smiling. So what do you say, Zuku? Why you don't want to spend time inventing all weekend? Izuku asked in return, confusion almost overwhelming him. Nothing like a day out to get the gears turning even faster. She countered, not losing her smile. Don't you agree, Momo? Izuku's head twisted towards Momo instantly. I'd agree with you, Mai. After this week, I think some time off would be beneficial, the vice representative of Class 1A said matter-of-factly. The only thing messing up her facade was the massive blush growing on her cheeks, and her eyes shining with excitement. Then he looked at 𝐒𝐿𝐵, who sported a similar look. "Tomorrow at 9 a.m. he asked, smiling softly. A break should help, really. It was 8 a.m. in the Heights Alliance dorms, and Momo was panicking. Her hair was down and she was switching between a bikini and a one-piece suit, trying to figure out what to wear on their date. Just the thought of it alone was making butterflies rampage in her stomach. Mai had insisted that they go to a beach, which surprised both her and 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Sand and waves really didn't sound like it mixed well with the inventor. Izuku, however, looked slightly moved by the suggestion. I should ask him what that was about. She huffed and looked at the time, -8:30 am, then sighed and went back to looking for what to wear to the beach. Even with the stress of her first date, she couldn't help but smile softly at her reflection in the mirror. A month ago, she couldn't have imagined having a boyfriend. Nor could she have imagined how happy it made her to finally go on a date with someone. She would have thought that distinction would ruin the feeling of it, but honestly, it was just making her giddier. All the love triangles in all the books she read seemed senseless now that she had this feeling. A knock at her door broke her out of her trance. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 groaned. I can't believe I am doing this. But damn it, I am not going on my first date in the school swimsuit. Momo opened the door to see 𝐒𝐿𝐵 pulling a determined face that looked as resolute as Izuku but fierce as Kitsumi. Oh 𝐒𝐿𝐵, she squeaked, taking a step back. Here. Oh. The expression melted away from 𝐒𝐿𝐵's face. I hope I didn't wake you up, she mumbled shyly, poking her hands together. She looked both ways in the hallway. Actually, can I come in? Momo blinked for a couple of seconds. Oh. Sure. She took a step to the side, letting the other girl in before closing the door behind them. You wanted help with something. She nervously shifted from one leg to the other, intimidated by the outright high-class aura coming from Momo and her room. I wanted to know if I could lend my swimsuit, she squeaked, far too softly and fast for the taller girl to comprehend. Momo tilted her head. Could you say that again? Come on, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. She won't judge. Can you lend me a swimsuit for the date? Momo's face brightened steadily. Of course. He groaned as he got up. It was weird how uneventful his sleeping had become. Usually, he had some sensation of time or emotion from an already forgotten dream. After the USJ, however, time seemed to skip whenever he laid his head on the pillow. The brain damage is probably why. He rolled to his side, deciding to sleep a little more, only to bump into a mass on his side. My. The girl in question whined and turned to look at him. Morning already. Guess so, he huffed, looking at her groggily. Her tired face slowly turned into a warm smile as she leaned forward, intending to kiss him. Their lips met, but so did their teeth, causing both parties to reel back from the sudden jolt caused by the clacking of bone, which they followed with laughter. Sorry, Zoom kinda makes my depth perception go off the rails in the mornings, Mai explained as her laughter died down. Izuku smiled, softly pulling her to a hug. Wanna try again? He didn't need to ask twice as Mai closed the gap between them, melting into the kiss. After a few seconds, she pulled away and Izuku's eye caught the alarm clock as they tried catching their breath after the heavy lip lock. 8:50, we are gonna be late. Late to what? It's the wee dash. Mai stopped midway, eyes widening. SHT. Kissing him one last time, she jumped out of the bed, sputtered I'll be right back, wait for me, and dashed off to her dorm. Izuku watched her leave, mind slowly processing what just happened. She should just move in here at this rate. He rolled over and climbed out of bed. The joints on his back popped as he twitched his back muscles in sequence, enjoying the cracks reverberating up his spine. He rolled his shoulders, letting those joints pop into place as well. Then he remembered why he was getting up. His face flushed as he smiled. He shifted his weight from one foot to the next, waiting for the girls to show up. It was 8:59, and his face was close to combusting with excitement and embarrassment. You alright, Green? His head snapped to Kyoka, neck groaning slightly. Thank God those vertebra joints are fully healed. Oh, yeah, I'm fine, just gonna head out for a bit. Her eyebrow arched. Then why are you waiting here? Blushing. Are we sorry for being late? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 announced, both she and Momo stepping out of the elevator carrying large beach bags. �KYOKA looked between the three. Wait, what? I am here. Mai screeched, holding onto the door frame, breathing trying to catch her breath. Izuku's face twitched. And you were teasing me for quoting All Might, he murmured, looking at the girl. I just know what you like. Mai defended herself. Plus it's not like I am here is something abnormal to say, she added, blowing a raspberry at the end, causing the other three to chuckle. So, we leaving or what? The three nodded and started heading for the door, Izuku stopping for a second to look at �KYOKA. We'll be back by, I dunno, sometime afternoon. Tell Ida that she is in command if you see her please. �KYOKA nodded slowly, turning back to the common room TV. Wait, did they all just go out on a date? How does that even work? She finally shook her head. Nah, there's no way they're on a date. The merry feeling of the four on the date faded rapidly as they approached the UA barrier. Even from the distance, they could hear the hustle and bustle of the reporters. Are they still camping out there? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 huffed, cheeks swelling as she pouted. We have private lives, too, you know, Izuku chuckled sadly. That's just how hero life is, we should get used to it. That is true but... Momo's onyx eyes locked onto Izuku. Won't they stop us for a long interview? Since you are with us. The dots connected for the other three, and Izuku huffed in displeasure. They probably would, so we have to sneak around them. Mai announced, hitting her palm with her fist. Izuku, what's the plan? He looked at the girl, eyes screaming why me? But before he could put his woes into words a plan clicked into existence in his head. Remember the combat training? 𝐒𝐿𝐵's eyes shined. How could I forget? Momo smiled. That could work. Mai was giggling like a schoolgirl as Izuku hopped onto another rooftop. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was hanging onto his back, acting as ballast while her quirk was active on the other three. Izuku's firm arms were around Momo and Mai locking them to his sides as he took powerful leaps towards their destination. I am never riding the train again. Mai screamed. Her voice muffled by the rushing air. Izuku himself had a massive smile on his face. Is this how All Might feels like when she is going around? Soon Izuku found his way to the beach, dropping down inside an alleyway to make a more discreet arrival to the public place. Thank you for flying with Air Izuku. Please remember to check your overhead compartments, he announced in a mock voice, causing 𝐒𝐵 to sputter in laughter. Momo took a few steps only to fall back to his arms as her legs gave underneath her, face flush from all the adrenaline surging through her body. That was exhilarating, she breathed, looking back to the source of it all. Thank you, Izuku. His breath hitched and his face flushed. Anytime, Momo. Mai chuckled looking at the two. You guys are so sappy, she teased, causing Izuku to look back at her, his blush fading. Says the girl that insisted we go on a date where we first met. He shot back, a sly smirk forming on his mouth. Mai's shoulders sagged, grin drooping. I thought you would have liked it. Oh, so that's why, Momo smiled. Seems like Izuku isn't the only one that's full of surprises, she hummed, leaning back away from the man in question. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, still not off her spot on his back, giggled. Mai, you didn't seem to be the sentimental type. Izuku chuckled. She's a softie deep down, she's just bad at showing it. His words caused Mai to pout back at him, presenting a chance for him to lean down and capture her lips, which he took. Also, I love it. Thank you, Mai. Her smile returned full force, causing even the other two girls to blush a bit by its brightness. I told you, I know what you like, she said proudly. Now let's go have some fun in the beach, she announced, dashing out of the alleyway towards the sand. Izuku chuckled, then stopped before following her. You wanna get down, 𝐒𝐿𝐵? Nah, it's comfy up here, the brunette answered with a giggle. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, he answered, shifting a bit before grabbing under her knees to steady their posture. His face turned towards the remaining girl. Momo, he asked, looking at the silent woman. The woman in question shook her head, a smile on her face. Sorry, just got caught up in the moment. You alright? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 chimed from behind Izuku. I'm fine, Just happier than I thought I could ever be, the high-class woman answered with a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Izuku smiled back and leaned down slightly, kissing her on the forehead and earning a bonk in the head by 𝐒𝐿. What was that? Kiss her on the lips, she demanded from her perch, causing the two to laugh a bit. Then he complied, bringing Momo's lips to meet his, both parties sighing contently. Remind me to kiss you after you get off for that, he added, trying to look up to where she was on his back. 𝐒𝐿 leaned forward, almost losing balance before managing to grip onto the sides of his head, landing an upside-down kiss. We could do that, she mumbled, blushing as she settled back behind his shoulders. Izuku blinked blankly, then looked back down. How many times can I fall for someone? 'Cause I think I just fell for 𝐒𝐿 again. Momo hid her giggle under her hand, dragging Izuku towards the beach slowly as 𝐒𝐿 almost floated off his back. Being encompassed in their own little world, none of the three noticed the blonde woman catching sight of the small group. An unhinged grin forming on her face as her honey-colored eyes locked onto the back of the giant of a man. I've never seen a man bleed before. Her grin widened as she ran her thumb over the edge of her knife. Wonder how he would look covered in his own boo. What took you so long? My protested, messing around with a metal ball. What is that? Izuku asked as my clicked onto a button on the top, a telescopic sprouting from the bottom. Then she stabbed it onto the ground, the action causing the main body to click, and the metal sphere starting to spin, clicking rapidly as it unfolded into a large flattened dome. A beach umbrella. The three turned to the device, then to Mai. I have no idea how you managed to do it, but you still surprise me even after nearly a year, Izuku mumbled, looking at the feat of engineering again. Why did you even build it? Was testing collapsible designs for your suit? She explained, turning and tossing her towel under the machine's shade. This was just a dry run. Momo looked under the umbrella, trying to see where the panels connected to each other. It's amazing what you can do, Mai. I can barely see the connections. Yeah. I might have gone overboard for a dry run, the pinkette chuckled, combing a hand through her hair in embarrassment. But hey, it works. Izuku chuckled and bent down a bit, letting 𝐒𝐿 jump off of him. I'll say, he hummed, tossing his shirt over his head. Gonna go out for a swim? I'll be back in a while. 𝐒𝐿 grew crimson, while Mai almost drooled at the sight. Momo was too busy unpacking her stuff to see him go. You know, Mai rolled over on her towel, her shorts and t-shirt tossed into her bag, now lounging in a cute yellow bikini. Her eyes rolled over the growing amount of people peppered across the beach. I never thought he would actually do it. Get into UA? 𝐒𝐿 asked, turning to the woman, in her black and pink bikini. Momo had created one for her since none of the Creation Heroes swimsuits would fit her frame. Oh. No, I knew he'd do that. Mai rolled back to meet Brunette's eyes. I never thought he would actually clean up the whole beach. Momo closed the book she was reading. Wait, Dagobah Municipal Beach. She tried remembering where she had heard the name before. Isn't this the place that got suddenly cleaned up over half a year ago? She stopped, head twisting towards Mai, eyes wide. Izuku did that. Yep, Mai popped the pea, it was his dry run. You should have seen it, he was hauling fridges and cars like it was nothing. 𝐒𝐿 laughed. Yeah, I can see him doing that. Momo shook her head. I suppose that is something very Izuku to do. Speak of the devil. Mai chirped, her eyes zooming into the horizon, seeing Izuku swim back towards the coast. He's on his way back. 𝐒𝐿 sat up, following the pinkette's gaze, still not seeing her boyfriend. How far out did he go? Dunno. Lost track of him ages ago, Mai shrugged. I don't think him going out that far is safe, Momo said, looking to the distance as well. Pretty sure he can swim back to the shore with his eye closed at this point. He made a point of swimming into the distance after he cleaned enough of the beach, Mai said, trying to calm the other woman. If you say so. Momo shrugged. Watch this, watch this. Mai jumped in her seat. Watch what? I can't see anything. 𝐒𝐿's words died in her throat as the barely visible green that out in the blue ocean disappeared, replaced with a torrent of white foam as water suddenly burst into the air. Is that? Momo paled. The disturbance in the water started approaching rapidly, causing some of the others to start running back into the shallows. He kicks into gear when he gets close to the beach at the end of his course, Mai explained as Izuku came into view, followed by a giant wake similar to one produced from a speedboat. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐸 silently watched the sight, feeling more than a little overwhelmed by how much the man was training. Even on a date. I should train that hard, too, Momo's face scrunched. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐸, you don't need to train hard. Not that way, at least. Her words caused the brunette's gaze to land on the woman. Your quirk is gravity manipulation, strength and endurance training wouldn't help as much. If anything, training with the proper martial art would make you deadly in combat. Mai chuckled. Yeah, plus with my gear, you will be unstoppable. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐸 smiled at the two. Thanks. No problem, it's nothing really, the two answered before Mai leaned and grabbed a camera out of her backpack. What are you doing? Momo questioned, looking at the steampunk-looking device. That's definitely right. Getting a pic for the collection, Mai answered, setting up for a picture. Also, what's your phone numbers? I'll send a copy to you. What 𝐭𝐻𝐸-𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐸 started to ask before noticing where Mai was aiming at. The wake had hit the beach. Izuku broke the water and shook his hair, much like a model on a TV spot would, his wet body glistening in the noon sunlight. Mai held down the shutter button, the camera clicking rapidly, taking multiple pictures as Izuku shook himself a little more and took his steps towards the beach. Momo gulped, crossing her legs, a light blush dusting her cheeks. I would like a copy of those pictures, yes and thank you. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐸 was sure her nose was about to start bleeding like an anime character. Her face a deep crimson. Oh, their thoughts were broken by a whistle from the side. Someone from the beachgoers was waving to Izuku. Hey there, handsome. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐸's flushed face receded, bloodlust starting to radiate from her form. Mai looked at her curiously. Wonder why she doesn't do that to us. Momo was patting her back trying to calm her down. And Izuku? Izuku looked deeply uncomfortable, then looked at the source of the sound. Aunt Bakugo. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐸's intimidating aura faded almost instantly. Momo froze on the spot, and Mai's finger clicked again reflexively, taking a picture of the tall and mature-looking woman, sporting a black bikini that was way too revealing, which showed off her pristine skin. I told you to call me just Mitsuki. The blonde had a face of mock agitation. Aunt Bo makes me feel old, she added as she walked towards him with a visible sway to her hips. Come give me a hug, it's been way too long. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 rubbed her eyes. Oh wow, I can't believe my dream has gotten this weird. You aren't dreaming, Momo mumbled back. Is it me or is Bakugo's mom hot? Mai asked, looking back at the woman who was hugging their blushing shirtless boyfriend. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 looked at Mai, then to Momo. Stop lying to me, dream Momo, this has got to be a dream. Momo pinched herself, then 𝐒𝐻𝐸 causing her to flinch with the pain. Oh no. You really are getting more buff every time I see you, Mitsuki complimented, her hands grazing on Izuku's toned biceps. So, how's UA? Izuku was overheating. Something he often did around the older woman. It's great, learning a lot, he barked, a little too stiffly. Mitsuki's face scrunched, and she pinched his ear, pulling his head down to hers. What did I say about lying? I wasn't lying, I'm learning a lot. Izuku defended himself, bending down in pain. What about USJ? Mitsuki hissed, pulling at his ear a little harder. That wasn't the best day, he admitted, looking at her crimson eyes. She stifled a laugh and blew into his ear as she let go, making the man shiver as the sensation. Well, at least you look healthy. Good to see some upstart villain didn't get a hit on you. He shuddered a bit while righting himself. Why yeah. Well, as fun as it was to see you, I'm going back to sunbathing. Her face broke into a smirk. Could you put some lotion on my back? Izuku's face flushed. You don't need lotion cause of your quirk, right? Mitsuki flicked him on the arm playfully. Don't bring logic into my teasing. She chuckled, turning to leave. Oh, and tell Katsumi to call me sometime. I worry. Izuku relaxed as Mitsuki's voice shifted into a more maternal one. Of course. Anything else you want me to tell her? Will you marry me? Mitsuki said without missing a beat. Izuku's face grew crimson as Mitsuki walked away, laughing at his shocked expression. He finally shook his head, dispelling his fluster, and shuffled back to the three waiting for him, settling between Mai and Okiko. Was she flirting with you? Mai asked after a moment. Okiko looked like she was still denying the reality of the situation, while Momo was still frozen on the spot. She likes to tease, Izuku explained. She wasn't serious about it. You sure about that? Mai, please. The woman in question laughed, curling against him. Wanna get lotion on my back? Izuku made a choking sound. Mai, Okiko finally accepted reality, and Momo unfroze. Mai, that's 𝐒𝐲𝐚𝐽. I'm sure you two would love getting him to cover your backs, too. Mai insisted with a smirk. Neither Okiko nor Momo argued against that. If you want to. Izuku mumbled, looking bashfully at the ground then back at them. All of their eyes shined, even as Momo's and Okiko's faces grew crimson. This is heaven. Okiko almost emmed as Izuku rubbed the lotion on her back, his fingers rubbing the stress of the university out of existence. Honesty, she was having trouble not thinking about how good he would be on other activities involving hands. Mai sighed dreamily from her spot, back slick with sun lotion. You are very good at this, you know. Okiko could feel him blush from where she was laying, and she hoped he couldn't feel her heartbeat nor her flustered face from his contact with her back in return. Ah, really? He blustered, voice wavering. Momo nodded, her hair loose on her sides as she flipped through another page in her book, trying to hide her face under the confines of the paper. I must agree it feels very pleasant. Okiko, he questioned, his hands grazing against a sensitive bundle of nerves as he did so. Caught off guard, she emmed. Mai started laughing. See? I told you. Okiko felt steam coming out of her ears. Izuku looked red enough to pass as a tomato. Momo tried to bury her face further into her book. Well, I'm gonna go grab something to drink, Izuku announced, getting up from his spot. Any of you want something? A kiss, Mai announced, rolling to her front. Izuku rolled his eyes, but complied, kissing her. I would like some tea if you can find some, Momo said from her spot on the towels, still reading her book. Okiko still couldn't meet his eyes but mumbled out a soft strawberry soda, under her breath. He nodded hearing that and headed off to the vending machines. Wonder if Momo likes that brand. He hummed looking at the selection on the machine, then shrugged, purchasing 2 different types of tea. Hey, came a girly voice, causing him to turn around. He came face to face with a woman around his age wearing what looked like a middle school uniform, hair in 2 messy buns. There was something wrong with her eyes. They looked hungry. Can I help you? She smirked, leaning towards him. Yeah, Izuku-kun, her smile was slightly predatory. Can you show me the color of your BLD? His eyes widened as her hand blurred out of existence for a second, not due to speed but cause of how erratically it was moving, his brain only registering it again after the numb feeling of steel-piercing skin encompassed his senses, as the knife she held stabbed down the left side of his chest, the tip growing closer to his heart. He's been gone for a while, hasn't he? Mai hummed, getting bored. It's been, like, 5 minutes, Mai. The vending machines are probably farther than that, Okiko mumbled back, stretching out a bit. But I'm booed, Mai whined in return, causing Okiko to chuckle. I'm sure he'll be back soon, Momo said, flipping another page in her book, close to its end. Toga Himiko had stabbed a lot of people, that was just the fact of the matter. People got such a nice color to their skin when it was covered in BLD, and she couldn't help but want to see more. So, she stabbed and stabbed. Painted people in the crimson she loved so madly. Toga had stabbed a lot of people. But this was the first time she was stabbing a man. And this was the first time her victim didn't move back or stagger as the knife slid in. She could feel herself fall a little for the man. You would look so much hotter if you were bleeding just a little bit more, she sing-songed, trying to push the blade in further in. If I just nick the heart he'll bleed so beautifully, but the knife stopped before it got any deeper. And his hand grasped around hers, keeping the knife in place. She pouted, looking back up to his face. Come on, don't be stingy. It's just a little BLD. He looked lost for words. Just stared down in shock. I would like to live, thank you. I promised someone I wouldn't die. Her pout broke into a wide smile. Oh, you are in love with someone. She tried to pull the knife out, only to fail as Izuku's grip tightened around her hand, making the bones of her fingers groan. I love a good romance, she cheered, seemingly unaffected by her inability to pull away. But that's sad, her face darkened. I would have liked to keep you for myself, sorry, I don't think I'd like that, he answered, his shock replaced with focus as he tried getting his BLD ready to congeal the moment the blade was pulled out. I don't like bleeding. She blew a raspberry. Don't lie, everyone loves a little BLD, she giggled. It's so red and stark it looks lovely on skin. I don't think that's a common thing to like, miss. He tried to keep his voice calm. At least she seemed civil at the moment. Nothing like the villains from USJ. Toga got a massive blush on her face, and a feral grin, her free hand moving with the same erratic motions to make him lose track of it before cupping his cheek. You can call me Toga, Izuku-kun, he shivered at the contact but held steady. Would you leave the knife behind if I did? Toga looked like she was considering it slowly. Only if you kissed me, too, she said, pulling her lips into a kissy face. Yeah, I think I'ma go to therapy after this. Promise. He breathed out. Just play along, she seems compliant. Toga nodded her head rapidly, and he could feel her hand go slack against the knife under his own, as she rose to the tips of her toes. This is a terrible idea, he thought. But I don't know her quirk, and if she does look and sound like she will let go. So he did it, leaned down and kissed his attacker, who hemmed in delight as he did. And after a second he started pulling back. Toga bit on his bottom lip, enough to draw a little BLD. He looked at her incredulously. She giggled, liking her lips. Thanks for the meal, then started to transform. Her body coated itself with a slick material as it shifted, causing him to lose grip on the hand holding her knife which remained stuck to his chest. Soon the disturbance faded away and he was face to face with a shorter, female version of himself, in the middle school outfit Toga was wearing. Toga looked at her hands, then back up to him. This is new. Izuku's grip tightened around the knife. What the F? He took a few steps back, away from his female doppelganger. Well, a promise is a promise, the female Izuku announced, and turned her back to him, walking away. It was fun, Izuku-kun. I hope I can taste you more next time. With that, her whole body disappeared from his vision, much like her hands did previously. His bleeding lips scabbed over, the platelets he had accumulated in preparation of closing the stab wound also sealing the cut in his mouth as he stumbled away from the scene. Why can't I ever have normal things? Just a normal date on the beach, not getting things stabbed in an alleyway. He groaned, still holding onto the knife as he walked. Thankfully he was able to tense his muscles against the cut to stop BLD from leaking out around the sharp piece of metal. He managed to walk onto the beach before Mai ran at him laughing gleefully, before seeing why he was hunched over. She skidded to a halt. Momo! The woman in question jumped at the sudden yell, looking at Mai for an explanation. Her eyes widened at the sight. I need some sterile gauze if you can make some, Izuku whimpered. Okay, think through this. Mai was holding onto his right arm as he lowered himself to the steps, Momo and Okiko rushing to his side. I turned off my pain receptors to keep myself from going into shock, but that risk is low already. I need to feel how deep the blade is and what's pierced. He gritted his teeth and leaned onto Mai, whose eyes were jittering with terror. Okay, it's okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Momo got to his side, looking at the blade sticking out of his chest with fear. Izuku. Okay, with her here. Momo, I need you to produce some gauze, anything cloth-like would work, and something adhesive, he groaned, leaning back to the steps. Why? She asked, eyes locked on the handle of the blade. 'Cause I need to pull the blade out before my own heart beating makes the cut worse. He said simply, looking way too calm for a person that was just stabbed. But we didn't get first aid training, you'll bleed out. Okiko mumbled, too shocked to move from her spot at his sides. First, I gotta stop the bleeding when it happens, so far with the knife still in it hasn't started to bleed yet. But the knife needs to get out. Fast. And when it does, it will bleed. Izuku was trying to keep his voice steady. I don't know how deep in it really is, didn't get a chance to look at the knife before it went in. I also turned my pain receptors off. They all gulped. I'll turn them back on in a moment. We need to know what exactly is pierced. He looked at the ground. As he slowly let the nerves transfer the information, tears sprouting instantly as he felt how close the knife was to his aorta, feeling the hole in the pericardium, the hot flashes of pain rippling through his body in waves with every heartbeat. Jesus Christ! He whimpered, trying to keep his voice low. The girls started to panic more. Okiko running off to grab her phone as Momo collapsed next to him. Mai held his arm as if her grip alone was keeping him alive. Fine, Momo. I gotta pull this thing out. I need gauze now. He whimpered, keeping his eyes shut. But it won't be sterile, Mai opposed. We gotta wait till the ambulance gets her. Momo can't generate living matter, it's gonna be sterile, Izuku explained breathlessly. Momo, we gotta do it now, adrenaline is making my heart beat faster. Don't forget creating gloves too, Momo gulped, her hands glowing as gloves grew from her skin, followed by some gauze on her thigh. It's ready. Izuku smiled grimly, cracking a teary eye open. Oh okay, I'm gonna pull this out on 3, push the gauze onto the wound as hard as you can when I do. Momo nodded, gripping the gauze with both hands close to his chest. 1. He gripped the knife tighter with his one hand. 2. He gulped and relaxed the muscles around the knife, blood starting to seep out from the side slowly. 3. With one fluid motion, he pulled the blade out, teeth clacking shut as he did. Momo, listening to his request, pushed the gauze against his chest right after the knife was out of the wound, hindering the blood loss. He leaned his head against the steps, breathing heavily as the knife clattered down onto the steps. Thanks. She was crying softly, as was Mai. Why you promised you wouldn't scare me again after USJ? She sobbed as she applied pressure to the site of the wound. Sorry. He breathed out. Apologize after you survive this. Momo whimpered, still holding on strong. No, I need to apologize. For what comes after this? Izuku clarified, Momo's look turned to one of horror. We need to clean the wound. Mitsuki groaned and got up after hearing someone shout, 3 Those Fing brats need to learn how to behave, she grunted, walking towards a black-haired woman in a red one-piece swimsuit of elegant design, and a pink-haired one wearing a yellow bikini. Why are you brats screamy? She stopped. Now that she was close by, she could see the iridescent green hair and the bloody knife on the steps. Is that a knife? She muttered, hand going to her mouth in shock. Izuku's one open eye darting to her. Mai's following his gaze. Mitsuki. Momo turned to see the woman over her shoulder. Izuku, what's going on? He's been stabbed, Mai answered for him. Momo's keeping pressure on the wound. Did you call 119? The older woman asked, getting on her knees next to Momo. I think Okiko is doing just that, Momo replied, eyes still locked on the gauze. Why you need to change gauzes, Momo? Izuku groaned. Check if the bleeding stopped when you do. Momo nodded, and produced another batch of gauze on her thigh again, Mitsuki looking over in wonder. It's her quirk, Mai explained. Mitsuki nodded along. Momo breathed out and pulled the blood-soaked gauze away, getting ready to push the fresh one. Then stopped at how much the gauze stuck to his body. It stopped bleeding. Izuku sighed. Okay, that's good. He leaned back, his head hitting the steps with a low thud. We need -- he stopped. Mai, is there any debris on the wound that you can see? And no, it's clean. Mai shuddered, disengaging her zoom and turning a pale color at the sight of the gash. It wasn't that wide, but it looked deep. We need a saline solution, at least a liter to clean it fully. Izuku grunted, the pain making it hard to keep his voice steady. With the blade now gone and scabbing started, the waves of ferocious pain cascading through his nervous system had turned into a sting that was throbbing with every beat of his heart. Momo took a calming breath and nodded. What concentration? 0.9%, same as tears. Izuku hissed, clenching his teeth against the pain. The wash bottle filled with saline spawned on her thigh, which she grabbed with her free hand. And I just, gee good, the wash bottle is perfect, skewer it perpendicular, into the wound, but not hard enough to damage tissue or push debris in deeper. He breathed, explaining the procedure. Mai looked away, gripping onto Izuku tighter. Mitsuki looked on, trying to figure out how to help. Okiko finally came by and almost puked at the sight of the open wound while still talking to the emergency line. Momo silently nodded again, squirting the bottle testingly, then starting to clean the wound with it slowly. Izuku hissed in pain and shut his eyes. Momo stopped at that. His eyes snapped back open. Don't stop. You need to clean it fully, it's too deep and we can't chance it getting infected. Momo hesitated, and Mitsuki intervened. I can do it if you can't handle it. Momo hung her head. Sorry, I can't. She passed the bottle to Mitsuki. The cleaning process was hurting Izuku and she couldn't handle being the cause of his pain. Okay, Mitsuki held the bottle softly. Okay, I'm starting. Her transformation had timed out, the droplet of BLD from her Izuku not giving her more than 5 minutes in his, well, her form. Wonder what that was about. She walked up to the beach, expecting to see the women he was with waiting for his return. She didn't expect to see 4 women huddled over him, playing Operation. She saw the gash that her knife left on him, and the dried BLD on his pectorals, a trail going down to his abs. Her eyes widened as her blush grew darker. She was right, he looked stunning bloody. She quickly grabbed her phone, taking a video of him wincing as the blonde one with the spiky hair cleaned out the wound glistening as the saline solution washed over it, the overwash tinged red like diluted BLD. One of her hands found its way drifting too close to under her skirt. Her face twitched. No, not here. But she could still feel the wetness spreading in her undergarments, her thighs rubbing against each other. God, I should have asked more than a kiss. She almost emmed out as an actual stream of BLD started pouring out from the wound, the 4 women panicking at the sight. Izuku-kun just grimaced and grunted lowly, trying to calm the others down. She had found him, her love. Mitsuki looked her age by the time the full bottle was fully used up. It's done. Okiko looked away from the leaking wound. They said an ambulance was en route but could be delayed. There was a villain attack, roads got messed up. We need to close the wound. They all shuddered at what Izuku stated. Momo shook her head. Absolutely not. It's been less than 6 hours, and it pierced the whole epidermal layer. We need to close the wound, he argued back weakly. I'll be fine if we close it, just butterfly bandage it. Mitsuki looked at Momo. You heard the boy. Momo gulped. Be a hero. A hero could do this. Ms. Bakugu, here. She generated some gloves and passed them to the woman. I need someone to hold the wound closed. Mai leaned in and grabbed the gloves out of the woman's hands. I got that, I'm used to pulling surfaces together, she swallowed as she looked back at the wound. I'll give you enough space to operate. Thanks. Izuku, this is gonna sting. Momo quickly produced a handful butterfly bandages. Thank heavens, mother suggested I memorize the adhesive formula for band-aids. I can handle it, he huffed, leaning back against the stairs. Ready when you are. Mai looked at the slightly bleeding and open gash. It had stretched out a bit. Okay. She wrapped an arm around Izuku's torso, another sneaking up on the other side of the wound. On your mark, Momo. Do it. Izuku groaned and slammed his head against the steps, trying to silence the scream bubbling up from his chest before it made its way out as Mai pushed the edges of the wound together. Momo quickly starting to apply multiple butterfly bandages over the wound, closing it. It's done. Momo breathed out, falling back to her butt, the emotional strain getting to her. Thanks. Izuku breathed softly. The act of breathing was now causing pain, but only due to the stretching of skin. If you die now, I'm never forgiving you. I promised I wouldn't, didn't I? Toga hissed from her perch overlooking the beach. Show's over. But her smile returned tenfold looking at her phone. But I got something good to use, she smiled to herself, almost drooling as she re-watched the video. I'm gonna have so much fun when I get back home. Mai was still by his side as the ambulance came, Okiko guiding the paramedics to his spot on the steps and Momo still on her spot sitting in front of him, head in her hands. Mitsuki had dashed off to collect her stuff and to call 𝐭𝐻𝐽. Paramedics looked at the still conscious Izuku. The state of the wound and the depth of the bloody marks on the blade shocked them, but they shook it off quickly to do their job. They cringed at hearing that his BLD type was O. We are low on that type. Mai shook her head. My BLD type is O, too. You have plenty. With that revelation, Mai and Izuku were loaded up into the ambulance. Momo called her dad to send out a driver to get her and the rest to the hospital, taking a stop on the way to grab Izuku's mother. Is he alright? Was the first thing 𝐭𝐻𝐽 asked the moment she stepped out the door, being greeted by Mitsuki hugging her tenderly, trying to calm her high school friend. He's fine, 𝐭𝐻𝐽. His friends helped him through it. You have a strong boy, she mumbled, running her hand through her hair as the mother of Izuku started tearing up. Momo and Okiko waiting awkwardly by the limo. Uraraka, what happened? 𝐭𝐻𝐽 asked the woman she'd met once previously. I'm not sure, he just went out to grab something to drink and was stabbed. Her own eyes started watering. Oh God, Momo silenced her by pulling her onto a hug herself. He's gonna be fine, he promised, remember? Her own worries were showing in her tone. He promised, Okiko nodded tearily. We should go, Mai shouldn't be alone in there. Wait, if you aren't Hatsune. 𝐭𝐻𝐽 looked at Momo. Who are you? Vice Representative of Class 1A, Yorozu Momo, she said, voice leveling as practice lines flowed out effortlessly. I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. Izuku. 𝐭𝐻𝐽 almost tackled her son, barely slowing down and stopping at his bedside. I was so worried. He chuckled softly. Sorry, they said they informed Recovery Girl. She's coming over here to give the final push, but they said that I should be fine for now, thanks to the initial first aid. He smiled sadly at Momo. Sorry for putting you through that, but thank you for your help. Thank goodness, she muttered, leaning towards him and gently cupping his cheek without thinking about it. 𝐭𝐻𝐽's motherly senses went on high alert at the action, eyes darting between Momo and Izuku. What? Suddenly Momo started blushing. Did I just? I think you did, Izuku mumbled back, matching her shade of red. Mai giggled awkwardly, followed by Okiko. Mom, you should probably sit down for this. Izuku muttered. Momo hung her head in shame. What's going on? 𝐭𝐻𝐽 muttered, taking a seat on the chair Okiko pushed next to her, curiosity and fear mingled on her face. Kinda, he stopped and gulped. We were on a date. 𝐭𝐻𝐽 looked at her son, blankly. All four of us. He added after the silence became deafening. 𝐭𝐻𝐽 started to cry. My baby boy is growing up so fast. Mitsuki clicked her tongue, looking away. Dear minute brat, you were his childhood friend and you messed up getting a date with him before these three. It's been a single day since I needed to see you last. Recovery Girl huffed, a visible vein on her forehead. 1 day. Do you get off on getting hurt? Okay, in my defense, the villain that attacked me popped out of nowhere, Izuku argued. And no, I wasn't asking to get stabbed. She kinda just stabbed me and rambled about how appealing BLD was. Recovery Girl sighed. Fine, whatever. Heard the doctors talking about your condition before you arrived here. Good to hear that you at least know enough to take care of yourself to survive. Her lips overextended and she kissed his forehead, green aura sparking on his chest as the wound visibly closed up, not even leaving a scar. They want to keep you overnight just to see if pericardial effusion occurs, but the risk of that is at 0.00001 or something, considering your bodily makeup. Her eyes drifted to Momo, Mai and Okiko. Why were you even out there? They were on a date. 𝐭𝐻𝐽 hummed happily, swiping through another baby picture of Izuku on her phone, the girls cooing at him wearing another All Might Odyssey. Recovery Girl looked at the site then back at Izuku, getting a mischievous smile. The university provides free contraceptives, you know. Can you take back your healing? I wanna die now. Izuku mumbled, face getting redder than the BLD he managed to keep inside his body. Tomoyo had been pacing back and forth since it hit 3 p.m., worried out of her mind. They said they'd be back by afternoon, right? Kyoka groaned. Yes, Ida. They said they'd be back sometime in the afternoon. Repeating herself for the 6th time that day, that's weird, why aren't they back yet then? Tomoyo huffed, pacing a bit more. Katsumi was getting a little worried herself. Fine, I'll call Deku, give me a second. Kyoka looked at her curiously. You have his number? Duh, he gave it to me the day he got his first phone. Katsumi huffed, listening to the dial tone. Oh, right, childhood friends, Kyoka muttered, turning back. Must have been nice growing up with him. She shook her head a little. Am I seriously envious of Bakugo right now? Who the F am I talking to? Katsumi huffed, apparently not recognizing the voice on the other side. Hi class. Why are you answering Deku's phone? A brief moment passed, then her free hand exploded, color draining from her face. Which hospital? Nozomi had heard what had happened to Izuku. Of course, she did. The principal of UA knew all after all. But she didn't expect the homeroom teacher of 1A to request a bus for a field trip. Not that she minded, of course. All might was one thing. Her beady eyes gazed at the feed from 1A's dorms, the students talking with Aizawa about something, worry in their faces. You are really going to be another, aren't you? The hybrid chuckled. We had one pillar before. Now it's time for multiple. Pale blonde hair, honey-colored eyes. Detective Nao questioned, scratching her head. That's what she looked like, Izuku muttered. But that might not be her true form. Her quirk was some kind of transformation. She turned into me after getting some of my BLD. The girls and his mother, who refused to leave even as the detective questioned him, shuddered at the thought. Mitsuki had left to grab the oncoming guests if the previous phone call was anything to go by. Not a perfect copy though, a female version of me. She looked confused about it too, so I don't know exactly how it really works, he clarified. She told me to call her Toga. Nao nodded. Anything else? He looked unsure if it was the best idea to share this, but her eyes were off. They looked hungry at first, but he shook his head again. She asked me to kiss her. His eyes drifted to his girlfriend's to see a reaction. Told me that she would leave the knife behind if she did so. The detective's eyes filled with empathy. You complied. Seemed like the best course of action after hearing how she spoke, he admitted, shoulders drooping a bit, keeping his eyes shut, not wanting to see how they were looking at him. She bit into my lip during it and he stopped, replaying the moment in his head for the 5th time. Transformed into you. No, I mean, yes, it's just, he opened his eyes and looked at the detective. Her eyes, they looked apologetic for a moment after she got a little bit of my BLD, right before she transformed into me. Ano nodded. Thank you, Midoriya, this should be all for now. Sorry for asking so much so soon. He shook his head. It's fine. Hope that could help. With that, the detective left, leaving Izuku with his group. I'm sorry. He mumbled, avoiding their eyes. Izuku, Mai's voice came, then a gentle hand on his chin forced his head to look up at her, but his eyes were still on the ground. You are an idiot. I know, he muttered. Then his eyes snapped to her when he felt her lips on his before he quickly pulled away. Apologizing for getting attacked, you really are an idiot. Mai huffed, annoyed that he cut the kiss short. You're not mad that I kissed her? He asked, his gaze moving to Momo and Okiko. You managed to keep calm and keep her from killing you, Izuku. Momo sighed, shaking her head. Why would we be mad about that? I really don't deserve any of you, he said morosely. Okiko broke down and tackled onto his side. Don't you ever say that, you idiot. She hugged him tightly. He flinched at the contact, expecting some pain to come from the wound, a reflex really. But the pain didn't come. After a moment, he relaxed into the hug. Sorry, he hummed slowly, wrapping his arms around her. Their faces drifted together, and their lips connected for a second, parting hastily as Okiko remembered who else was in the room, face flushing. Inko cupped her own cheek, smiling maternally at the sight. They grow up so fast, she chuckled at how embarrassed Okiko got, the brunette's eyes widening as they grazed over Mother Midoriya. Don't mind me, she smiled, waving her hand. I'm just happy to see Izuku found such great women to be in his life. Where the F is he? A roar came from the door, followed by a slap and a barely softer, "Befing quiet brat, you're in a goddamn hospital." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 jumped away from him just as the door slid open, revealing the rest of Class 1A. "We came as soon as we could," Tomoyo announced, walking into the room. She was quickly pushed to the side by a distraught-looking Katsumi who made a beeline for Izuku, burying her face into his chest as she held him tight, the rest of her body landing on and pinning 𝐒𝐴 onto the bed. "Do you need to get into trouble every effing day?" she asked, in a tone only her mother and Izuku noticed as being close to tears. "Hey, it's not every day," he mumbled back, his hand clamping on her head softly, starting to pet her hair. "It's been, what, 3 days?" he chuckled weakly. "Honestly," Aizawa spoke up, the rest of the class giving her space as she walked in, "I am tempted to expel you just for your own safety." The temperature of the room dropped a few degrees, and all eyes locked onto Aizawa. 𝐭𝐽 broke the silence. "I'm happy to hear that you are worried about the safety of my child. I'm guessing you are Aizawa, right? The homeroom teacher." Her eyes were closed and mouth was in a friendly smile. But the tone of her voice was causing even the pro to shudder slightly. "But I would prefer if you didn't threaten my son with expulsion." Her tone alone dropped the temperature a few more degrees. Especially so soon after a random stabbing. "I said I was just tempted," the teacher mumbled, looking away. "His potential is still not 0, so I won't." "I wish Midoriya would randomly stab me," Minerva muttered, under her breath. Little did she know, in the tense and silent hospital room, everyone heard. "If you don't mind me, I got a student to DSP-on." Aizawa huffed, grabbing the miniature student by the scruff of her shirt and dragging her off, silently thankful for the opportunity to leave the room. Mothers are terrifying. They watched silently as Minerva was hauled off. 𝐭𝐽 was the first to speak. "I don't like her." Izuku chuckled softly. "She's harmless, really." "Just 'cause she's harmless doesn't excuse the 𝐒𝐻𝐿 she says, Deku," Katsumi muttered, still on his chest. "And honestly, no one does, Auntie 𝐭𝐽." Mina jumped. "You are Midoriya's mother. He looks just like you." She grinned. "Nice to meet ya, I'm Mina Ashido." "Wait, if you are his mother," Jiru's looks drifted to Mitsuki, "are you Bakugo's sister?" 𝐭𝐽 started laughing. Mitsuki smirked. "Hope my little sister isn't giving you all trouble." Katsumi jumped out of the bed and walked up to her mom after hearing that. "The F are you talking about, old hag? I'm a delight to be around. Is that how you talk to your big sister?" She seethed back, keeping Katsumi out of reach by placing a hand on her head and pushing away. 𝐒𝐴 scooted closer to Izuku as Katsumi's weight moved off of her. "I thought you said she was her mom." "She is," Izuku nodded, the rest of the class just watching in awe as the two fought. "She likes to tease Midoriya. Gah!" He almost jumped onto Mai, who was standing next to his hospital bed, eyes landing on Shoko. "Sorry, wanted to know if you were all right," she said softly. "Good to see you are energetic enough to jump around." "Oh, I'm fine." He smiled back, calming down a little. "Sorry, you kinda snuck up on me." "I just walked up," Shoko stated, tilting her head to the side. "I said shut up, you old 𝐻𝐿." Katsumi was cut off by a door sliding open. "Ladies," came a stoic voice from the door, "a doctor. Visiting hours are over. I need to ask you all to leave." "Oh," they all said in unison, followed by pleasantries, marching out of the room. 𝐒𝐴, Momo, and Mai lagged behind. The class, pecking Izuku on the lips before leaving. "Izuku, you found a lot of good wives," 𝐭𝐽 muttered, the only one allowed to remain in the room with him. He blushed in response. He took a steadying breath, and couldn't help but smile. "I know."